Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Championship. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off the show is Sottle, and we are ready for a whole weekend of Hearthstone action. Now it's been a little bit of a while before we've had a major tournament, but we are back and ready to go. So Sottle, first of all, welcome, my friend, of course. And how's it going? Are you ready for some Hearthstone?
I couldn't be more ready, Raven. This is long overdue as far as I'm concerned. It's been a heck of a wait, very long off-season, but we have an expanded program for you this year. We have a stacked tournament with a ton of great players that have got here through a new variety of methods that we'll get into in a little bit. And I think a very exciting group of lineups with a lot of variation and a lot of potential interesting matchups and great talking points, the kind of thing that gets me specifically very excited. So yeah, let's dig in.
Yeah, 100%. We've got, as usual when it comes to tournaments of this level, an absolutely stacked lineup of players and a pretty exciting meta, because I think even a lot of these players struggled with exactly the lineup to bring, with a lot of different angles to go for. The usual good decks versus then target lineups, and then how do you target? And I feel like there's a lot of different ways to build even a lot of the archetypes that are in the game right now. So yeah, a lot of exciting stuff to come over the course of the weekend, so I cannot wait to get into it. But of course we do need to know how the players actually got to this point, so we'll check that out in just a second. But what are you looking for this weekend, Sol? What's going to be the highlights that you're keeping an eye out for?
It's really going to be a matter of lineups for me, I think. There's some great player stories coming into this, but I think a lot of those players reported that this is one of the most difficult tournaments that they've ever had to prep for. I think a lot of the time the good deck strategy becomes king quite quickly. Sometimes counter strategies, tech card strategies fall by the wayside, and we see a lot of homogeneity when it comes to deck lists and lineups in tournaments. This time, multiple players that I spoke to, I myself, as I was trying to decide what I thought the lineup was going to be, no one really had any clue 24 hours, 12 hours, 6 hours before deck submission. And a lot of players, even once submission passed, have just reported, yeah, I really wasn't sure. I just had to submit something at the end of the day. So I'm really, really looking forward to figuring out which lineup and which player is going to be taking home the big money and the world spots when it's all said and done.
Yeah, 100%, and it is going to be all on the line this weekend. But let's take a look on how the players actually got here, because I said this is an incredibly stacked lineup, but they did have different routes to get to this point, Sottom.
They did indeed, yeah. This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier with the expanded routes to get in here, and I really like it because it allows for a wider variety of skill sets to still make it to a tournament. Previously, it was largely just ladder grinding that the system rewarded as we go back to last year, but now there's kind of this tiered tournament systems that you can go through to get to this point. You see there are competitive points earners here, there are playoffs that have got people here as well, and then the kind of best of the rest system, as you see those four on the far right as well. So you have a great range of ladder grinders, of old school tournament players in here, and also, you know, a couple of players who are great players but kind of have more of a content focus in their day-to-day interaction with Hearthstone. Looking at Pizza specifically, kind of has the people's lineup going into this one as well. So great range of players, and should make for a very, very varied and interesting tournament.
Yeah, I really like this approach where there's just a few different ways to get in, and we can see one of those ways, or at least how the points breakdown is, with those top rankings, of course. Rank up to 100 from 76 there is just the 1 point, but really these players have been focused on probably the first three there, with rank 1, 2 to 5, and 6 to 10 being that 5, 6, and 7 points, because I feel like if you're not hitting those, then it's going to be very difficult to actually make it into these, you know, because the cut's so small. So yeah, I think we look at it, you know, aiming for those multiple rank 1s, rank 2 to 5, and so on. But you know, it does still give you a chance, even if you have a bit of a rough moment and we get in some of the lower points, there's still a chance to get in. And as you said, there is still like the playoffs as well to get through. So there is that multiple opportunities for these players to qualify. And yeah, it's cool just been seeing them how each player got in.
It is, and of course, if you've never watched a Hearthstone tournament before, we might have to tell you how Conquest works, but I'm imagining most people here for the ride know what this is about so far. You bring 4 decks, 4 unique classes, one of them is banned out, and of all the remaining decks, you have to win with each of those decks to win the series. This very much, I don't know if you'd agree, Raven, is kind of the gold standard of digital competitive card game formats now. It's the one that is often imitated, never duplicated, let's say. I think Conquest is the go-to now for competitive card games.
Yeah, for me, it ticks all the boxes because obviously anything where you bring multiple decks, and even just one deck formats, right? You still need to build the deck, build the lineup, so to speak. But I feel like the having to win with each deck means you're not allowed, or shouldn't be allowed, a weak link, so to speak, but you still have the flexibility of a ban. And I think that the Conquest format combined with this meta has led to those decisions you talked about earlier with the players, agonizing over what to bring. Because when those two things line up, the format and the meta, it creates something special, which I think is what we're going to have this weekend. And obviously, just briefly looking at the prize pool, those top few placements are, of course, worth a little bit more than just the $10,000, $8,000, so on, as there are World Championship spots on the line as well. So highest priority is those top placements right now. Obviously, the money's nice, don't get me wrong, but all the players that have devoted this much time and effort into this are doing so because they want to get to that World Championship.
Yeah, and the route they'll have to get there will be arduous. They are broken into groups, all of our 16 players. The initial matches from the groups will be played off stream, but we will be visiting every other match and every other player aside from that on stream. Double elimination group format, which just means you lose twice, you go home. And of course, the qualifiers out, one of the top half of the bracket, one of the lower half of the bracket, will go through to that day 3 finals where they play out the top 8, fighting for those final world spots.
Yeah, and as usual, of course, we're keeping things simple with the first 2 days of the broadcast. We're going to be doing Group A and B today. We're doing Group C and D tomorrow. So those are going to be fully played out. There's no hopping across all 4 groups just to keep things straightforward. But let's take a look at those groups all, because as we said, this lineup is stacked. Like, where do you even begin looking at these groups?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the natural starting point is with Group A, not just because it's the first one up, but because I think if we are going to do the Group of Death cliche, it is probably that one. Insane is coming in with a rank 1 EU finish, which is, gold dust, really, in terms of qualification. Gabby, of course, I think his reputation precedes him. He is widely known as one of the best players. He qualified as Europe's #1 points holder with 2 rank 1 finishes over the 2 qualifying months, which is absolutely absurd. But then Gu is a name in there as well, which people might not quite hold in the same regard. 2 rank 2 finishes to qualify as the APAC #2 points holder, but also I think perhaps the most consistent tournament player of the last 2 or 3 years. He comes correct to absolutely every tournament, always finds himself hanging around in the later stages, and I think his lineup building is just so impeccable. I genuinely do not know how he does it. It feels like he has an extra half an hour to look at everyone else's decks before he gets to submit his. That's how good his lineups normally are. And I think he's absolutely crushed it again for this tournament.
Yeah, and that's all Group A. In the rest of the groups, we have previous world champion, we have like all-time great player Fury Hunter, we have the likes of Definition, we've got Suni in there, Maxibon, of course. The list I could just reel off names of every single player here because it's just going to be that good, and I cannot wait to get into it. But of course, before we do, we have the tried and tested tradition of caster predictions. I'm sure Lorinda and Edelweiss will go over their predictions once they're on. But for me, before you get to your Sottle, of course, for Diz Demon, I think Diz Demon's, again, picking a prediction is difficult because we know all the players are good. So you can't just be like, I'll just pick the best player because they're all kind of amazing. But I just went for Diz Demon, especially not only because he is extremely good, but the lineup is just a little bit different. And I think when we're talking about there's the good deck strategy, which I think a good chunk of these players have gone for. I like what Diz Demon's doing with trying to just go a little bit different, going a little bit more aggro. And you know me, Sol, if there's someone's bringing an aggro lineup, I'm kind of already in.
Well, Raven, I picked the best player. No,
Oops.
I struggled going into this one. Generally do try and build a lineup as if I was playing in the tournament, and then my picks usually work by like I look for someone who I consider to be an absolute like top 5 in the world player who also has a very similar lineup to what I wanted to bring. That didn't really exist in this tournament, but I wasn't really happy with the lineup that I came up with either. Again, I think it was a really difficult tournament to lineup build for. So I just went with Fury because I think Fury is an incredibly good player. Because also, we had a deadline for when our caster submissions went in, so forget about the deck list deadline. I didn't even identify how absurd Gyu's lineup was until after the deadline to make our production. So I have a bit of buyer's remorse already for Fury. I kind of wanted to put Gyu up there, but hey, I'm not doing the double pick thing. I'm taking Fury. We will ride and die with Fury. Okay, and that's my thing.
Until Gyu wins it all, and then Sol just chirps up with like, "Well, I did say that Gyu's lineup was good. I'm sure it's coming."
We call this in the fighting game community an option select, Raven. That's what we've done.
Okay, yeah. Well, we're not playing a fighting game right now. We're playing good old-fashioned Hearthstone. So let's take a look at the Group A bracket. This is the group, of course, believe it or not, we are going to start with on stream and see how that's played out. As Sotel mentioned earlier, we did have the initial matches played off stream, but we'll be covering all the rest of this group here. So we are going to see Gyu took a victory over Insane, and then Gabby took a victory over Mutaba. So we're going to have Gyu versus Gabby in that winners bracket match, and then of course the other two are going to start playing that elimination. If this is the first time you've seen a bracket like this, basically all the players get 1 life, and we've seen that Insane and Mutaba are in that elimination. The loser of any of those lower bracket matches is done, they're knocked out, it's over, and then the winners try and then move on.
Yeah, win 2 or lose 2. Win 2 and you make it through to top 8, lose 2 and you are out of the tournament. These are the 2 winners so far that you are looking at. Gabby kind of has what I would call the generic good decks lineup. Generic is not an insult in this regard by any way. I think if you can think correctly identifying what the 4 generic good decks are for any given tournament is very difficult and a thing that people get wrong quite often. But this is what I would call that kind of lineup. Gyu, I think, has a little stroke of genius with a warrior that I'm not sure we will actually get time or an appropriate point to discuss why it's such a masterstroke. As you're seeing, it's receiving the ban in this series, and we're expecting it to receive a ban in most series that Gyu plays.
I think it was banned in his first match as well, right?
It was banned in his first off-stream match as well, correct. And that in itself should probably give you an indication of how well it is positioned against the field, because it's kind of this off-meta deck that you don't see a ton of hanging around on ladder. Very few players have brought a warrior to the tournament, but yet it's respected enough by all of the opponents to be receiving a ban. And that just goes to show you how strong it is, mainly as a disruption deck, a tech card, dirty rat, ham, eat all of your cards before you get to use them kind of deck, which is incredibly disruptive to these key card combo finishes that we see, the likes of Incendious or Aulonius, or even in control matchups where they have these unassailable win conditions, like a Kil'jaeden, for example. That's kind of where the warrior gets its bread and butter. And it is so powerful and so consistent against some of these decks in the tournament that not only does it receive a ban from Gyu, it also frees up Gyu to ban completely different things than most people in the tournament will be doing, because he doesn't necessarily have to respect the same decks that other people do, which I think is a really, really smart way of going into this, and landing on this warrior is a very big deal.
Yeah, and even just looking at, you can see the lower part of the screen there, you can see the bans, you can see the classes the players have left. Gyu now gets to play the Death Knight that he banned away from Gabby, right? And obviously, you know, if you've been playing some Hearthstone recently, you've probably played against Death Knight, quite a popular deck, quite strong. So having that sort of open ability, because the warrior, as you said, is such like a sort of sideways threat, right? And has maybe snuck in to the tournament and created those awkward situations for their opponents, it means that, okay, you ban this deck that is good because it's sort of like a tech option for the lineup, but it means I get to play just the generic good deck in all these matchups, and you don't have the freedom to ban a rogue, to ban a DK, which is, you know, likely going to be a good chunk of the bans. So yeah, really smart by Gyu, and it's nice to see that these options are available. And it's sort of what I was talking about earlier with the way the meta is combined with the Conquest format creates these options. It's not just these are the 4 good decks, Everyone submits the good decks. They all ban the same deck. That's the tournament. You can see players can get creative, and a lot of the time, this can pay off, especially when it's not like Q's going completely off book, right? Q's not going, here's 4 random decks no one's ever seen. Let's hope it works. This is very, very much calculated and should pay off. Let's dive straight into the game. So we've got Q on the top, and we've got Gabby on the bottom there on the Paladin, Q on the Death Knight.
Yes, indeed. Slow start by the looks of things for the Death Knight. Gabby on that Paladin. Paladin, I think, probably the other big, I must say sleeper deck. It's definitely one of the strongest decks around on ladder as well. But I think really emerged as the natural predator of the Druids that took over for a little while. Druid was a major force on ladder. Paladin, I think, universally agreed to probably be the worst matchup for it in general, just because of how disgusting resistance aura is against you in general.
Yeah.
And that kind of perceived weakness of the Druid being able to be got at a little bit is kind of the consistent theme of Q's lineup as a whole. This Death Knight is probably the generically weakest deck for him against Druid, but he's packed 2 Dirty Rats and a Demolition Renovator, which destroys locations, into the Death Knight to try and gain some of that percentage back against Druid, because if you can get to 50-60 health and destroy your opponent's Madrasil, or ideally and Dirty Rat out and deal with their Owl or their Incendious, it becomes quite difficult for your opponent to achieve that level of damage.
Yeah, and I feel like the Paladin is it is and it isn't, but feels like one of the more honest decks. Like, yes, it's strong and it has some really good pop-off turns, but you know exactly what it's going to do most turns of the game, right? It's going to start making waves of minions, and it's just going to go. And there's my favorite summoned minion as of our testing yesterday, Sol. The green boy is on board, ready to go.
Yeah, very true. This did pop out a lot as we were testing Paladin matchups previously. But yeah, double Lightbot, very, very quick. Lots of early discounts here for Gabby, getting the initials down to 0 mana to play them down. You can see the giant versions down to 3. So this will be a very, very aggressive board very quickly. And this is one of the best routes for defeating Death Knight. It's why I think Pirate Rogue has a particularly strong threat as well, is that if you can get a big board going into their turn 5, they basically have to have Pyro Poison, because it's extremely unlikely they have enough corpses to be able to challenge a board that big on turn 5, even if they do have the corpse explosion. So if I were you here, I would be very much considering the Pyro pickup here.
Yeah, it's scary because it's, again, most of the time as Death Knight, even against these decks, you're so comfortable once you get into that later stage of the game, right? Because it's where the deck excels into that late game, that you just think you just need to get there safely. So yeah, I completely agree. There is the Ancient of Yore offered as well.
There is the Ancient of Yore,
We're going to be talking about Ancient of Yore probably a lot over the course of the weekend, as it's one of the dominant cards in the game right now. But as you said, it's tricky. Do you go for the Ancient of Yore option, or is the poison too valuable?
Yeah, so the fear here, right? Gu does end up picking the Pyros. You see it just go onto the top of the deck. +4/5, put a card on top of the deck was the Dark Gift selected. The fear with no Yore is the fear of basically any deck that plays Yore when you don't hit your Yore, right? Is, well, okay, Gabby makes a board. I Pyro Poison it because I have to. That's kind of the play that I sign myself up for now. Then look at my hand, right? Like, there's just not a lot going on after that point. So the first reload then just kind of ends up getting you anyway because you don't have the Yore to cycle off. But I'm kind of thinking this position, you just have to cross that bridge when you come to it, because without the Pyro Poison, you're just going to die to this first board. So let's solve that problem first. Yeah, exactly.
And especially with the one additional AA on board as well. Again, I think there are some worlds where Gabby, depending on what the spell drawn was, could have gotten away with that, but it's getting the 2 AA out, but still one's more than enough to put the pressure on. This pretty much requires a hard removal, and as you mentioned, look, there's only 2 corpses in the pool right now, which is not enough to clear in that way. So the Pyro, you quite rightly pointed out, is needed at this point. And the good thing here for Gabby is there is the refill. We can see the second giant in the hand, as well as some other options. with the sea shanty as well. Sea shanty not quite playable next turn, of course, yet, but still just a good extra push, because a lot of the time Paladin, especially in these removal heavy matchups, needs to just say, I'm going to make like 4 to 5 waves of minions, and that is just going to overwhelm you, as opposed to just making 1 or 2 strong boards.
There was an option here to greed and stretch a little bit and just hero power into the 1/1, trade down into one of the other minions, and you'd get the 3rd corpse for your vampiric blood in the process of doing that. Just try and stall out a little bit.
Because of the moon heal is available.
Okay, I like this. Yeah,
Nice.
This is actually very nice. This is kind of an even better version of the play I was suggesting. Takes the heal, uses the pyromancer, preserves the poison breath, which, you know, you can argue, okay, what good is the poison breath without the pyromancer, but hero power poison breath can still deal with 1 massive minion, which is still a very, very big deal a lot of the time, particularly against Paladin, who love to stack those sunscreens up onto individual minions to get them to attack. So
And also the
this is
pyromancer
nice
reborn.
little... Yeah, pyromancer has reborn, so it has to be dealt with twice.
There's going to be the weapon though being picked up here, so that's a coin gain and and a knockout.
Ooh, disrespect.
I guess the idea here is like, well, if you have poison breath, you could do it anyway with a ghoul, right? There's only 1 minion there, so
yeah, that's fair.
Like,
that is fair.
Sure, I'll just kill the other thing and take the coin.
Yeah. Worth noting, by the way, the Shaladrisil on the far left of Gabby's hand, not a ever-present card in Paladin, but one that Gabby and a couple of other players in this tournament are choosing to go with, just for that extra little bit of gas, extra burst damage, of course, that provides as well.
Yeah, it can be really tricky to use sometimes, but it digs you out of so many problems, doesn't it? Like, it can really just alter the end game and give you that little bit extra. So, personally, I'm a fan of putting that card in every possible deck I can, just because it just feels like it does so much work. And does this have to be Poison Breath and then just follow up with the Infestation?
I don't think so. I don't necessarily think the 8/8 has to be dealt with this turn. You can just trade away the Pyromancer, because obviously you can't cast spells with it up in play anyway, and just drop the Vampiric Blood and the Sanguine. And just say, fine.
True. Yeah, it's just that cat and mouse game, right? Where, okay, we don't need to knock out, we don't need to kill the 8/8, so does that mean then Gabby's not going to build a bigger board, which means the 8/8 just swings again? You know, sort of thing. Well, is that sort of back and forth between the players?
So the thing is, the play takes the Lightbot down to 2, which then gets caught in the AoE of an Amelia anyway.
That's true, yeah.
Right, so it's not.
Yeah,
it's
actually,
not
I wasn't
that
even
big
thinking
of a
about
deal.
the 0/1 living because the pyro, but yeah, you're completely right. With the trade first, this is very nice.
Ooh, the good stuff.
Yeah, the good card.
The card. Indeed.
And
there with
the
resistance
ability to pick up a
aura
second
as well.
coin.
Yeah, true. Second coin with the weapon resistance aura in hand as well, which is a very, very big deal in terms of disruption. Not as game destroying as it is against, let's say, a druid, as we alluded to earlier, but still excellent against any deck that, you know, needs to play removal spells to deal with your board.
Yeah, also as well important to note, as this is often the case in this matchup, is Gyu's not been able to do the sort of end game setup with Death Knight, right? There's no ship being built. We can see the crystal in hand. There's none of that sort of overwhelming power that can get built up in some other matches, because Gabby's putting them under pressure. Means they've had to use all this clear, this removal, and everything. So there's at least that as an upside for Gabby right now, in that nothing at least is being developed from Gyu to cause him problems, at least for the next couple of turns.
Which, by the way, was kind of the forgotten option and the Dark Gift discover all those turns ago, because there was the option to just pick up the Guiding Figure, which had summon a 2/2 copy, which is it's just a lot of Starship stuff immediately. So the pressure from Gabby forcing that Pyromancer has turned out to be a very, very big deal. There you go. There is the 2-turn setup with the Nomelia, as I was describing before. And now Gabby has the reload here.
Yeah, just taking that one extra turn, not rushing the Lanissa, I quite like. I do think it's one of the difficult things about this deck is making calls on when to go in with the Lanissa. Because sometimes you try and be too greedy and then you've wasted an opportunity early, but then sometimes you go off with not enough and then it gets cleared or somehow, and then you think, oh, well, that was like the most powerful thing my deck does. So, and then you've just lost out. So it's kind of difficult to make those calls, but Gabby clearly setting up for this.
Does look very much like the Lanissa is sticking.
Yeah,
Please
the
hold.
taunts on the summons are huge.
Oh no!
You know what else is huge?
What do you mean?
I mean, there's no world in which this doesn't get cleared now, right? Like, this is surely this happens.
There are worlds, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you not concerned with Lanissa just enabling card draw? Isn't like the small hand kind of something you want to hold on to as Q?
I am absolutely concerned about that, yes. But I am also concerned about throwing my remaining board clear into the board. This isn't really the board, right? Like, this is Lanissa, but it's not the board that comes from Lanissa.
Yeah.
So, you know, if this comes out and suddenly there's just like a second shanty or whatever else comes out, you might just still be in trouble in terms of clearing up that board. So I actually do like this play a lot. I understand the fear of card draw. And I do think the fear of card draw is healthy and reasonable. But you do know your opponent went double coin hero power at the end of the previous turn. So certainly Flash of Light is not a card that was in their hand, right? Because they would have just double coined Flash of Light if that was the case.
Sure. Oh, yeah, we're on 3s as well, of course, because it got cast twice.
Yeah, speaking of 3s.
Yeah. Jade display.
One larger man, please. But I think also probably what should have been mentioned on the previous turn while debating that play was just the upside of getting your first starship into play. Like, that's so huge for Death Knight strategy to start building the starship. That taking that opportunity in a little window where you're like, okay, I understand this isn't a good turn, but I don't think it's game-losingly punishing, and I can just start getting my starship pieces down. I think it's a really good recognition from Gyu. I think there's been two of them. The one previously with the Pyro Reborn and just leaving all the stuff on the board, I think was really sick and a great recognition. And then I think this one as well, stretching this out over 2 turns, just dealing with the Lynessa, and now still having a Pyro Poison Breath in hand after all of that. I don't think there's many players who play this game to this point and still have a completely universal board clear sat in their hand at the end.
I can name one.
Yeah. Yala, yes.
Yeah,
Yala would be in
literally
this
the only player. Yeah,
I
the only other
completely
player.
agree. I completely agree.
And yeah, with the crystals, obviously it was a bit ago, but with the crystal going up to 5 cost, right? That felt way more significant to actually having to play it once that change happened, right? Because it feels so much harder to get it down and find those safe turns.
Not more so than anything, in that it conflicts with the Ancient of Your turn so often, and like you're always slamming Your if you have Your, so Crystal just gets left by the wayside a little bit. More so in Warlock than in this deck, by the way, when that's just never a decision.
See, this is the game that we used to play with Yala, right? Of like, is this the turn plays happen? No. Is this the turn? No. But these Jade boys are like getting a bit scary, right? It's just they're just big enough to be annoying.
I think it's Starship time, honestly. I think you just start loading up. Oh, okay.
It's kind of Starship time. Right,
yeah, no, I was expecting 3 and 5 to come down this turn, but choosing just to go for a little bit of extra clear, keep the board thin. But I do like this, because you've seen the Lanessa, right? Like, the amount of damage Paladin can do is fairly honest to how much damage you can see on the board, unless they have Lanessa, and then they can just do a million because of all the duplicating sunscreens and Divine Brews.
It's what I was talking about earlier, where like Paladin, even though it's so strong, it's pretty honest as a deck in this meta, because there are only a certain amount of things it can possibly do, whereas a lot of the other decks have a lot of generation options, have a lot of weird endgame states, whereas this is just, I'll just keep making boards, and then I'll attack you with them if they live. Done.
That is a nasty orbital moon draw, by the way. Gabby using the dream just to try and get this last push through with the last bit of gas he has available. And then immediately the orbital dream shows up, which is kind of the key card that you want to end up dreaming a lot of the time in these kinds of matchups.
I mean, there's a world where it's used with Pyro, though, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Just as a heal, because Gyu's got like enough max health to like make the heal very relevant, right?
I have but little time.
Yeah, seen at least one vampiric blood and 5 or 6 leeches at this point.
Yeah, he was on like what 40, 41 earlier.
Yeah, it's above 40 for sure.
Yeah, at least relevant.
But yeah, I'm just not really sure what's left in Gabby's deck that interacts with this in any particularly favourable way, so... And you see the eyebrow raise from Gabby, like, okay, well, I dreamed the thing, and then they immediately drew second orbital moon. And that probably spells disaster.
Yeah. And it's just, well, there's still the Jades, okay? Look, they exist.
And that's what. But again, I think this is really well spotted from Gyu. The switch has kind of flicked where he started to go a bit more aggressive, get all the starship pieces down, start setting up my X-Star win condition for myself.
Yeah,
because if he can wait around and start spacing out removal as much as he wants. Jades are Jades, right? We know the story of how Jade Golems work. So if Gyu wasn't going to set up something more consistent, more aggressive for himself, then we'd start to see a problem of him just running out of removal eventually if he didn't take the time to start getting those starship pieces down. I think is a great call from yourself with the comparison from Yala, because I don't think it made it onto broadcast, but I made that comparison when we were doing rehearsal in a completely different way, where I think I said Gyu was like the Yala of this new system, where he's so consistent and solid and always shows up, never puts in a bad performance. Maybe he's not winning everything all of the time, but he's always there on the final day. He's always there or thereabouts putting in solid performances. And yeah, just that unflappable style of, no, this card is a golden resource, and I'm going to keep it in my hand until you force it out of my hand. That is the only way you are pulling this universal removal out of my cold, dead hands. I'm going to do everything else that I can possibly do to hold on to it, and I think that was a beautifully played first game of the Masters Tour from Gyu.
And you can see the progression, right? Because those Jades, whether they get cleared from the trades or not, assuming Gabby would keep playing that game, there was, as you said, still the Pyro clear. So even if all the Jades get cleared trading and then Gabby draws all the Jades again, well, at that point, there is the clear. And at that point, Gyu's in that spot to be like, well, I'm actually going to just kill you now. So it's fine that you've got that Jade's again after that, because you just don't have that much time. So yeah, I really like it. That means Gyu's going to take a win with that Death Knight, which means Gyu's going to be 1-0 up. Let's take a look at this Rogue deck, though. And a deck I'm a fan of, honestly. The Rogue list, there's like 2 Rogue lists really right now. Obviously the Cycle Rogue and then Pirates, but I just love the way the Pirate Rogue plays. I just feel like you can be aggressive while still drawing a million cards and setting up game plans, right? It's not as simple as play a minion, hit face, play a minion, hit face. You do need to set up those combos. It still feels very Rogue-esque, but very aggressive.
It looks like we have pivoted to Paladin, though. So yeah, just getting confirmation that it's actually going to be Paladin up for the next game, which we saw from Gabby on the other side. But again, this fits in perfectly to Gyu's overall strategy with his lineup, which is predominantly target druid, I would say. There are splashes in there where he gets really good matchups against Death Knight as well with some of the decks that he's brought in, especially because so many people have to ban the warrior, which is kind of the deck that Death Knight would kind of have the easiest win against. It's the deck that's probably as the best at dodging the dirty rats and hams and still holding on to its win condition. So the way the lineup works out is really, really clever. But we did see a lot of this Paladin coming out before. We can see that Yu has not gone with the Shaladrasil that we saw from Gabby on the other side, though, which is one of the big key differences, I would say.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I feel like Shaladrasil, whilst I talked about it earlier, I really like it. It's super strong. It can win you games that even you may have struggled winning otherwise. But the idea is you have to get to the point to play it and still have enough of a board to actually utilize the extra damage to win, right? So I can definitely understand taking the cut. Looks like we're going to get the Paladin Mirror here, which can be very, very tricky indeed, because it's just going to be all about holding onto those boards, because there's no great AoE that's going down. There's no great... This is like a just honest fight between both players.
Yeah, swing turns are the order of business here. I'm going to say, like, first off, if you are as jacked as Gabby is, absolutely put that in as your fun fact. You should be proud of that for sure. However, I think Gabby had to submit a new image to support that.
I was thinking that.
Yeah, this is... Gabby is, like... Current Gabby looks like he ate that Gabby. That's the difference in size that we see between the two.
The other way is it's just jacket misspelt, because it's just he just likes the jacket he's wearing in the picture. There's one or the other, right?
Yeah, fun fact.
Like,
D and T are pretty close on a QWERTY keyboard, I guess. Yeah, it could happen. But yeah, Gabby certainly, as he's been growing up, has gained a little bit of a penchant for the gym, shall we say. Workout, play cards. That's basically his life at this point. So yeah, greatest achievement as well. It's weird that a player with the standard of Gabby, of what we've seen from him in terms of consistent ladder finishes, took him a little while, I think, to adapt to tournament play. Hello, Waffle. Hi, buddy. How's it going?
I've muted because he wants to go out, so we'll just keep going. We're fine.
Oh, don't worry. I got this. Hi, buddy. It's fine. You can go out in a sec. Yeah, it took a little bit of time to adapt to tournament play, I think. But since he got there, has just been consistently a great performer in like Hearthstone Grandmasters as well. And the greatest achievement being semi-finalist and not like, I won this incredible tournament. You know, it seems wrong for Gabby not to have that absolutely golden victory that he can put on a survey like that to really shine through as to what a consistently phenomenal player that he is. But that's how competitive top-level Hearthstone has become for quite some time, right? Like, Gabby came along in an era where in Europe, you know, Yala was still kind of at his peak. Blaze came along at pretty much the exact same time, you know, it was crushing all of the same tournaments that Gabby was. Then PocketTrain turned up and became the best player in the world. He had Fury Hunter to compete with when Fury Hunter looked unbeatable for a period of time. So European Hearthstone in particular is just so intensely competitive that, you know, Gabby having a semi-finalist on his resume is just incredibly impressive, and we see some of that skill, I'm sure, coming into this Paladin Mirror.
100%. Take it away for a couple of minutes, Saul.
You got it. So, Double Aegis. Wow, Gyu, though, has the Slither Spear Divine Brew combination, which may just help him run away with this one in terms of initial tempo. It's a very, let's again use the word honest minion fight in the opening. You can just kind of play around the breakpoints that you see on the board. Not necessarily in terms of numbers, but if they have one minion, they probably can't make 2 attacks early in the game. So this ability to just be able to go minion with Divine Shield is probably unanswerable for your opponent, because they only have the 1 attack they can possibly make on the board. Gabby is rolling some nice 1-drops there, at the very least. Still not a lot else to do apart from the Divine Brews. Needs to get a spell cast before he can make a meaningful trade, which is slightly annoying in terms of re-upping the Divine Shield on the Vicious Slither Spear. could just end up being Resistance Aura go and trade into the Flaming.
I have returned. Apologies.
Very awkward turn, actually.
We must move quickly.
I was just saying, this board today is very annoying because you want to cast one spell before trading so that you can then re-up the Divine Shield after you take the trade. But it just doesn't quite work in any satisfying way. So yeah, he's just going to do this, re-up the shield. Fine.
Yeah, can't take the damage, right? So it's not like could have gone for Resistance Aura or anything like that to really make it feel good. So yeah, not too bad at all. Oh, okay.
Okay.
We were talking about fairy
Okay,
dragons
then.
before the show started. It turns out, yeah, hyper-realistic outcome.
Yeah. Yeah, Gabby's random minion generation has been extremely on point this game so far. We've had Critter Caretaker and a Flame Imp from 1-drops, and 2 Fairy Dragons from 2-drops.
And even just getting to the 2-drop part, right? It's like this early is quite nice.
100%.
Because this is the sort of matchup where you do want just minions just spewing out everywhere, right? Because you just want more stuff than your opponent, generally speaking. Still though, Slither Spear, heck of a minion. Getting a lot of work done with his repeat Divine Shields. Gyu is, maybe doesn't have as many minions, of course, throughout this game, but is making the most use of them. And Gabby now,
Okay,
not the best.
based on the player cam reactions there, I would swear that you could currently see Gabby, because Gabby kind of had the reaction of, oh my god, double Lightbot, are you kidding me? And then you immediately just smiled like, yeah, that's right. Double Lightbot. What of it?
And now looking at this hand, there's zero reason to just not go all in, let's say, from Gyu, right? Is there a good reason to just not commit fully and go?
I don't think so, no. I would imagine it's just a debate as to what the other card is that's being played. And also, if it is to be Divine Brew, where the target of that Divine Brew is, because there are, there's shield poppers on the other side of the board, right? There's a bunch of 1/1s, so it kind of makes the decision a little bit tricky as to where you want to put it.
Even if it's, because no attacks have been made, right?
Nope.
So even if it's just, I could have even seen trade with the Slither Spear and re-shield it, because even if that's popped, well, it's not getting traded probably, and if it does get traded, great, you've got 2 giants stood there doing nothing, right? The aura, though, it's going to make things even worse for Gabby. Everything just costing that bit more, because one of the ways that you can get through these giants is by a lot of buffs, but they're a lot harder to cast when everything costs more.
Ah, some card draw.
Yeah, I was going to say, not a bad pickup, because that's the only weakness now, right, for Gyu. It's just, when I said all in, I kind of meant it at that point, right? Because top decking as Paladin is maybe not what you really want to do. You'd rather have Gabby's hand with Gyu's board, which is definitely not really how the game works sometimes. But, maybe halfway between. But yeah, that's the one thing Gyu will have been stressing about is, okay, this board's exceptionally strong, but if it is cleared, or controlled at least, and then my next few draws are just nothing, then yeah, Gabby can 100% come back in the game.
Well, Raven, if you would like to have 9 cards in hand and 8 aids on board by turn 5, can I interest you in some Rogue, perhaps?
Only the pirate variety, I'm afraid.
Oh, no, no,
we'll have 5/5s instead of 8/8s, I guess. Just locking in the extra damage, gets the coin, the sunscreen, of course. Manager being burnt's a little bit annoying here. Okay. That's something, right? Yeah.
Cards.
Probably the best draw he could get, actually, this turn, right?
loading up the coins for the potential Lanessa swing turn.
Not quite enough damage, right, for Gyu here? Although, I'll be honest, I'm not sure what... That's the last brew, right?
Yeah, yeah, 1 cup on the image, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. I'm there trying to be like, where were the brews played? It's like, oh, yeah, the picture just tells me.
Yep. And suddenly, there is a window. Pretty significant window for Gabby.
Is there a world where Q
Move
just
quickly.
ships everything to face and just maybe even Divine Shields the other Slither Spear to make the trades awkward? Okay.
I think the Divine Shield and
Oh, the
trade
trade,
is just
okay,
too juicy.
okay.
Yeah.
I was just all in on, what if I top deck a weapon next turn, right? And just say,
Yeah. I mean, that does sound like the Raven play for sure, I'm not going to lie.
yeah. What if we just get him?
The sun shines.
But here is the Lanissa turn. If there's ever a turn that's going to bring things back for Gabby, it's this one right now. Whole manager basically enabling what feels like infinite mana with this turn.
Yep. Still has another weapon swing as well for a coin, so it truly is pretty infinite mana on this turn.
Yeah. And has the double resistance aura as well, which can just further hinder Gyu's ability to just push the final extra damage he needs. Yeah, this
Take
is
care
just
of the 8/8.
everything, isn't it?
Yep, takes care of the 8/8, no problem.
Yeah, double aura. Oh, did Gabby mess up?
I don't think so. I think that was security that there's no out, and he's just thought of an out, potentially, for his opponent.
The victory is yours.
Nope.
Nope.
Simply no. It's going to be Gabby taking the mirror match with the Paladins there. So evening up the series 1-1. And we saw how tricky that can be. And like I said, a bit of an honest matchup with it just being so board-based, so minion-focused. As soon as Gabby could wrestle control of the board away with the card advantage, and obviously Lanissa paid off massively.
It did. And I do think when you're at a lineup disadvantage, which I think Gabby is in general, it's really important that any mirror matches you face, you have to win, right? For the good of the series as a whole, when your average matchup is probably slightly unfavored in the series, taking down those mirrors is just going to exponentially increase your ability to win the series as a whole. So I think if Gabby had gone 2-0 down there, like obviously it goes without saying that 1-1 is a better scoreline than 2-0 against your favor. But we talk about this kind of thing in Conquest as a format about how not all wins are created equal. And I think the Paladin mirror was incredibly vital for Gabby to take down in that one. So we will see how it progresses from here. But there is still that Druid for Gabby, which I think is the biggest deck in the tournament for Gabby to get a win with.
Yeah, a lot of the time in Conquest, we talk about the deck that needs to get the win. Obviously, they need to win the match and get a win with all the decks, but there's normally one that's way more difficult than others, and it is going to be the Druid for that one. But we've still got a lot more Hearthstone to be played in this matchup, because obviously we are just 1-1 right now, so still a ton of stuff to check out. Gyu still needs to get a win with that Paladin. There's the Rogues that we need to see as well, so still a lot up in the air. But I do agree, I do worry for this Druid. It might have to be one of the good Druid games that Gabby needs, right? Where things just line up, and because it has the ability to beat anything when you get the strong starts.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. What I will say is I'm not a true believer in the idea of Pirate Rogue being favored against Druid. I don't think that's a super controversial opinion. It's a fine deck that can definitely pressure Druid heavily enough. But I just think there's enough gap in there where they're both very location-dependent decks,
Yeah.
and a big enough sample of games exist where druids hit the locations and the rogues don't, that the druid can get out there. This is why, I talked about this. Obviously, I've been doing preparation and talking about lineups with you and Lorinda for quite some time over the last few days. And I was naysaying any kind of target druid strategy for quite some time because I thought the quality of deck that you had to bring to target druid was so low that you're going to play against druid, and yes, you might go 2-1 against druid, right? You'll win 2 games because you have favored matchups, but druid will probably sneak out of there because it has these blowout draws that are pretty much impossible to compete with. And then your lineup just sucks because you've brought bad decks and you still have to close out the series against the remaining decks that your opponent has. Gyu's lineup doesn't have that problem. So Gyu can go 1-1 in a series against druid and still feel fine because he has other good matchups. In fact, in his opening series, he lost the first game off stream against Insane to druid. So the deck that he's targeting got out of the series immediately, and he then swept from that point and won 3-1 anyway, which I think goes to show the power of his lineup as a whole.
100%, and it's something we've seen, something sort of half mentioned in when we were opening the show today, is that we've been around a while now. We've seen it all with Hearthstone in terms of submission styles and what decks and approaches people take. And we've seen these approaches of, we'll target this one deck, but we will go all in targeting this one deck, right? Whereas this is not like that, and I agree. I think this is where the lineup looks really good. Is it's not like Gyu's got 4 completely off the wall decks that all just a hyper tech for druid. It's just sort of lent towards druid, with the warrior sort of being the anchor, right, of being that sort of annoying deck to create the scenario where druid's going to be weak in a lot of these lineups for his opponents. So I think it's really good, but of course it's not like he's going hyper all in when it's like, well, Paladin's quite good, or the Rogue is good, and obviously it's playing Death Knight, which is one of the most popular decks right now, which everyone's playing. So, 100% agree. It's not so far that way where you either win the tournament or come last, which we've seen some players in the past take that approach to lineup building. But yeah, definitely not the case for Gyu. But even then, we've seen Gabby do some amazing things, right? And if there's someone who's going to pull something out the bag, even if it does get a little bit rough, it is going to be Gabby. Looks like we've jumped ahead a little bit as we get into game number 3. It's of course going to be the Paladin versus the Rogue.
Yeah, and if you had spoken to me, 48 hours ago, I would express a lot of surprise at how much Rogue we're probably going to end up seeing in this tournament. Not because Rogue is a powerful deck, isn't a powerful deck that shouldn't be brought to the tournament. Quite the opposite. 48 hours ago, where I was in my prediction for the tournament would be that Rogue was just being banned pretty universally by everyone. But things developed so quickly over the last kind of day or two building up to submission that even though we're seeing someone who's diverted from the good deck strategy quite a little bit, with Gyu, with the warrior, of course, he wants to leave up Rogue specifically because he does have all of that minion destruction, which is so powerful against what they want to do. But I think even the good decks lineups, when they play against each other, when Rogue Druid Paladin Death Knight plays against Rogue Druid Paladin Death Knight, I think we're going to see Paladin bans quite often in those series, which is so wild to me considering where I was in the prep for this tournament just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, we're going to see the Resistance Aura come out nice and early. Again, the Aura is kind of interesting because it's very different in different matchups, right? Like, it's way better against, the likes of Rogue earlier, but then some matchups you really want it in a bit of the late game to stop some key turns or some key cards coming out on curve. Whereas against the Rogue, it can be a little bit better here just to stop any true shenanigans coming out. But Gabby, he's kind of okay with it with this opening, right? Got the sort of early, sort of just good minion opening, I guess, that can just do stuff by themselves, right? Not require these combos with spells or anything. So not too bad at all to go into this Resistance Aura.
Yeah, I suspect you'll just see a couple of minions being played out here from Gabby, and then when the Resistance Aura goes away, that's when you will see the pop-off turn actually happen with the Twisted Web Weaver, potentially, depending on what the next couple of draws are. Just having access to Dubious Purchase, though, is going to be so potentially huge. Because Paladins really thrive off that base of minions. Just having a minion stick on the board at the start of their turn that they can start landing boards on. So just having that universal removal with the dubious purchase is going to be pretty huge in the next couple of turns, I would imagine.
Yeah, and this is going pretty well, though, here for Gabby, because Q's just, again, kind of spent the turn defending and still left a minion on the board,
perfect.
right? So Gabby has a little bit more freedom now to keep the pressure up, because if Q had a resistance aura and then managed to put out a few minions and gain board control early, that's when things get a little bit more difficult, because then the pressure's been piling on from the Paladin. But Gabby's, basically the aggressor right now, and Q defending with everything they've got is going to be a little bit slow, as there's actually just 0 minions in Q's hand for now.
Space Rock Collector was such a fantastic draw. You just wanted a draw off the top of a minion that you haven't played yet, just to fill out some mana, which is absolutely perfect. Space Rock Collector, of course, now also discounts the remainder of Gabby's hand, so he's so nicely set up for the pop-off turn with Twisted Web Weaver next turn. Small detail as well, like this isn't a super high level thing, but a lot of people, when they sort of understand the goal of this deck, which is, drawing through your deck until you get tons of meteors or incendious eruptions in your deck, might think that the Blood Mage is supposed to be used exclusively as a combo card for when you're about to draw a ton of those cards. Gabby here recognizing, spend some mana, get the card on the board, use it to draw one more card, which will increase the power of my pop-off turn next turn. And the more powerful my pop-off turn is next turn, the more likely I am to draw double giant, which kind of ends the game on the spot if I'm able to do that next turn.
And also, even the benefit of, it's a 1-1, but Divine Shields are a thing that exist in this matchup, right? So, it might ping a shield, draw a card, do the, tick a lot of boxes. So, completely agree. Giants down here, though, for Gu. So, basically, if that wasn't a minion that turn for Gu, things would have been pretty grim.
Okay, things got a little awkward. This is very nicely played from Gyu to engineer specifically around dubious purchase. That's, I think, what 90% of this specific setup that Gyu's gone for here was about. Gabby drawing the meteor off the top, really wanted to hit the Divine Shield and not the Giant, which would have made the dubious purchase turn a lot easier.
Yeah, the inability to isolate the 8/8 is a big deal here.
Yep.
I'm even trying to look, and it really is that aura is really annoying, isn't it, for Gabby? Because you could probably build something to deal with this with the likes of Manager, blah, blah, coins or whatever, but because that aura's just been a little bit awkward, so it looks like Gabby's just going to clear the Giant the old-fashioned way and just retains the dubious purchase, but it does mean that the card draw is going to be reduced to that Eat the Imp, and he's going to have to maybe work something out with purchase a little bit later on.
Yep. And the purchase will pretty much always find targets. Like, okay, you just killed an 8/8 and left up a 3/3. That 3/3 is going to get some buffs this turn. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah.
So it'll still be a nice, juicy target if you can engineer it on a following turn.
And also, a large part of the card is the card draw itself, right? Sometimes you just rip it with a prep just because you want to draw 3 cards or whatever, draw some cards or whatever. But the kill sometimes is clutch, like it would have been last turn if possible, but a lot of the power of the card is that card draw, so even at worst case you never feel that bad about playing it.
Same setup from Gyu, certainly still behind in the position he's in, but you just see the engineering of the board state. Didn't want to put both sunscreens onto the minion that could attack, because that would mean that Gabby could just trade the Wisp into the 1/1 and then rip a dubious purchase to clear up the board entirely, just making Gabby have to work that little bit harder for those clears. Does get rewarded for it. And I believe is yet to play a duplicate minion, despite playing minions basically every turn. He has only played the first copy of every minion so far.
But does have a couple of duplicates in hand ready to go, right?
Yep. Ready for the Twisted Web Weaver.
Yeah, this 5/7's looking a bit threatening, but again, the big problem is without Shaladrisil, the reach for the Paladin is very difficult. As you said, if they can't stick a minion, it gets pretty hard. So Sea Shanty's going to help out Q with that a lot. But the second Gabby can clear this board because of just the insane card advantage that he has, obviously because he'll have the knowledge 2 of those cards are coins in hand, then it's going to be very difficult for Q to get back into this if this board is dealt.
So we are likely gonna see the steps on the asteroids here. Immediately, wow, diversion to the backstab. Quite often you see that backstab used on your own Ever-Burning Phoenix, just because you can kill it, get it back to your hand, replay it.
Yeah.
But you can see how heavily Gabby knows the priority is dealing with the board state here, backstabbing one of the undamaged minions in order to maximize his ability to try and get those clears with the asteroids.
Yeah, I think everything came together to make this just pretty nice. Like the Shadow Step especially, and now there's another one there as well. Means that there didn't have to be any massive backstab shenanigans.
Steps the Mauler, backstab again, clearing up the 1/1. We still have plenty of draws to go here. Should get all of these asteroids out of the deck. And there is currently, what, 4, 5, 12, 14? You need 7 asteroids, which I think he's good on. So it should be a full clear and 2 giants here, if he gets all the actions through. I believe there are still 4 left. Are they all asteroids, the remaining cards?
I think so, right?
I'm out of cards.
Okay, does go face with the last few, so the minion does stay up, but still probably feel that is good enough in the situation.
Yeah, again, just the hand size for Gyu and 2 of them being coins is a bit of a disaster, right? Because even Lanessa draw that we can see wouldn't really achieve anything. So it's going to be very, very difficult indeed. The pop-off turn was just so good, and having that guaranteed clear with all that card draw on the asteroids, making that work, well, not guaranteed, but close enough, making that work really well. So Gabby, yeah, going to take the victory with the Rogue there. And we just see again, just Gyu just sort of be forced into kind of going all in, just not getting the card draw, not getting access to everything, to be able to keep the pressure up across multiple turns. And that is one of the weaknesses of Paladin. You basically ask your opponent, can you clear X amount of waves of minions? But if that X number ends up being like 2, 2 waves, then, well, yeah, most decks can, right? And if they can clear that and it's a deck that can draw resources, it is going to be a bit of an uphill climb. So Gabby suddenly now in the lead. But there is the last deck, Sottle, which, shock horror, we've come down to Druid as being the one that needs to get over the hill.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I do think Gabby is a small favourite from here, because I don't think... This isn't the situation you were talking before, like, Frozen is the classic example, where Frozen, allegedly had, like, 3 80% matchups against Control Warrior, I believe it was. Didn't pan out being the case, but if that's your scenario, you are technically favored to win a series, even if they're 2-0 up in this situation. If your matchups are that good, I think Gyu has one decent favorable in Paladin against Druid, and one I would argue possibly even 50-50, but maybe slightly favored matchup in Pyro Rogue. So the player who is 2-1 up is still favored in that scenario because they have 2 bites at the cherry in a situation where they're only slightly unfavored to get there. But the Paladin so far has been extremely disappointing for Gyu. I think largely because have we seen a single Libram of Clarity get played in the entire series so far?
I don't. No, because I think we just saw it from Gabby game 1, right? I think we saw one, and I think it was Gabby's game 1, not Gyu's, obviously. So I don't think so.
That is how you're going to run out of gas, because specifically, if you don't know what card I'm referring to, it just draws 2 minions. It has other text as well, but it is in this deck purely because it says draw 2 minions on it. And the minions are just so uniquely powerful in the deck. They're your big power turns with the light bots coming down, and then obviously it gives you a great chance because of the small number of minions to just grab that Lanessa in your hand, which is what makes all of the magic happen. With the deck. So without that card specifically, you can feel a little bit starved of resources a lot of the time, which we have seen from Gyu. So I think if he can keep resources high with Paladin against Druid, you're usually fine as long as you can land Resistance Aura at some point. It's such a devastating lockout to Spell Druid in general. And I imagine we will probably be coming down to the result of the Rogue Druid matchup in this one if I had to place a bet on the outcome.
Yeah, it definitely feels like an uphill climb because, as we mentioned, Druid does have its weaknesses, but just the fact that it has so many options to have these pop-off turns, clear the board, and also put some board pressure on as well, potentially, right? With some of those early game options, it can be a bit tough. We are going to check out that Rogue deck. Again, going back to what I was talking about a little bit earlier when we saw it, I am a fan of Pirate Rogue. I like the way it plays. I think it's strong enough to keep up. Obviously, we saw quite the display from Gabby on the other Rogue, the Cycle Rogue, just then. So by no means am I saying this is, better or the best, but I just like the deck play style. But I think a lot of the power of this deck, especially in the matchups that we have left, is going to fall onto that Crystal Cove. Like, if Gyu can get Crystal Cove available early, maybe not even necessarily on curve, but within the first 4 turns at least of the game, that changes what you can do so much, changes the early game pressure you can put on, and it changes matchups up completely. And if that's not available, it's going to be a lot of minions that Gabby can deal with without having to pull anything special out the bag, right? If the minions aren't these sort of 5/5s waves that you can generate with Crystal Cove, it becomes way more manageable for the Druid to be able to sort of take them apart piece by piece, even if it's not optimal for the Druid to do so.
Favorite card, Coin. I've only just noticed. That's a good choice. That's a good choice. A real hipster choice, but I do like it.
Good old,
I do think
reliable.
There was a great piece of info on Gyu's player card there as well, where so players, despite it doesn't matter what region players are for, their qualification is tied to region, but they're allowed to play on whichever ladder they want to. So Gyu qualified via finishing rank 2 twice on the Americas server, where he was pipped to rank 1 twice by his current opponent, Gabby. So we might have a bit of a final boss situation heating up. If Gabby can find his way out of this one with the unfavored lineup, after pipping Gyu to rank 1 twice on the server that they were both choosing to compete on, I think we might have a bit of a burgeoning rivalry coming between these two players, although it would be a little bit one-sided at that point if that ends up being the result.
I think it's more likely that it becomes you always have, when you play any game, or at least in my experience many others, in a competitive game, if you hit the similar people, whether it's on ladder or in tournaments, I feel like a lot of people in their experience have a player they cannot beat. There's no good reason why they can't beat them. They just don't. And I feel like that could potentially become the case if that happens, because just missing out on the one from obviously Gabby there is frustrating, and then doing it in a tournament like this, extra frustrating. Although important to remind everyone, the loser of this is not knocked out by any means. They will be then knocked down to the elimination bracket. So the loser still has a chance to make it to Sunday. It's just obviously both of them want to win, because then their job's done for the next day and a half, which is the clear goal for these players, to get this done as fast as possible. But let's dive into the next game. We've got Gabby on the Druid on the bottom and Gyu on the Rogue, and this hand is looking quite nice.
All right, no additional Buccaneer, but already has the Buccaneer in hand. Really just Lucky Comet being played for the combo effect. If you get the extra Buccaneer off it, that's nice. I believe 60% of the time you hit a Buccaneer.
Just having Cove, even the water cannon as well, is just like, it's such a big deal having that available, because the pressure can just start like ASAP.
Probably new heights.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to at least pause for a second to think about the additional chalice there, just because it is so much clearing power. I was going to say fairly medium start for Gabby and fairly medium start for Gyu as well. Like, they're decent starts that you're happy to see. Location into Toy Chest is a fine start for Druid, but it's not location into Beetles. And Gabby does not have Tree in his opening hand, a Mirdrasil.
Yep.
I will just be referring to it as Tree for the majority of the broadcast, because I don't want to say a Mirdrasil all the time.
Ooh, this pickup was nice, though.
This was a great combo activator to have, whereas Gyu had the location, had a Buccaneer, didn't have the Lucky Comet, didn't have an activator, but then immediately ripped the Lucky Comet off the top on the first draw of the game, which gave him such a powerful out.
Yeah, and just look at the difference. I know it's probably a bit easy to say, but even though that was cleared, look what it took versus imagine this turn or these turns without the location for Q. You just feel pitiful, right? Even if it's just like a swipe. So yeah, pretty big deal there. Does have the boat available. So one of my favorite cards actually is this boat. Because drawing cards is fun. Not going to do too much this turn, but is going to provide a little bit more power, seeing how much removal Gabby just used then.
Tough turn. You can just play the clear again. You could also just coin Incendious while you feel like you have the chance to. But there's also just the opportunity to just play the other New Heights, which I think is very appealing in this spot.
That's what I was looking at, yeah. Just the clear's pretty straightforward. You've got New Heights because there's sleep, right? Like, you've got sleep, so you can almost overcommit on the clear this early because you have access to sleep.
Ooh.
Okay,
that
pressure.
is an extremely cheap Shaladrasil on the following turn.
Yeah, and good pressure this turn with the location timing, right? So like this now needs removing. Gabby's just spent 2 turns using nearly everything in the hand to remove the previous 2 waves.
Yeah, and I think
this is
Gabby...
something that... Oh, go on.
I was just going to say, I think Gabby really wanted a release valve on this turn. He wanted just a little gap in pressure where he could perhaps land the Incendious and just have a setup. Because if you can land that Incendious safely against Rogue, you're in such a good spot, as long as the eruptions don't come out immediately, where you can just call on them on demand to clear up these boards that you see.
Yeah, and I think this is something we talked about yesterday when we were just playing games with the other players' decks and lineups, is that the Pirate Rogue is, like, feels way more relentless than it does looking at the deck list, right? Like, the pressure is almost endless here. From Gu, as there's more where that came from. But Gabby going is going to drop that Incendious and just say go.
That is bold. Armor, refresh. So basically played sleep just for 5 armor and then refresh mana just to get the Incendious back.
I guess it was just
bold.
Yeah, I suppose it was just so this might just be what he needs to clear going forward. Like maybe the draws just have to be that good. There is Oaken Summons and Innovate in the hand as well. But now with the Dubious, is this just a back off on the Shaladrasil and just Dubious this?
I really want to get the Shaladrasil open, though. It's such a clean, like, 2-turn lethal threat to have the Shaladrasil cards open in your hand. It's a really critical turning point for the game because you can say, all right, I'm just going to leave the Incendious up because I'm going to kill my opponent before that becomes relevant. But that's such a terrifying thing to do against Druid specifically.
Okay, looks like he's going to go Shaladrasil, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so too. Because you can just dream it back. You want to cash out the Nightmare now because you can't use the Nightmare on the token that comes out of the weapon.
Yeah, correct.
That's not how that works. So as long as you can cash that out now, next turn you have Awakens, which clears most boards that can be made, plus click button, plus swing face, with the Pirate definitely going face on the following turn, which should be a pretty clean 2-turn lethal setup from that point.
Yeah, and Gabby just hard locking in this turn already, knowing exactly what needs to be done. But what are even the options? That's 12. It's what, 13 with the Ysera plus the swing? And that should be enough, right? For Gu? I think that's just it's open knowledge as well, right?
Yep. Just make sure you do everything in the right order. It was worth going for. There was a side quest there for Gabby, which was, even if I can't hit lethal, which is very difficult, maybe I can get my opponent to 5 or below.
Right,
and then
so they can't, yeah.
Then we're forcing a draw, potentially, with Ysera Awakens, perhaps even more so, because then you can't Awakens to clear before
and then swing,
you swing with the Pirate as well. So there was a little bit of side questing going on where there were outs for Gabby to face maybe slightly weird niche outs where Ysera Awakens just didn't become a clean win condition, but even that, I think, was pretty darn unlikely from the spot he was in. So yeah, I think great recognition on the Shaladrasil turn specifically. to not be too scared of the Incendious tokens. Like, whatever, dream it back to the hand. What are they going to do? Spend another 7 mana on another Incendious? Like, absolutely
The problem
not.
is,
They're
though,
mega dead
when you're
in that
against
position.
Druid, you think, but they could, because they sometimes have infinite mana, you know, and you're like, wait a minute. But yeah, that is the fear you need to sort of push out of, like, okay, in extreme circumstances, Druid can do very silly things, obviously, but you have to just say, look, how likely is it? And if the second they don't do it, I just kind of win. So yeah, I really respect that. And I think we saw then again the power of, as I said before the game started, if Rogue can just get the location down early, you know, on curve at least roughly, and then start pushing and pushing, the relentlessness of that deck is actually really good. You can just go wave after wave after wave of minions and pressure, especially when you've got location plus weapon, and then the follow-up of all the you know, sort of duplicated minions. So yeah, really nice there with the Rogue. And we're coming down to the Paladin versus Druid matchup, and I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little bit scared for Q's Paladin, which feels wrong, but just the way we've been seeing it, and we know what Druid can do, it feels not as favored as I think it should be.
Yeah, there was a period not too long ago, a few days ago, where probably consensus opinion towards the top players and the players who are in this field that Druid might be the best deck in the game overall. Even at that point in time, there was still kind of consensus that, but if you run into Paladin, you have a bad time, right? I don't think anyone has ever really disputed that Paladin has a good matchup against Druid. But the way that Yu has been drawing up until now has been a bit miserable, but now we see the difference. There is that crucial Libram of clarity in hand for Yu, which could end up making all the difference here, and already has a flickering light bot to back it all up.
Yeah, it's just a good thing where you're just like, I have stuff to do as Paladin early on, right? I can actually get to things. Slither Spear as well as a pickup. Not sure if that's gonna... is it going to be worth bringing down now? There is a sun screaming there, but... Although on the other side, Gabby does have the double spell damage locations, right? Does have new heights as well, so not completely out.
Yeah, Resistance Aura played extremely early, though. Which will mean that Gabby is going to have to wait a little bit before he can start really rolling with any kind of curve. I believe there should be one more turn of Resistance Aura. So this lands. This Slither Spear just hits you, and there is nothing you can do about it. Go with the flow, I think, would be your only out here to prevent damage, just using it for freeze.
Well, there's even the heal option, right? To make it that bit more difficult. I mean, it's difficult with double spell damage on board, but at least you make them click it, right? Or click both, I suppose. Potentially, anyway. I don't hate.
And it is going into their. It's also going into their turn 4, and if you do force them to clear this board, that probably means they're not playing Tree. Yeah. You've also locked out New Heights from the previous turn, which would probably also mean they're not playing New Heights this turn, because technically those things cost the same amount of mana, right? Like Amir Drasil costs 4, but it gives you 1 back, so it only really costs you 3 on the turn that you played it. So you're locking out both of those plays from happening, which is a real detriment to the progressive game plan of Druid. And you just get to push a butt ton of damage immediately.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, huge draw. Huge draw.
And the good thing as well for Q is there is follow-up, right? It's not all in. You know, it's not like, well, I need to make this work or I've lost. Like, there is follow-up. There's the light bot. There's the Libram that we talked about straight away. But yes, this is the Woodland pickup for Gabby is a big, big deal right now. Just have something to be able to do. Or is this going to be Coin Vista?
Wow!
Both players just saying this is what we need to do. Final game of the match. The winner of this moves on.
Hey, deeply unexpected.
I respect it.
I probably have the least respect for Vista in this deck out of any player currently breathing on our green planet. So this is an enormous surprise to me specifically.
I think
I do think If I'm being unbiased, I do think Paladin and Pirate Rogue are the two best Vista matches. If you absolutely threatened my life and forced me to say positive things about Vista.
Yeah, 100%. Because as you kind of just want stuff, and then when there's spells that like Chalice going down, you just need to clear the board, right?
But yeah, I think the plan here for Gabby is just going to be sacrifice a little bit of extra health to this Slither Spear, but then New Heights and Woodland Wonders specifically being loaded up into Vista. Those are probably the two most powerful spells that you can get loaded up in there. Wow. Alright, fine.
Oh, okay.
Alright, fine.
I will accept this. There's a other resistance aura as well, which could
that's
come
huge.
in close.
That's huge.
Now if there's all in this coming off, could get into some fun times here for you.
Right, tons of chalices getting thrown down. Clearing this up. Woodland Wonders will fit in as well. This is obviously all juiced in the Vista. We will have to pay a little bit of a two-hand size if we start to throw some card draw spells into this Vista as well.
Right.
Just because each of those chalices reappears in hand in the form that it was cast, right? So if you cast a chalice with 3 spells remaining, if you cast a chalice with 3 spells remaining, the effect of that card is also to add the 2 chalices remaining card to your hand, which Vista also duplicates when it recasts the spell. So your hand fills up with chalices very, very quickly.
Oh, there's Lanissa as well, though. There's Lanissa, Resistance Aura, and stuff. Do you like the... Oh, there'll be enough. Sorry, I can't count. There's enough mana to play the manager next turn. Oh.
Yep. Although, you've got to have a think about total number of holy spells. Not sure what the 8 mana bots are on right now. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah,
never mind.
0.
Then we are big chilling, as they say. Okay, I'm a tiny bit surprised that they're all coming down now, unless the Resistance Aura is also now going to be played, which is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
One sec.
Okay, Go With The Flow is actually a really nice pickup here, I think. Allows you to clear up such a huge chunk of this board. Yeah, very, very nice. Ooh, the Shanty pickup! This board is about to get enormous.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? Because is this just all in now?
I think so.
Do anything?
Yeah.
Is there? I was wondering whether you ever try and do multiple waves. Like, does Q need a second wave? Is that something he needs to consider? Like, is it ever worth holding the Shanty with the sunscreen buffs that are available on board now, or is that board too small?
I just don't think the board you build is going to be threatening enough now if you don't commit the sea shanty.
Yeah. It's just a bit short, right?
Yeah, you'd then be losing to just the taunts being resummoned or the second lot of taunts being played, right? You just wouldn't have enough individual attacks to get through and push face. So I think you absolutely have to take the all in here. And now the third Vista proc is going to go off.
Happen, yeah.
Go With The Flow will freeze something. It's one of the smallest minions. Swipe does not hit a low health target. Chalices do not hit low health targets. Nothing happened. Oh my goodness. That was a terrible resolution of the Vista. Super unlucky outcome, I think, there for Gabby.
Yeah, and the Charles is costing 2, just limits stuff as well. It's just not looking the best, is it? The Linus is going to stay up. Oof.
And lethal on board, right? No. No, not quite. No.
No, but with the glow sticks, it should be fine, right?
Glow sticks will do it. Glow sticks will
Yeah.
push, and it is the druid that's going to fall by the wayside. Gyu's lineup working as intended. Warrior eats the ban. Gyu gets to play all three of the conventional good decks, with the Pirate Rogue thrown in there as well, of course. But in the end, 2 back-to-back losses for the druid means Gyu finds his way out of the series. And again, we have to give this context, right? Because what that means now is that Gyu has come out of the group in winners with a lineup that has a predominantly target druid strategy in one series by successfully targeting druid, and in the other series druid winning immediately, but his deck still just being good Hearthstone decks that took down the rest of the series. That is an incredibly promising sign for the rest of the tournament for Gyu, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. But you could see the relief on camera as soon as he won, because that was it. Even though we've talked a lot about Gyu's strategy, of course, and how well thought out it is, and how it seemingly so far is paying off very well, it's not a walk in the park. Not only because obviously the players that he's playing against are incredibly good, but also it's not a strategy that's like, oh yeah, this just auto wins, right? We saw how close these games were. We saw the Paladins struggling a little bit for both players, honestly. The Paladins were not looking overly impressive for either player right now. We'll no doubt be seeing a lot more Paladin over the course of this weekend, so we'll create a more full view as time goes on.
Well, it is getting banned a fair amount already, even in the off-screen
okay.
games that we've seen. So
But yeah, definitely a tough one for Gyu, but a huge congratulations for him making it through. Let's check out that bracket and see how it stands now that Gyu sort of has secured himself a spot on Sunday into that top 8. We will have Gabby now awaiting the winner of the matchup between Insane and Mutaba. And again, as I mentioned, in case you weren't here earlier and maybe not familiar with how the brackets work, any player who loses in that bottom section of the bracket, the elimination section and the decider, is done. They are knocked out of the tournament, and it's going to be a better luck next time kind of scenario for those. So for the next few matches, a lot on the line for these players. Tournament life is everything right now.
And if you will permit me one more glowing testament to Gyu's Hearthstone play, if you're going to play at the absolute very top level, you have to understand when to break from convention. And sometimes, like, being very good at Hearthstone comes from understanding matchups. Like, each individual matchup for the deck you want to play, understanding the nuances of those matchup and how you play your deck differently. Being an elite Hearthstone player is knowing when to break those conventions. Yeah. And if you ask a good, experienced Hearthstone player how you play the matchup of Paladin versus Druid, they will tell you, draw your Lanessa and then play a swing turn where you make a huge board and play Lanessa Resistance Aura in the same turn and completely lock out the Druid. Gyu did none of that. He played a Resistance Aura on turn 2, and then he played his big tempo turn the turn before he played Lanessa, involving a Resistance Aura, and then just followed up with the Lanessa after that, which I think is fantastic recognition of just what each individual hand calls for on each individual basis, disrupting the Vista on the other side in this particular use case that we had in this particular game. Incredibly well played from Gyu, and yeah, I wish I'd picked him. That's
No,
all I got now.
No more talk of this. We agreed. But yeah, huge congratulations to Gyu making it through Group A. But guys, that was just match 1 that we have on stream. A really close back and forth matchup. We've got plenty more Hearthstone coming right up. But we are going to go to a quick break while we get the next one ready for you lot. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Masters Tour Spring Championship here on Play Hearthstone. And I need Edelweiss to bring me back to ground a little bit here, because it sounds from the cast we just watched as if we've just got the whole weekend is about who can beat Gu. We've already seen one match. Surely it's not that simple, right?
Yeah, well, I was playing some of the Warrior earlier after Sottle came back and said, actually, this might be the best lineup. And I see why it's being banned. It's performing exceptionally well into current meta decks, even some sort of new ones that have popped up on. And once that's banned, then he just has kind of all the best decks remaining. And it certainly seems like a tough one to beat, going 2-0 out of that Group A.
Yeah, we're going to do one of those movies now, which is you may be wondering how we got here. So we've seen the lineup that we're calling is the best lineup, the one that beats all the lineups. We're about to watch two players who brought like the lineup, the base one, good 4 decks, how they interact lineup. And hopefully after you've seen this, you'll have an idea of why we're waxing so lyrical about Gu's lineup, because it's like the perfect level above them. I think this might help everyone really visualize what's going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly, when we did predictions, I always just kind of go with my heart. Who do I like? Who do I hope is going to win? But once Sottle sort of explained his reasoning and framed it all out, and I started playing some of that Warrior, I was just like, oh man, this is going to be a really tough one to beat.
Yeah, it comes down as well, the Warrior, not just because it's a good deck, but some of the tech cards. And again, hopefully we'll get a chance to get into that either today in this match, or, we're going to see this lineup quite a few times. It is the most popular lineup. It's going to be Insane versus Mutaba. Insane really going for it this year. He's been tryharding for 3 or 4 years now. He's always been a part of the scene for 8 or 9 years. But rank 1 legend. He's having a good old time going for it. And Mutaba, we don't know that much about.
Yeah, honestly, this tournament has quite a few names we do know, but Mutaba is definitely one of the ones that is a little less well known. Lineup-wise, though, yeah, pretty bog standard, best decks, and so many of these players made it here on grinding ladder. I believe Mutaba is one who made it from playoffs, right? Which is a new avenue. So we're getting to see sort of people who have exercised a bit different skills. Ladder is a very specific kind of skill. Lineup building and playing in something like playoffs is another one. And I think there's always some kind of tension on like which is sort of a better demonstrator, because you can just get lucky for one event. But also, if what you are accustomed to doing is just playing tournaments, sometimes it means that you are better at building a lineup than some of the ladder grinders.
Yeah, I really like this year's system. I actually had a go myself as well. Anybody can enter in the lower stage qualifiers. You can get yourself into those playoffs where you get in amongst the ladder people and such like. And for the playoffs, you can get into this event. Check out Play Hearthstone to have a look to see if you want to enter, if you want to take part. There's an esports tab on their news page. And you can get involved as well. Like several thousand people already have tried to enter those tournaments. And it's not restricted. It's first come, first serve. There's a lot of spots available. But just to emphasize both sides of what you said, I think the lowest ranked ladder player in this tournament was 56 or 54. So even though everybody had a go, I was playing against people who were gold, I was playing against people who were 5,000, I played somebody who's top 50, didn't win that one. Everybody is thrown in there together, but it is still producing the better players in the tournament. So everyone gets to go, but the better players get through. Can't ask for more than that.
Yeah, it just adds a little bit more elements of opportunity, right? So that we do get, new players rising up, and yeah, most of the skills do translate in terms of how you perform on ladder, how you perform in a tournament. I'm excited to see Mutaba play this rogue, given that his favorite deck is classic Miracle Rogue. So maybe we'll get to see some of that expertise later.
Yeah, that's fun. There are differences in their decks. I think I counted when I went through something like 6 cards difference across the whole lineup. Mutabar's Rogue has 2 digs and not 2 flames. Insane's Rogue has 2 flames, not 2 digs. It's all personal preference, how the game's treated you, you know, what scars you've had from certain cards going wrong. Just tiny tweaks to tune, sometimes even to your own style of play in the deck.
Wow, looks like we've got 2 Rogue favorites here with favorite card Shadow Step and Boar Priest,
Nice.
which was basically a Rogue Priest deck.
Well, I don't know how many of these are true and how many of them are lies. I don't know how. He'll probably tell his chat. Top 100 in the world for GeoGuessr sounds likely. Greatest achievement 93 legend with Weapon Rogue. I mean, enjoy that, buddy. Thanks, Insane. Favorite card Shadow Step? Is that trolling people? It might be.
Maybe.
Favorite decks? They look like real decks.
Yeah, when it comes to those card differences, though, like you mentioned, I think Living Flame, it's just a nod to the fact that getting Eat the Imp early on is so crucial to just getting your draw engine rolling, right? You have to land either like a Prep Dubious Purchase or an Eat the Imp just to kind of get the requisite number of cards in hand to be able to piece it all together. And of course, the Web Weaver Phoenix combo being the main engine of the deck, where you just draw through the entire thing, get out your giants, hope they hit, meanwhile shuffling in asteroids, and eventually Incendious is just a Pyroblast.
Okay, well, we are off. Let's have a look at what the Druid difference is. Oh, it is Insane's Druid that's got the slightly weird tech, which we'll worry about more when it comes to it, but he's dropped 1 flow, and he's playing one of the cards that draws 3 and burns your cards. It's just names forgetting, as always.
Yes, it's a mage
Burn
card.
down. There you go. Burn down, yeah. So, opening hand. Mutabar has not drawn any of the spell damage. He's not drawn the tree location. This is a rubbish-looking hand.
Yeah, not really the hand I want to have on the Druid, particularly against this rogue hand. One of the kind of silly things that you can do with this rogue is, just Shadow Step that your next combo card costs 1 less, and because that discount carries over turns, you get to do little things like this, where you can play a turn to Dubious Purchase if you want. No preparation required.
I love how every card in your deck just turns into draw a card, so Shadow Stepping just anything is just not a problem. It's so strange.
Oof. Yeah, and I think this is an indication that Insane that things are probably looking pretty well for him. No ramp on 3.
He won't be happy until next turn, though, right?
Right, yeah. Gotta see that no Emir Drasil.
But yeah, he takes the hint. No need to panic. Just fill his hand up with stuff.
Yeah, no need to panic, no need to combo. You know, that 2-1 is primarily there to kind of grease the wheels of the deck. And so if you don't need it there, you can just save it. You always want to make sure that you can get your Phoenix discounted to 0 on the turn that you pop off with Web Weavers, which is probably next turn.
Really tough choice here for Mutabar, in my opinion, at least. He would quite like to play the Vista next turn, not because it's particularly amazing, but because he's really low on stuff. If he plays the Vista next turn, he kind of wants to play the Oracle now, just to distract Insane briefly, because no asteroids are in the deck just yet. But realistically, he probably wants to Oracle and Chalice next turn, just to A, kill something, and B, draw some cards that aren't the cards that are currently in his hand.
Yeah, really just a tough spot. Gonna give Insane the good news of no Emir Drasil, but honestly, I would even feel okay into Emir Drasil with this rogue hand, and we're just about to see most of the deck get played, I suspect.
Yeah, he's just going for it as well. Sometimes people will hold back one of these early on, just in case there's a reload needed, but he's just going to win the game.
Yeah.
Decided that's the best plan.
Both Phoenixes. One of the reasons Backstab is in this deck is, like, yes, in a pinch, you can use it on opposing minions, but it's really here just to kill off your own Phoenixes so you can replay them, draw another couple of cards with the Web Weavers.
Yeah, it's so disgusting how every card in your deck is just draw another card, backstab, draw a card, shadow step, draw a card. That's not what it says on your cards. How is this happening?
Yeah, and
He's going to get 2 giants down for sure.
oh yeah, even the O managers you can use just to kill off one of your own minions.
Yeah, I'd have a coin, draw a card. It's fine.
Gonna have some board space and sort of hand space issues here, but I'm quite confident that Insane will get down both giants, as that is the primary goal in this turn. Turn 4, by the way, going into Matuba's turn 5, and yeah, there you go.
5 cards in his deck. So, for a little while, there was a version of this going around with no Incendious, and this is why. How would you ever bother with an Incendious in this position? Like, you've only got 4 mana. You're not doing anything with Incendious till turn 7. So for a while, it was cut, and people were adding 1-drops to their deck and stuff to keep the game going after turn 5, but this it's just silly, isn't it?
I mean, I think that
When it does the thing.
that's been the argument for Menagerie Jug instead, right? Is you know that you've got Phoenixes. Now, this is a bit awkward. Full hand means the Phoenixes are gone after being cleared here. That's the disadvantage to sometimes going all in on Webweaver, but there's still I think 1 Shadow Step for Maulers, and of course that Incendious that has not yet been played, but it's a couple turns away for that Incendious.
Yeah, only going to connect for 8 from that massive board due to the way spell damage and swipes work. Obviously, there's going to be a large amount of damage from the asteroids still to come. Card draw is going to exist with Eat the Int and the Wisp when the Incendious does arrive. But for now, at least the illusion of some breathing space for Mutaba.
Breathing space with 8/5, 3/2, a couple other minions.
Yeah,
Witness
be fine.
arcane magic.
Could go wrong.
Last Drink maybe picks up the other one. Living Roots is okay. Clears 3 damage. I think you have to do it.
I think so. You have to, and it doesn't work, but you have to quickly process. You could make, in some situations that aren't this situation, you can make 1/1s to protect yourself from some asteroids, but yeah. With dagger load and all that stuff, you just kill the thing.
Yeah, and this is the reason the Thalnos is there. Just so you can guarantee some spell damage. Backstab clears up the Oracle
Lovely.
to make sure these rocks go face. Turns out, when you draw your whole deck, the asteroids are just burn on demand.
Yeah, really, really powerful when you draw the deck. I know that many of us have seen that a lot of times already. It's been sort of the main deck on ladder, at least in the higher ranks. I think Death Knight might surpass it in the more sort of sub-legend ranks. I think people enjoy playing Death Knight at the moment. But yeah, that we've seen that 1,000 times, and I know it never stops being fascinating to me. I quite enjoy watching that deck.
It's fun to watch. If you are not used to it, it is stressful to play because there's a lot of actions you have to get done in one turn. Although I do find that of APM rogue decks we've had in Hearthstone's history, this is a little bit more straightforward in terms of how it runs out. Still, I think it's intimidating for a lot of people, and I have a lot of respect for the Pirate Rogue, which I think can put up some really good matchup numbers as well, but with not condensing everything down to one turn.
Yeah, I found that Rogue a little bit easier to get through without disasters than most. I think it's a little bit more forgiving, at least on ladder levels. At the top level, you can always squeeze a little bit more out of decks. You can always play your Thanos in the right turn, make sure the asteroid does exactly 3 to the 2/3, all that sort of stuff. But even at my level of Hearthstone, I can get through that without too much difficulty. But yeah, relief for Insane getting through there. I think we're going to see more and more. Forgetting the whole gear conversation's another thing, but I think we're going to see more and more. Trying to win with Druid is going to be the big deal in this tournament, even outside of decks lineups that are targeting it. It is not a weak deck by any means. It just interacts badly with the other commonly picked decks.
Yeah, it just has a lot more hands like the one we saw, where it's tricky to get things rolling, and obviously Amir Drasil is, I think, one of the top cards in the mulligan. If you have that, it represents 6 cards, 6 armor, some minions on board, which are mostly just speed bumps for the opponent. But without that, that's quite a few cards fewer. It's quite a bit less mana you have to work with. And sometimes you just are sitting on your late game cards with not a whole lot to do.
Yeah, so here's Insane's Druid. Have you played with Burn Down at all? We had a little look at it in playtesting, but...
Not so much in Druid. It's definitely one of those cards where you run it in a deck where the problem of your cards burning is very rarely going to come up. I don't think it's really the sort of card draw that you want to use in the earlier game in this deck, because obviously if you hit something like Incendius, that's going to be a huge problem. You hit Alonius, that's going to be a huge problem. So it is more of like the refill. I have to draw my flames. I forget what they're called. The Incendius cards. Yeah. Eruptions.
Eruptions? Yeah.
But since we have seen that occasionally, you're forced to use your other spells defensively, and you run out of cards. Maybe having that extra bit of refill felt more important than freeze or spell damage.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like the extra spell damage, the go with the flow, quite often is your third spell, get your 0 mana sleep. But on the other side of that, the burn down does function quite well with Mr. Vista, not necessarily because you want the extra 3 cards again, but because you can just throw stuff. And then when you throw stuff under Mr. Vista, it throws stuff again. Suddenly you've won the game, kind of by default. And what you described, the Incendius, a little bit slower, a little bit more consistent to have that extra card draw for your Incendiuses. I don't think there's a lot in it. I think I prefer the flow, but I'm not going to argue with Insane for many reasons.
Well, better Druid hand for Insane than Mutaba had, but Mutaba on the Rogue, all set with Living Flame and Twisted Web Weaver for later.
Mm-hmm.
Just need a minion to sacrifice with the Eat the Imp that's going to get drawn.
Yeah. I think the other thing it took me a little while to learn with the Rogue deck is just don't, and the Druid deck actually, both alike in that regard, is don't panic. You don't do much for 3 turns necessarily with the decks, so you chill.
Yeah. Insane thinking about doing this Living Roots for minions.
Do it.
Yeah.
I really like this. These can do so much damage sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's overlooked with Druid. Sometimes if you just do 10 damage with your minions, which you don't very often unless you get an early Woodland Wonders, you don't need to do all the owl stuff or even the spell damage stuff. You just point swipes and files at their face and they explode. The chip damage can be so important, and we're going to see that with some of the other decks play the Phenomenon, the more tokeny Druid, Starship Druid builds.
And I like this from Insane. Basically, you know that when this Living Flame dies, yes, it represents 3 damage while it's in play, but when it dies, it represents an Eat the Imp. And you don't really want to give your opponent that card draw without having to work for it. And as you say, that chip damage can be quite important. So Insane is just going to say, well, these minions are going to hit you, I'm going to hit you, I'm going to ramp next turn. If you want this draw, well, then that 3/2 is not hitting my face.
Yeah, absolutely. Mutaba has this really weird situation that I don't know if I've even seen this hand, where he might want to shadow step the 3/2 just so he can get card drawing, but then there's no EDM, so he probably won't. He'll just, be patient, wait one more turn again. That's really irritating for him then.
Gonna value the chip damage. I mean, you can wait for a backstab to kill it off yourself. That's sort of another way to do it, but Insane looking like it's gonna be ramp into ramp.
Looks like he's planning to use the O manager on it next turn, so he just didn't want the one on it, but...
Sure, yep. Oh no, he's gonna go ahead and step it, like you mentioned. Represents...
But in a sensible way, yeah.
Yeah, two cards with the Web Weavers. I think this is just sort of a recognition that you gotta get going, and so you hope you pick up the backstabs to be able to kill it for free. Cycling through, and not quite as effectively as Insane, because no Phoenix, but still, these minions now have to be dealt with, or the Web Weaver train will continue.
Yep. So I'm going to get my first wrong statement of the tournament out of the way. I don't like this play. I'm sure Mutaba's better than me at the deck, but you're going to lose both of these Weavers so often against Druid here.
Yeah.
And then, you've got an Eat the Imp coming around that you've used. You're not going to get the cycle you require to really murder the Druid quickly. You can't mess around against Druid. They will kill you on turn 7 or 8.
I think a lot of the time it's reasonable, but it does feel safer to be able to preserve the Shadow Step if you can, right? Take things a little bit slower, step one of the Web Weavers. I think it's just a calculation that, like, well, there's still 3 of my draw 3 cards remaining in the deck, and those are pretty good engines. But yeah, now we see Web Weaver's gone, a little bit stranded, and the Giants still cost 6.
Yeah.
Dawn
If it points out, if he did hit the Phoenix in the top half, and I'm going to add to that, if he hits the second Shadow Step, he's probably in an okay spot as well. But
So
I think he had one more turn.
yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Although it is a bit of what is it, hindsight 2020, given that
Of course.
none of the extra draw cards did get pulled. There's an opportunity to prep O Manager to actually play Magister Dawngrasp. Not sure that's really being looked for, but
I think he has to go get Giants as quickly as possible, which is like basically now, and then desperately try for an Incendious close.
so I think actually we could have gotten the Giants with the prep O Manager Magister Dawngrasp, because you get to... It's not guaranteed, but if Eat the Imp recasts first, you draw 3 cards.
Okay.
If not, then you Shadow Step.
Okay. Nice.
Maybe a little bit too much of a risk reward, but if you get the Eat the Imp on the Maestra, ideally after attacking first, then you can get out both Playhouse Giants, I think, or very nearly.
Yeah, if you hit the Imp, I'm almost certain you're right there, yeah.
And Magister Dawngrasp online, which means an upgrading hero power that might actually be relevant.
Yeah. Oh, this decision. With Owl in hand, the gut instinct is to go for the Dollhouse, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dollhouse just makes so many of the cards in the deck way, way better.
But he's looking at his hands going, he's got no sleep, and so he's going to have to... He's actually having to count sort of The Arcanite, the Swipe, and the Vial, is that actually enough with the Owl? Because there's no sleep in hand, so Insane choosing that maybe he needs more card draw.
That means just... Okay, sort of a half measure, right? You get to swipe the Maestra to save yourself 6 life.
Yeah, it was a toughie. Muchaba's just trying to get there on board now. There's a chance that he will.
Yeah, certainly considerable pressure remains here. I don't know. Let's see. I think you just kind of play all the minions, right? And then if you have to, you'll play Dawn Grasp for draw next turn.
Yeah. Can't see a particularly good reason to keep the coin. If this gets cleared, do you ever get there with the other 2 cards in hand?
Well, you can keep the coin to, do something post Dawn Grasp, even if it's just hero power.
It's fine. I forgot the Phoenix was going to be 0 here, yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, just going to use it to get the dagger.
Okay.
Witness.
Moment of truth. What's in the Oracle?
Magic.
Yeah. Innovate's not the worst card to pick up to start it off. That might be the best card, if depending what he hits.
Eruptions. Yep, and guaranteed second eruption.
Yep. Chalice.
Yeah, Chalice cleans it up.
And trees. Or beetles, I think they are actually, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the trouble with not being able to sort of get all your pressure out very, very quickly. Right? If maybe it happened 1 turn later, but it happened all at once, and you get to keep the Web Weavers, you get through more of the deck, then Mutaba is able to kind of keep the gas on. But instead, it was sort of like spaced out over a couple of turns, and Insane has been able to cobble together a defense here.
Yeah. Has all the key cards but not enough spell damage to guarantee crazy happenings, but this is pretty good. So now he's just counting, do I win next turn all the time here, or just usually? Just needs to get the 1-drop location.
I mean, you can almost just ramp.
I think that's what you end up doing.
Woodland Wonders is fine too, right? It's 4 more damage.
He's going to innovate the ramp, I think, as well. At least he's considering it. No, he's changed his mind.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, once the rogue has sort of not been able to connect with 2 giants, and has not hit you with a bunch of Moonstone Mauler rocks and things, it becomes pretty tough to get over the finish line with just from hand, right? I mean, that's part of why Incendius is in these decks, but you usually want to be playing it with an empty deck, so it just represents Pyroblast the following turn.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously these the asteroids are pretty useless into a load of 2/5s, because the chance of hitting phase EA has just got no play.
Yep.
And rightly or wrongly, again, I'm not going to particularly criticise a player for making a decision who is regular top 100 on ladder and who has qualified for this event. But what happens when those 1/3s do get stranded, if they do get stranded, is you end up not having a game for the rest of the game. That being said, he drew 12, 14 cards or something and did not hit Shadow Step, did not hit the Flames to draw more cards with. And if he hit those, he'd have got the Giants down on turn 4. So I'm going to give him credit for knowing his odds better than I know them. But yeah, that's a demonstration of I face it on ladder at lower ranks a lot, where people just put the 1-3s out there and say, wow, this can't go wrong. Not in the way that Mutaba did, just people who throw them on the board and then die and wonder why they lost to a druid. Yeah, look after those 1-3s if you've not calculated well.
Yeah, I understand like that there are so many draw cards in the deck. You could have picked them up, but it does feel like a little too big of a risk when there is Shadow Step in hand. If you just sort of you save it, you manager your own Living Flame. You know you've got Eat the Imp. Now you just need to find something to sacrifice. I think the fear with that line was just that Mutaba would not pick up, a Wisp or the Draenei 1-drop to be able to sacrifice, and because you can't sacrifice the Web Weavers. So it's a tough spot to be in. And again, there is a bit of that time limit in terms of you got to get going fast against the Druid.
So now we're in an interesting spot. Insane with the Death Knight and Mutaba with all 3 decks. So we'll see this happen fairly often, I think, in this tournament. We're going to have... If Mutaba's going to win, he's going to win a Death Knight mirror. That's going to be fun for him and for us and for everybody. But first of all, he does get the Druid matchup. I mean, he chooses which order he wants, but most players choose their most favoured matchup first. He gets the Druid matchup, which I think is really heavily favoured into Death Knight if it's played by a good player, which means that I'm not favoured.
I mean, it certainly is a matchup where it feels like the Death Knight is somewhat ride or die on Dirty Rat.
Yeah.
And there aren't a lot of minions in the Druid deck, but the timing can get funky. And it means that, sometimes you hit an Oracle, sometimes you miss altogether.
Back.
Yeah. Oh, Mutaba's queued the Rogue first. I think Death Knight's fractionally favoured in this one. Insane instantly keeping the poison. If you clear one of those Druid giant boards, you're in such a Rogue giant boards, you're such a good spot, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If you can keep the giants from dealing damage, then it's just so much less that you have to deal with. It's just rocks and the eruptions.
And if you ever get a breathing space as well, you just get so much health that they're not too terrifying. It's a couple of slaps matates will ruin your day though.
Yeah, slightly
Another
awkward.
super irritating hand, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to put something out there, right? You're not really looking to attack and re-dagger. And there are situations where the Death Knight can just start getting out leeches, and you have to deal with them.
It's so annoying. It's like 1 point here, 2 points then, suddenly they're on 37, and you're like, oh, my deck's not designed to do 37 if you don't hit them with giants. Now what do we do? You say with a powerful enough hand that he has the luxury of considering just coining out this 4/4?
Yeah, I mean, it's powerful, but there's no pyro to go with the poison. There's no Dreadhound Handler to get the corpses that you want for Vampiric Blood, so it is, just a little bit slow.
So the difference in the Death Knight, I was saying there's tiny differences in all their decks, is that... Hello, where's my notes? There they are. Yeah, there's 2 Barons in Mutaba's deck instead of 1 Baron and 1 Xavius. That's it. That's the only difference in their 2 decks I could find. Not a Xavius enjoyer, Mutaba.
I like Xavier. Sometimes you get the Reborn on Ancient of Yore, and it's just extra cards.
Yeah, it was a card I wasn't enjoying at all until I played the deck a few times. And it's like, oh, actually, sure. Sometimes it's just wins without having to play the game, just occasionally.
So starting with the Wisp prep, Eat the Imp. I think basically to see what's picked up if he wants to go in or play the Maestra. Looks like we're opting for going in.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think the giants are probably going to come down this turn.
Yeah, this is how the turn looks when you do hit your flames, even with only one, where with the right, you just get everything. So many ways of putting them back in your hand.
Shadow Step is pretty big deal. It was going to be a near thing on getting that giant out otherwise. And actually, Coin Incendious available next turn, which might be worth considering because often if this is cleared, you know, they don't really have much left to deal with Coin Incendious. There's no suffocation in Insane's list. And if that can just sit there for a while, upgrading, that could represent the remaining 20 damage. Insane going to go ahead and do Life Steal here, just to get back up to full with the clear.
But yeah, you're dead right about Incendious. They do really good AoE clears, but just here's my 210. Is much harder to deal with. And with spell damage in hand, more card draw to come. Is, you know, Dubious Purchase. Some spell damage. We've got some more flames if we get the other web. It's going all right. It's not going great. I still kind of like the Death Knight, but
yeah, you do ideally want to connect with a giant.
yes, yeah.
Insane sitting on a Dark Gifted Arcanite Fence Crystal and Vampiric Blood with enough corpses.
He does need to make sure. I think the reason he's thinking so hard is this is India's living for one turn. Yeah, sure, things happen sometimes, but living for 2 turns might become a problem. So he's just going to make sure he gets some tempo on the board to be able to deal with it next turn for sure.
Ooh, yeah, and that does have the Reborn, so that represents 8 armor with another, 8 to 16 if and when it gets launched.
Oh no!
That's actually
3,
really bad.
2. Yeah.
That is very, very tough for Mutaba. I think you were really hoping to get the extra upgrades there. I mean, now you kind of have to go in on, like, Dubious Purchase through this, get your giant out. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, when those eruptions are drawn before getting big upgrades, it is such a load of damage that's removed from your deck. And in the position where already Mutaba's had one of his giants removed, one of his big boards removed, that is painful. But he's going to get the other giant down now. And Insane is entitled to just not be able to clear this. Like, it can happen. We can see at the moment that he's kind of struggling.
Here's the question. Do you recall, have both Shadow Steps been played?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer. I can find out.
Because I feel like that would be sort of a potential out here for Mutaba, is to Shadow Step the Incendious and kind of go again.
No, I'm not sure.
So it becomes harder to do the more of your deck you've drawn through to try and really get them upgraded.
What's Insane supposed to do here, though?
I mean, I would imagine start Vampiric Blood, and if you miss on Pyro, you can Hero Power Poison. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this represents just a huge minion and a bunch of armor.
Mm-hmm.
right? Because it's 8 on Death Rattle, it's 8 on the Spell Burst. You don't get the minions like you're usually looking for.
Yeah, it's something that's apparently I've forgotten, but yeah, is meant to have been beaten into me over all my playtesting. Is sometimes the good players just press the button. It doesn't have to be a massive spaceship. 11-12 is massive enough.
Yep.
And sometimes a lot less than 11-12 is massive enough as well, even more importantly.
Really hoping to preserve the board after seeing no clear.
Well,
Almost out of cards.
we should hope there is the other step. There it is.
Yep, there it is.
I'm out of cards.
And yeah, that will allow connection here. It allows another 10 damage next turn with Shadow Stepping the Incendious. It also means that basically anything that Insane plays here is guaranteed getting cleared, right? Because it's
Yeah.
10 damage across the board is happening next turn no matter what. So he really needs to find the Pyromancer for that poison or a Corpse Explosion.
This is a massive moment. The loser of this match gets eliminated, and the winner goes on to play Gabby. But also, if you win this with the Rogue, you've got the Druid matchup, which is favoured, and then the Mirror to come. This really could get Mutaba back in if he can just get lethal somehow through the next turn. If Insane just can't quite get rid of these. Does have Hero Power Poison to kill the 8/8 if he needs that.
I think he needs that because nothing else that's green here, nothing else he can play does anything. It just dies to eruptions.
Yeah. I assume at this point Insane is going through the deck tracker, which you are allowed to have, and just seeing exactly what Mutaba's got in hand, exactly how much damage there is.
Yeah,
See if it changes his play.
it could still be worth just running out the Dirty Rats. Even though they don't do much, but just because you know what's left, and so if you can hit Maestra, you would eliminate any opportunity of hero card shenanigans.
Also makes the Ceaseless cheaper, but he's got mana for that next turn anyway.
I'm out of cards.
Oh, it's so close, Adol.
Kurtrus or Uther? Interesting. No demons have died this game, so I think it's between those two. You can like dagger up to upgrade the Kurtrus for next turn,
Okay.
making those demons bigger.
It's only rush though, not charge. I don't know. I think I'll go for the Uther and hope it gets there.
So, I mean, you've seen no clear, right? If you expect
Yep.
no clear, then Kurtrus represents a higher damage output because you get to refresh
Okay.
that hero power after every minion attack. Yeah, but yeah, if you expect to clear, then Uther's the way to go because it represents 15 damage over 3 turns.
Yeah. Oh my. Now Insane's playing against an unknown card, and the rest of it he knows, but he just doesn't know what it could be, and there's such a wide range.
It's still not looking great for Mutaba though, because
It's
yeah,
not.
Ceaseless clears, double Dirty Rat means relevant taunt. Some leeches. Yeah, it
He
was.
was
The dream was very briefly alive, but those Dirty Rats, having been saved and not used to
Well
prevent the hero, now are still going to stop the hero.
Oh, that was so close, and may have come down to the fact that Mutaba got so unlucky at the start there with the first 2 Incendious eruptions just going off. It probably still wouldn't have been enough, but yeah, it made it so much harder just losing that damage. And Insane remains in this tournament. He's put in a lot of work for this tournament, so good to see him go through. And Mutamar's first time on the screen, putting up a good showing. I'm sure we'll have a good chance of seeing him again later in the year in other tournaments.
Yeah, I think, we should never underestimate how stressful it can be to be a player on broadcast, particularly for the first time. Not saying that's what it was, but it can certainly play a role. And some of these folks who have been on the screen many times, you just sort of get used to it. So a quick 3-0 for Insane, and selfishly, I'm happy we did not have to deal with the Death Knight Mirror.
It's like a ticking time bomb. Someone's going to have to cast it at some point, and each time it's dodged, it's like, yeah, your turn. Hot potato. Good luck. Because that matchup is definitely going to occur at some point. But Insane there, a pretty convincing 3-0, is going to have to be convincing again, though, because he will have to play Gabby in that deciding match to see who goes through to Sunday.
Yeah, and Gabby, tough opponent to have to face in a decider match. Q, of course, making it out of that group. Yeah, group of death, no kidding. It's...
Yeah. I think this was the consensus sort of toughest group, but also I think it's a bit closer than people said. There's some other really tough groups out there this time around. But yeah, with you bringing that lineup, the winner of this side might be very happy because they won't have to play Q in the next round.
Yeah, of course, that's sort of a nice benefit. You make it out of groups, and then whoever, coming out on the loser's side, whoever it was that beat you the one time, you can say, yeah, all right, I don't have to deal with them until at least like the second half of the top cut.
Yeah, and as much as everyone will want to win this tournament, there's a lot of money on the line. Getting that world spot is also important, so you don't want to be playing Gear in the world spot match. And they won't have to now because they'll be seeded into opposite halves of the draw. But yeah, we are going to see that matchup quite a lot. I think sometimes you go to these tournaments, you see like the lineup and it's 4 aggro decks or 4 control decks, and when you've seen it 25 times, like, really, it's this again? I don't think this is like that. There's the 4 decks that people have largely brought are very, very different from each other and interact with each other. Like, each pair of matchups is interesting, so I don't think we're going to get bored of seeing this lineup, especially as it's not the only lineup here. There are plenty of other decks being brought. We've got Shamans, Mages, Warriors. There's all sorts lying around in this tournament. There's Maxi's brought the Mill Warlock. There's plenty to deal with.
1 Mill Warlock, 1 Murmur Shaman.
Yeah, so, we're going to see some things around here. But we're not going to see some things if I keep waffling on, so let's take a quick break and get set up for Insane versus Gabby. We're back in a moment.
everyone, and welcome back. We are ready to get into the next match. I'm Raven, and staying here is Lorinda, coming off the back of a not bad 3-0 there. Pretty impressive performance, but we're going to get to our decider match. So the day's picking up some pace, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got all the excitement out of the way of Dew early on. Sotul, absolutely waxing about how great that lineup is. I agree. I think a few of the top pros have mentioned it as well in various chats. They're agreeing. Gives nailed the lineups. Still have to nail the matches though. But enough about him. We've got the decider of this one between Gabby, who is quietly still really, really, really good at Hearthstone, and Insane, who is now noisily really, really good at Hearthstone.
Yeah, 100%. And I believe that they're pretty much just mirror matched, right, in terms of lineups. So that's going to be a big one. And of course, as I mentioned, this is another elimination match. This is the last spot for to get out of this group, the last match as well of Group A. So a lot on the line. Insane's got off to a rough start, but managed to recover pretty well in that previous match on stream. But he has got to go up against Gabby right after finishing that one. So a lot on the line here. We're going to see the double Paladin ban. Pretty much what we would expect in the mirror match ban-wise.
It is now we know about it.
Now we know they're banned. We expect them to be banned.
No, so at the start of the day, I think the word got out that Paladins are the banned for this matchup. But when you look at this matchup, with your own percentages without using, just using a deck tracker, percentages aren't that useful because the decks are hard. So that makes a massive difference. Your instinct is you want to ban Rogue or you want to ban DK. The problem if you ban DK is your Druid has nowhere to go. It has a mirror, it has an unfavourable against the Paladin, it has a rough one against the Rogue. So you can't ban the DK. So then you're just like, well, do I ban the Rogue? But then your Paladin's just running around hurting you. So when you really think about it, you end up banning the Paladin. I'm going to say most of the time because I imagine somebody will try something different at some point. It's just how it goes. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think me and Sol already talked about it a lot at the start of the show, but the lineup building for this tournament and then the decisions after that of like what do you ban, what are you expecting to see from other players in your groups and so on is just very difficult, right? Because as you said, I won't ban one of the best decks because I need my other deck to beat that deck, and then what kind of situation will that make? So it definitely gets tricky, and this is probably not what either of the players may have necessarily want, which is basically mirrored lineups for their tournament live, right? Maybe it's something they've expected, but it's never something you are after, is it? Oh, let's play potential like mirror matchups or mirror lineups to be able to survive in the tournament. So there's definitely a lot of pressure on both these players, and Gabby's had a bit longer of a break as well, so maybe that's a benefit, although I know some players who like to sort of stay in the zone as well, and are happy to just go with matches. So we'll have to see if that has any impact on the game as well.
Yeah, I think Insane might be okay to go. Like, he streams a lot of hours. He's a bundle of energy. And I think he probably doesn't want to be walking around waiting for 20, 30, 60, 80 minutes for his next match. He just wants to get on with it rather than be panicking about it. I think I can't speak for him, but that's my gut on how Insane probably works. As you can see here, like, some of these facts. How many of these are true, and how many of them are him trolling, do you think?
I think all of them are true. I think it's one of those trick things, right? Where it's like, are any just messing around? It's like, I could see all these being true easily. Definitely smart enough to be top 100 in GeoGuessr, regardless. But yeah,
the fourth one? Come on.
Well, it's greatest achievement to you, right? I think it was framed, the question as factual greatest achievement. But a weapon rogue. Yeah, it is what it is. But looking at the lineups again, it looks like we're going to start rogue. But again, because the lineups are basically mirrors, a lot of it's the matchups, right? And again, I think we will be keeping an eye on how the Druids perform. Can they just get a quick, easy win, get that out of the way, and then how is things going to progress from there? But it looks like that we are going to see the Rogue versus the DK as our opening game. Now, is this one of the matchups like the DK wants here with the Rogue, or do you think Rogue's got what it takes to just bust through early?
I think the DK's favoured. I think you can argue quite a lot about how favoured it is. Personally, I think it's very close to 50-50. But I'm not particularly bad at the rogue deck, and I am particularly bad at the DK, so that might have a factor. But I do think that the rogue sometimes just gets them, and I think this might be of the available matchups out of all the crisscrossing you can do. I think this might be the closest one. But yeah, I would rather be on the side of the Death Knight, but I don't think it's a massive thing.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be the last match for both of these players today, kind of regardless. We'll be seeing who joins Gu, making it out of Group A, which is going to be pretty good to see, and quite the achievement already. Obviously, the way these players generally approach this is, of course, they want to win, or they want to top 2, top 4, whatever, but goal number 1, get out of your group, right? Like, that's step 1, and then work, because that's the most controlled thing you can maybe try, right? It's like, okay, well, these players are bringing this, you can plan for that. Once you get to top 8, it's all up in the air, right? Because you have no clue who you're going to be facing, and so on, so on. So the preparation's a little bit harder to do, or at least less time. But yeah, a lot on the line for these players. And then again, if you are joining us recently, this is the last match from Group A. We will be playing out the sort of same again, but with Group B straight after this. So still plenty more Hearthstone coming up throughout the day. But if you were going to pick a player, Lorinda, we've got as fair a matchup as it can be. So we're going to talk about the players. Who would you go for here, Gabby or Insane?
I want to go with Insane because he's been playing and improving steadily for many years now. But Gabby made a couple of plays that I really liked in the series that you cast before. There was the one where he just played the Incendious, and it just gave his opponent a really tough decision to make, which Gu made the correct move, but he was finding ways to make creative plays with terrible hands or awkward hands. And I'm sure that Insane's good enough to do that as well, but I know Gabby's been there, done it. He's so relaxed. Insane has kind of too, but Gabby's always had this just extra bit of composure that almost nobody else has. So I'll pick Gabby, but yeah, it could go either way for sure.
Well, let's see how we go as we get into game number 1. Gabby on the top on that Death Knight, and Insane on the bottom on the Rogue. And a lot of this early game, maybe it's just my slight bias towards Rogue a little bit, but I just stare at the Rogue hand because it feels like the Rogue hand is the thing that's going to have the high impact early, right? Like, are we going to get the early Giants down? Is there going to be tons of card draw, tons of cycle? Or will Gabby be able to hold on? Because right now, Gabby's got a lot of the minion base, got some of the Starship base, but those can be pretty slow and clunky to play, sort of, like turn by turn, right? Me and Salt talked about it earlier, but playing the Arcanite Defense Crystal just on 5 feels maybe like not the best play in the world, but sometimes you're forced into it.
On the other side, Insane doesn't have a Web Weaver, so he's going to have to go down eating some imps to try and find that later on. He's trying to work out even where to put this 1 point of damage right now, or maybe even whether to backstab, how much damage that will actually do in terms of, is this imp going to heal for 4 or something horrible? Should I backstab it? Every backstab's a card you don't get from your recursion, from your Phoenix.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like, I can see the backstab coming out because there's 2, but because this dagger's just going to do it, like, almost all the time, right? Like, there's almost all the time the dagger gets this done. It's probably fine. Just take the damage. It's not like it's leeching 2 or more health every turn. It's just going to be the 1. So I think holding the backstab is looking pretty good there. Second Phoenix picked up, and there is now just a couple of minions to drop out. How important, at least with this hand, do you think being able to bounce the Moonstones is going to be? Is that something that Insane's going to focus on? Or is that just you do it if it's relevant at the time?
Oh, no. The important thing with bouncing the Moonstones is that it's a card draw later on. You've played a Moonstone, you've got it in your hand for 0 later. So the second you pick up your Web Weaver, you've instantly got a 0 mana draw a card. Forgetting the great bit about winning the game with the asteroids, which is what it's there for. So you can get away with just bouncing it at any point you want to. He currently has bigger issues, though, in terms of how to get the imp down. And he's got bigger issues because random Starship pieces are just not fun for you against this deck.
Yeah, random Starship pieces coming out isn't normally bad, except when the deck it's happening to revolves around Starship, right? It's like, I just made this worse. Like, Yeah, he's just going to drop the Phoenix down, going to hold on to the Moonstone for a little bit later. Phoenix kind of does the same job and gets it played, right? As you said, the rocks aren't really going to be high impact right now, so no huge reason to put one over the other.
Yeah, he's also, I like this play, is he's very low on resources as well because of the lack of card draw. So even though he had to pay 2 for this Phoenix, it's something there that needs to be dealt with, of course, otherwise it's going to get eaten, eat the Impt next turn, which Gabby can't really afford to happen. But if Gabby spends time killing it, it doesn't really cost Insane anything apart from that 2 mana he just used.
Right. And like you said, with nothing, the other option is play a different 2/2 that you'd rather have more planned for later, right? So like the outcome is always the same.
If you play the other one, you have to Shadow Step it. Like, that was the thing.
Yeah. We are going to see coin into crystal, and this is sort of the good outcome of what I was talking about earlier, where this crystal can be a little bit awkward to play sort of on curve or early, but with the coin into this and then coin to this, opening up your still on curve is absolutely fantastic for Gabby. Basically getting best of both worlds here.
I'm also curious how long it is before Gabby just presses the Starship button at some point here and starts hitting Insane. It won't be long, I don't think. But yeah, you're first, obviously. Another 10 armor. It's always pleasant.
Oh, there's EDM.
Yeah, this was calculated last turn. This was the setup. He got the EDM from the flame, so this was the setup he played last turn. And this is his payoff for that. It's not amazing, but at least he's got through his deck. Like, it's not his fault this isn't amazing. He's drawn 16 cards and hasn't hit a Web Weaver. Yeah. He's done well with the resources he had available to him.
But at least he's drawing cards, right? Because that's the scary bit is when you don't hit the card draw early enough and you're just like, these minions by themselves don't do very good. And we are going to see that piece go in now and trade. Buff up the board a little bit. Gabby's still applying a decent amount of pressure. Chose not to go Ancient of Yore and actually play a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah. Like, what's Insane supposed to even try and do here?
It's something I struggle with a little bit because I'm so locked in to, if I can play Ancient of Yore and I don't just die next turn, I do play Ancient of Yore, you know, like every single time because it's that good. But I do like this approach because clearly Insane is not having the best game in the world right now with this rogue. So why not just keep the pressure on? And as you said, it is still to an extent building up the Starship, right? And that can just be clicked if it needs to be. Ooh. Huh.
Alec here does nothing there.
Yeah, I was looking at Carriol, but then I saw Reno and was like, hey, Reno. That's a good card. Being able to just bounce away the Starship is potentially huge.
And there'll be people out there probably who wonder why he didn't play the Thalnos there. But he needs that damage. The deck doesn't have enough damage to kill a Death Knight, especially when it's had no giant hits without some spell damage later on. So even though he really urgently needs the card, he's just got to trust his deck to give him some way out of this.
That's it. I think with the way the game's going, Insane has to go for the big plays, right? Because the game's he's not got the Giants down early, hasn't had the Web Weavers, so on. So I think at that point you just say, okay, I'm just going to go for the big plays. Gabby is going to press the button on the Starship though and give it that the moon, of course.
This game ended here. Yeah.
I mean, fair enough.
Okay. Well, guess you go and hope for the best. Because you're taking... I guess you've got to look at... He hasn't even got a dubious purchase. Yeah, you've got no choice. You have to go.
Right, that's kind of the problem right now. Well, sorry, there isn't no card draw. There's only card draw from the Web Weaver. Apologies. There's no sort of big card draw as of yet. We're going to see Shadow Step come down, and we do have the Phoenixes as well.
Yeah, he's going this turn for everything because he's played the Thalnos, so he's chosen that this is it.
Yeah, just do it.
Got to kill this 11-12 somehow. Let's kill it with all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, something's got to happen, right? Bombs are going to be brutal. Bombs quite powerful in the world where you want to draw your whole deck on a turn. Yeah. So. Yep, there's one. Obviously not in lethal range with just the 3 bombs in there, now 2, but still frustrating at best.
You're facing an 11-12, so yeah. Bad things could have happened there.
Yeah, I think Insane pulled the face I would have pulled at this point, if I'm honest, of just like, yeah, I don't really know what to do. You know, at that point of like, well, you do all this and it's not going to get it done, right? Oh, okay. Well, that helps.
It helps.
Yeah, still an 8 attack, obviously. There's still, what, 1 bomb left in the deck? I think we saw 2 go off, right?
Gabby just so doesn't care.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
like
when you when you've got the corpse explosion in the back pocket, right, you kind of just happy about everything.
His facial expressions are priceless.
There's still 2 Ancient of Yore in there. There's still more leeches available. There's a Shadow Step burnt, which is unfortunate. And the problem is, I think Gabby, the switch, as I talked about Ancient of Yore on Curve earlier, has really paid off, obviously with the Starship, because we saw that, yeah, the Reno was picked up, and Reno, in a slightly slower game, would be fantastic, right? Gabby goes in with the ship maybe later on, or, you know, has the big board built up, you Reno it away and then go, and then, you know, then anything can happen, right? Whereas Gabby said, no, we'll just finish the game faster, and went hyper-aggressive, and I love it.
Yep. And there was
not out yet, of course, but it's just hard at this point with as much health as Gabby has, all the tools that are available as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the last thing he has to deal with. And that doesn't even matter really, but would be nice to, from Gabby's perspective, not to have these eruptions cost 3.
Insane does have coin for Reno, though.
True.
Oh, well, that's a good pickup. Not necessarily for this turn, but just in general.
Getting every point of health is ridiculous. Okay.
Oh, the bomb! It was the last bomb! I forgot about it! I actually forgot about it. I even just said there were 2 bombs that went off, of course. The 1 damage going through, putting your opponent to 5, and there goes the bomb. What a way to end the game. A huge game 1 there for Gabby. Insane just couldn't get going fast enough. You mentioned it. No Webweaver early, no Dubious early as well. It just took a little bit too long. The game plan was there for Insane, but Gabby, I think, just flicked the switch at the exact right time and just went for it.
Yeah, watching when people press their Starship button through the next few days is going to be very, very instructive for a lot of players, I think. And Gabby, it's 11-12. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
You're going to put all your resources into killing that, and then you're going to have nothing left to killing Gabby. It's gain 12 health, plus, you know, put a threat on the board. And importantly now as well, we will talk about what decks are remaining a lot. The Death Knight has gone, which means the Druid has nothing to prey on. The Insane's Druid has to find a way to beat something else now.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky, isn't it? Of course, there's a chance that we get a Druid mirror, which, you know, anything can happen in mirrors, right? That's the way they work. But yeah, the Druid, not as good versus the Rogue, of course. But as we've talked about, and as we found out a lot as we were practicing yesterday, the Druid can just pull things out the bag sometimes. And it feels unstoppable against anything. However, yeah, of course, it is going to be a bit of an uphill climb. Insane still has all 3 decks to get the wins with. But yeah, fantastic start for Gabby. And I'll admit, with Starships, I am personally way too greedy. I sort of delay. You probably noticed it when I was playing some yesterday. Well, I play so greedy because I just know how overwhelmingly powerful they are. Obviously, the sort of longer you give it and the more you could try and get out of it. But I think we just saw a great display there, why knowing when to switch it on, be aggressive, and as you said, even early, it's still a big minion, and it generates an additional pretty big minion, right? Almost every time, if you can get it done with the 1-cost spell. So yeah, really a good play by Gabby. And I think even though the earlier matchup I cast with Gabby in didn't really go his way towards the end, I think, as you mentioned earlier, he has the ability to just play the game. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Where, like,
yeah,
even when things are going wrong, it's like, well, I'll just play the game. It's fine. And just keep doing the good things.
Yeah, he's going to need to do the good things here, though. Insane with a large part of the things that he's going to want in this match. some Starship Pieces, a Pyromancer. No poison yet, but, you know, that's lurking. He's got card draw. So on the other side, Gabby is going to be able to start rifling through his deck pretty rapidly here.
Insane does have Infested to just answer this. Which is, you know, weirdly enough, as we saw in the previous game, which was this matchup, but the other way around, is really annoying a lot of the time. We are going to see, although prep, manager, this is going to be this is like the good way to deal with it, right? Clear this, gonna likely get the minion down, right? Get the Phoenix down, and then draw with the Imp. This is fantastic response. So Gabby just going all in on Giga card draw right now.
Yeah, pays the Imp that came from the card as well.
Insane. Okay.
Force that turn to be that, had to be that good by killing the minion. Otherwise, it was just been the other Eat the Imp on it, which would have been slightly embarrassing to have left up. So that was still worked out well. Would have worked out well for him if Gabby hadn't had all the stuff he had in hand.
Infestation going to be all right though. Again, just to be annoying and just start to build up some health.
Watching Gabby on this reminds me of the days when he's playing D6 Warlock, just throwing cards into the ether, and then the opponent was dead.
It's just the core of like Hearthstone, or just I guess any card game, but like drawing cards and doing loads of stuff is fun, right? And that's why people really like it when these styles of rogue are popular, because I would say rogues been the best at it through Hearthstone's history, right? Of like cycling decks, doing loads of stuff in a turn, having tons of options and tricky plays. It's just the quintessential rogue play style, and I think we've seen a great display of it right now as Gabby's on 12 cards left.
Yeah, still no poison for Insane as well. Got kind of everything, but he's been really digging to find it. He's been playing quickly himself as well, which looking for it, because that's kind of the only game plan he needs at the moment.
Okay, got Guff.
Gabby had to take a turn off there, because he has run out of stuff for the time being. Yeah, I think spend your mana. He's looking at all the health gain and card draw from the Vampirics, but they'll have their time.
Yeah, and this is where Insane's really not, can't put a foot wrong in just, you've got to use these defensive resources perfectly, be greedy when you can, and then, spend when you need to. Guff coming down now, though, in Rogue is kind of hilarious. Draw a card, gain mana, start ramping as Rogue when you want tons of mana to do stuff with. It's like, well, okay. Still no poison, though, because these dirty rats, we're getting to the point where, like, rats plus pyro poison is something that can at least start to be looked at.
Yeah, and I was saying with Edelweiss, like, oh my, what?
Okay.
That these matchups today, a lot of these decks, you can be slightly more patient than you think with. And I'd have been panicking here. I'd have been trying to draw through my Vampiric Blood, trying to get myself the other half of this Pyro combo. Right. But Insane's just playing basic Hearthstone. Like, no, I just need to put good cards on the board, take my time.
Oh.
There's no Incendious. They're not going to wipe my stuff out. Oh, my goodness.
Just a casual Doomsayer. That is fairly annoying for Gabby, right? Like,
wow.
Yeah. I like it.
Is he shadow stepping this?
Well, I was working out whether he needed to, but now I'm thinking, well, what does he actually want to shadow step other than this right now?
Yeah.
The problem here is there's no real way he's going to try and do some kind of dubious to try and kill the Doomsayer, right? So, but he has to do something with his turn. I kind of like that from Gabby, honestly.
It was something I tried to set up a lot in playtesting and never really got to work, is getting double Incendious versus Death Knight to do a lot of damage, but...
Oh, Gabby's praying. Let's see what minions come out of this. Oh, it can also... Oh, did it hit the egg twice?
Oh, no.
Oh, that is rough. You really want to dodge just any death rattles on the board when you have these ship down, and that is horrible there for Insane. I cannot believe it. And
No,
Gabby there has been rewarded from this double Incendious play, right? Like, because of how bad that turn was for Insane.
sure, yeah. Still a long way to go, but yeah.
Yeah, well, the journey would be a lot shorter if the starship got hit twice, put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been
Yeah.
a very short journey. 41 health, by the way, Insane.
Yeah.
Bit of leeching.
And still, you know, do have to always talk about it's a 1412 starship that's just there, right?
It just is. Oh, now he's got the poison breath as well.
Now, do you think is Insane ever considering just go face with everything and then do the clear?
He's got to consider it. I mean,
And just say max damage and then pop out the death rattles again and go?
yeah, he's
Can
going
still
to do
do
it by
the
the look of
dirty
it.
rat? Yeah.
Oh no! And this gets rid of the asteroids.
Yeah. So
So he's absolutely doing that and removing
Yeah.
damage from Gabby's deck in the process.
Oh, perfect space, perfect mana. I like this a lot from Insane.
Yep.
Push Insane damage, get rid of well, didn't mean to use
Lol.
the name there.
You.
But like, push a lot of damage, set everything up, clear the board, and now Gabby is in a bit of a rough spot now. Poison coming just in time.
Yeah, we saw those death rattles pop off as well. Oh, hello, hello. You're not crying about that one, are you, Insane, huh?
Oh, this is hilarious. I have nightmares about this card because well, as you saw, I was practicing against Sol yesterday and he was playing Warrior and just he made infinite of these. And yeah, I think that was Gabby conceding if I see the other view a little bit quicker when all this goes off.
Insane's enjoying himself suddenly.
Yeah, I love Hearthstone. Insane gonna take game number 2 with the Death Knight. And what a game it was. It was looking so good for Gabby. You know, we saw the spell burst go off and actually hit the egg and not the starship, which is a disaster. But then that poison coming up just in time, as you were talking about through most of the game there, being absolutely clutch. And then obviously what came out with the turtle boys there coming out was absolutely huge. So great win there for Insane. And weirdly enough now, we talked about a mirror match with mirror lineups. Now we've got basically mirrored results. Both players getting a win with their Death Knights against the Rogues. A little bit different games, of course, but sticking as close as you can possibly have it for a Hearthstone match so far.
A little bit different, but they were both I make big spaceship, you die.
Yes, which is a
there's a
pretty
lot
good
of other
strategy.
Hearthstone that went on in there, but when you're trying to break it down to how the
Yeah.
Death Knight might process this matchup, yeah, play big spaceships. They're good.
Yeah. But now we get into the matchups where you can't, play the slow sit back game and take your time, right? We have 2 rogues and we have the 2 druids, which even though there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle, there's a lot of things you can do, there's a lot of power in the late game, you don't really have tons of defensive options, right? It's going to be which one gets to be more aggressive or get to that winning goal first. Because obviously the rogue wants to put out the big minions, draw a lot, and maybe get those asteroids available. But then the druid can, against rogue especially, you don't have to do the big burst plays, right? If you can fend the rogue off, you can actually just poke at them a little bit, with like spell damage here, a bit of spell damage there, and end it like that. But it looks like we're going to jump into a rogue mirror first.
Oh, and yeah, looking at these 2 hands, they've both got good stuff in the opener with the imps to get them going, but neither of them has the web weaver, so I imagine they'll both be frantically trying to find it.
And what's the most common win condition in this matchup? Is it just go for big board, go for giants, and go? Or does it come down to, like the Moonstones or the Incendious AoEs?
I
more
don't
often?
think you get as far as the Incendious areas very often. I think usually somebody goes, pop, 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 here's all your things, you've taken 8, I've got 2 giants, and then your asteroids, when you do it back the other way, hit my 8/8s and I take no damage and I hit you in the head and you die.
Right.
Like, that's how it usually goes. Obviously, there's a lot of artistic license in how I describe that, but
No, I know what you mean. And here's the interesting question already. Do you use what I'll say is a combo piece for tempo? Is it play one Shadow Step, so then just play it and then eat the imp for turn 2? Do you assume your opponent's not going to have a backstab, so you leave it out? Yeah, so already there's decisions going on from these players.
Yeah, I'd have happily Shadow Stepped that and just wasted a Shadow Step, honestly. So, very nice.
Have the option of doing the similar turn, but obviously with a Wisp and not a 2/2 on them. But Insane kind of rewarded, right? By being a bit risky, has sort of gained a Shadow Step, so to speak. And 2 damage.
Okay, so he has got the Web Weaver. Gabby needs to set up a way to get this imp eaten again, which is not hard. Of course, there's a Wisp.
I think it's just working out hand space.
Hand space, yeah.
What the rest of the turn looks like. Because it still has prep. What can be drawn from there? Where does this Phoenix come into play this turn? Is that a goal? Because one of the weird things is like, oh yeah, you've got Shadow Steps. It's like, yeah, but you eat it, so that Wisp is not Shadow Steppable, right? So then you go, oh yeah, good point. Yeah, just
and you don't make hand space by dropping a Phoenix because it just comes back.
Exactly, yeah. Ooh.
Oh no.
Okay, not the best. Does have a coin 5 drop next turn as an absolute worst case scenario, but again, as you mentioned about the sort of super late game plans with this deck, unless it's a really cheap hero, you're probably not aiming to win with a hero, right, in this matchup.
I mean, enjoy your super late game after this turn.
Well, yeah, true.
This turn is got some stuff happening. We're eating imps, we're playing
He's insane
Wisp,
going to draw
backstabs.
24 cards this turn.
He's going to draw a lot of cards this turn. Again, the little giveaway when somebody puts both 1/3s down, it means that, you know, they're committed. They think they're going to get there because
you need to be afraid. Yep.
Yeah, time to be scared.
Oh, jeez.
Giants 4 mana. We're still going. 2, of course, you know, it's going so fast it can't keep up.
Yeah, that's the only thing with turns like this. Now, don't get me wrong, we should be fine with the quality of players we've got here. But because you can do so much, it can get a little bit scary, right? Sometimes you don't end the turn perfectly, and even if these players have fantastic turns, if they're not perfect, they'll be disappointed, right? Like they will not be happy with it.
Yeah, especially as a fun part of the things that sort of going on with several of the streamers streaming their routes to these tournaments now is a lot of the other top players will hang out in their stream and sort of give them, you know, some gentle Mickey taking. If they make a disastrous play on stream in the tournament, it won't go away. PocketTrain is going to remind you
there
did
we
it.
go. Yeah, I was going to say, we can see how much, and in case you don't know, in case you're not used to seeing turns like that from a spectator perspective, Insane sees that turn happen way faster than we do in spectator mode, hence why the rope sat there, because he did lock everything in fast enough, or at least just about. So yeah, it all did happen. I was a bit worried, but we always fall for this, right? When we're seeing the rope, it's like, are they going to finish their turn? But they've always got it covered. But yeah, Gabby just not able to recover from that. As you said, there's going to be a problem when that turn started and double Web Weaver dropped. That's when you know you need to be worried if you're the opponent. So Insane very quickly taking a win with that Rogue Mirror.
Yeah, just to be clear, that is what could have happened in the game with Mutabar, when I was saying, you know, he went off a bit early and left himself exposed. He could have just done what Insane just did and ended up in the same spot. He did just whiff on everything. Right. So, you know, it's just to be clear here, that Insane did the same thing, it paid off. But now he's just got the Druid left, yeah.
Yeah, there's just Druid for Insane, and then Gabby, of course, as we've seen a lot already this match. We've got the Rogue, and then Gabby's Druid as well. So a huge uphill climb, I would say, for Gabby now, because however much we can say, oh yeah, Rogue will beat the Druid or whatever, it's like one Druid can always pull it out of the bag, but he's got to beat the Druid, and then he's got to win a mirror match. So it gets to the point where even we're talking about lineups and targeting decks and so on, Insane's just got a better chance, right? Because he has to just win one whole less game. It's huge, right? So very, very favored, but still doable for Gabby. And already, it always surprises me how quickly we get to a point where we're like, oh yeah, one of these players is done now. Well, after this match,
yeah,
right? One of these players is eliminated already, and we're looking at Gabby and Insane, like two players you could easily see make top 4 without question. But then you look at the other groups and go, oh, that's kind of true for everyone, isn't it? This is just where we're at right now. So yeah, let's see what happens. Is Insane going to make this a quick 3-1? Or is Gabby going to fight back? Insane, of course, on the Druid, and Gabby going back onto that Rogue.
We haven't hit the I always play my location on 4 part of the broadcast yet. I don't think we've seen
Not yet.
any, maybe one in your first match, maybe, where someone just plays it on 4 or 3 or 2 and the game ends. Yeah.
No, we didn't see it. No.
So people have been scrambling with their Druids. We predicted a Druid scramble, but this has not been fair yet because we haven't seen the bit where 2 or 3 matches in a row, the Druids just play the location on 4 and win.
We basically need the both players do the good thing or both players don't do the good thing, right? Whereas we've not quite had that as of yet. I got to see Dollhouse available here for Insane. A little bit unfortunate, wasn't there, just straight away for the turn 1. But...
Yeah, I think you now do it the other way, like your toy chest.
Yeah.
Oh. Like, against a slower matchup, you take the Dollhouse, but I think he probably doesn't. Oh, he does. Still takes it.
I think I would have ended up on the draw there.
I think I would have too.
Draw, but I can respect just going for the... If the Dollhouses come down and then there's like just a big clear push, I can definitely respect it. It's probably going to be one click.
Yeah.
Go again. Yeah.
1 click 2. Look for 4 drop location.
I guess the second Dollhouse gives a little bit more flexibility on the spell damage, right? Like you can activate spell damage kind of every turn for a while, which could be good. Double Woodland. Okay.
That makes next turn very interesting. If he picks up a cheap spell, I'm pretty sure he'll just Dollhouse double Woodland and play them with a coin. But if he doesn't, he's got to think what he's going to do with his Oracle. As Gabby picks up his Web Weavers. Yeah, just playing his Phoenix, so he can play that for 0. It'll be the second instance of it being played next turn.
Could just hold the coin for next turn anyway, and then use it with the Ethereal then, right?
Sure, it's just that your 2/5s get so much worse the longer it goes.
Yeah.
You can just play it and play 1 Woodland and just burn a mana, which is what he might end up
That's what
doing.
I was thinking, yeah. Do this, and then next turn you've got options, right? Because there's the coin still available. You can go Ethereal then, or not. Oh no, it's going to use the coin, okay. This is just maximum power. But then again, this maybe is the thing you need to do, right? To hold off the push and put some pressure on yourself, which makes perfect sense.
I mean, if Gabby doesn't pop up this turn, which he's going to, these could do 16 damage, you know?
Yeah, I love the position, right? When you see 2 Web Weavers, you always see the other player sort of just lean back in the chair as they wait for the turn to end, because they know it's going to be a turn, right? So you just sit there and go, right, okay, what's going on? Let's give them 5 minutes to do the turn.
To just sit there and start thinking about my location for next game.
Yeah, exactly.
Game 5.
You see it every time.
I'll keep an eye on that. That's hilarious.
Because you just know you're not doing anything for the next couple of minutes, right?
Yeah.
We've got pressure with the Giants, at least having the 1 Giant down. There's still like 1 million more cards Gabby could draw. Could probably draw the whole deck, actually, with the Shadow Step.
You saw Gabby there just for a second. You saw him pointing the Asteroid Manor, all of the Weavers, it's because he wants to know which one had already taken damage. He's just waiting for the animation to kick in so he can save a little bit of time.
I didn't quite get down to the whole deck, but has put a lot of pressure on, and there's still the asteroids available in hand with that Shadow Step as well.
Yeah, and this is the downside, if you like, of last turn.
Oh,
Using that coin, link the Oracle, or the Oaken Summons couldn't be used.
yeah, this is the picking the location paying off, right? Because he's got spell damage every turn, which is kind of nice. This is one of those, I guess this is something turns, right? Of more taunts in the way. This burns a card if it's double trade into Phoenix. And then, what, knockout? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, kill the 3/2.
Yeah.
My hand
Insane
is
making the best of a pretty bad situation. There goes Incendious. Eyebrows raised. Quite high there for Gabby. Seeing the Incendious burn.
Gabby also can't play much here.
Yeah, because nothing dies, right?
Yeah.
Really nice trades. Not only was it for burning, but the 1/3s can't kill themselves here.
Like, he knew there was a decent chance he'd hit that burn. Now, this might still just get wiped out with the zillion asteroids that are about to appear. But yeah.
I'm trying to work out if there's never a world where he tries to kill one of his own 1/3s here. Probably not.
I mean, he might have to.
Just because he's drawing enough cards anyway, right? Like, these asteroids are going to get drawn, but...
almost out of cards.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite. Like, they're actually actively, hurting him at this point. Well, they will be in a second.
Yeah, and this is the problem, though. This is
Don't know how many
everything
asteroids there
Gabby's
are.
got. So if this doesn't pay off now, this is pretty much
think-
it. I guess outside of the hero, right?
So I think there might be all asteroids, because there's 6 or 7.
I'm almost out of cards.
Oop.
I'm out of
Is this
cards.
game?
I think so. I wonder if you can... Now the asteroids go in, right? Or have they not? Is he not
Oh,
got
wait,
them? Well,
this
yeah,
okay,
now he
okay,
draws
okay.
them. Yeah.
For some reason, I thought those asteroids were already still in. Right, okay, yeah, sure.
I was confident in myself, and then they took 2 fatigue, and I'm like, oh, they not going in.
I was getting confused because I was like, wait, did they go in? Because there's so many of these things happening, all the auto queues, and Gabby, cool as a cucumber as always, locked everything in and said, this is going to take a couple of minutes. I'll walk off and grab a drink or something, because it's like, yeah, I've locked it in, done. So both players now, it's actually incredible how much of a mirror we're seeing, right? Because both players won in very similar fashions with DK. Both players have now just had the rogue turns, right, to get the wins with as well, and it's going to come down to a druid mirror. And this, at least for me, Lorinda, feels like a hyper volatile matchup, very similar to the rogue matchup, where if the player just gets to the good stuff first, it feels like there's almost no way to stop it, right? Like, it's very hard to come back because there's just no time to actually come back, because they normally just win on the turn that they commit to the pop-off.
Yeah, there's a tier list of things that can happen here. Like, you play Amadristle first, you win. Let me just speak in basic terms. You don't always win, obviously.
Everyone heard it. Lorinda said if you play it first, the game ends and you win. That's it.
If neither of you draws it and one of you sort of gets the dollhouse into card draw, into new heights draw, the person who does all that stuff tends to get there. But quite often, or reasonably often, you both get a similar matching, like, tier 2 draw without the Amadristle, and it's just a race to get it. Also, there is one burn down in Insane's deck, which means he could be just fractionally quicker than Gabby.
Right.
You'd find it fractionally more often. It's a tiny thing in a 30-card deck, but there is a difference in the deck lists.
Well, here we go. Game number 5. Winner moves on to Sunday, the top 8. Loser is done for this Masters Tour. A lot on the line. It's a Druid mirror, close enough to a mirror match card-wise, and they're both players having dollhouses as far as the eyes can see.
Yeah, I think Insane's got a lot more card draw, though, and he's hit the location. You didn't spend long thinking about that one, did you? Yeah. he is in a good spot now with the double spell damage and all the bonus stuff that comes with having Amadrosal early.
Yeah, even the Oaken summons as well to just round out the hand, right? To give you some sort of reliability with the hand as well is quite nice. But of course, Amadrosal is just massive here. Never mind the second one.
I would say having two of them is
Yeah, one is
ludicrous.
huge, two is huger.
It is greedy.
I'm gonna say, yeah. Yeah, just you know what? Give one to Gabby, mate. Let's make it fair, right? You've got two. He's got none.
I thought he was thinking there for a second. What's the humming about?
I was watching Gabby for this. The location went down. Gabby, eye roll. Of course, that's the correct reaction and one I was expecting. It's going to go for Ethereal Oracle, though, to try and cycle some cards here and try and catch up. Because at least if Gabby gets the location, I know you said the first one to get their wins, but at least he can try and get a chance to do it right, especially with double innovate in hand. But
Well, Vista, double innovate, double swipe. That's a lot of mana. That's a lot of damage you can point ahead. If you're really desperate, you could point the living root to the face as well and see if it hits twice. Vista is a way you can win the mirror. Swipes with spell damage, you know, especially if you find an Oaken Summons to stick in there, so you're guaranteed, or you get a chance to spell damage from the Vista. You can do a lot. Obviously Insane's favourite, because I'd be going back on my words if I said he wasn't, but drop a Vista, try and get some really big swipes in there. You've got all that spell damage available to you.
this has to be Seabreeze, right?
I think you might be working out how many buttons to press. I think 0 is probably the right answer.
For no one.
Yeah, I think
But
this
if he
just
presses
is-
one button, he gets a card draw, right?
Yeah. I just think you respect the Oracle, you've got the card to deal with it. Lock it in. Because I feel like all Insane has to do now is not open up the door for any shenanigans, right, from Gabby. Like,
Yeah.
just slam the door shut and get the game ended with 2 of those locations, of course.
So he did go with pressing one of the buttons there, which allowed him to spend the 1 mana on the card draw, which hit the burn down. And Gabby is going to go with his Mr. Vista plan. He knows how much trouble he's in.
Yeah.
He's got 3 turns basically just to launch a load of stuff at Insane and then hope it all goes off again and Insane explodes. Because there's not that much health gain in this deck unless you sleep for 15 armor or whatever.
Yeah.
Which Gabby can do, by the way, if he senses he's going to die.
Yeah, he does have double innovate next turn if he needs to as well. Insane now struggling with their board space. Is this just new heights? And just say go.
Does he have to respect this 4 or 5 damage coming in, though? He might have to respect it, you know?
I wonder.
I think he's also
Insane-
got to think about when how to get both doll houses available at the same time
Right,
as well,
yeah.
right? So I think that's something to just bear in mind because yes, Insane's very ahead in terms of just what he's had access to this game, but he's still going to focus, right? I quite like the new heights, just get it done, gain the mana, make things a bit easier. I don't think the Mr. Vista's like a huge problem right now. Just because he's going to have
No.
like infinite mana soon, right? Like,
His hand also is conducive to that, right? He's got the file, he's got the sleep. He can expect his hand to get better. He's got, you know, another tree next turn coming in. And I can see Gabby's hand and see how potentially terrifying it could be. Curious to see how much he does with this sleep here.
it could easily be what, like, I mean, it depends, but the 1 refresh gets him back to swipe again, right? To
I
deal
think
with
it's,
the Vista.
yeah. I think you'd have a look and probably aim to double swipe and press the buttons twice. Do you want 2 more cards or have you got enough damage? That's the question. If you think
Oh,
you've
and
got
just aim
enough
the swipe
damage,
face.
yeah, just point in the face. Because you get to press the button twice now, and then you get to do it again in a couple of turns' time. And you've got a file, but not much else.
Yeah, yeah. I was thinking one sort of 1/1/1 with the armor energy.
what he's
Yeah,
done.
I was thinking this, but he's gonna go for the swipe there. Okay. think I was just going to swipe the Vista and just call it a day after that, but bit of a halfway between.
I think he's going to try and win this on the 8 mana turn. The file going off there will also goes off randomly. It's really annoying. It's not like the target effect for Vista. It just hits yourself in the face, but it still reduces your
Your next spell.
which could be very, very important on turn 8 if turn 8 exists. And by turn 8, I mean his 8 mana turn.
Yeah.
Who knows what turn druids
Oh
are
yeah,
ever.
the druid rules. When we say turn, we mean mana. Because mana means nothing to druids anymore. Well, ever, to be fair. So does Insane not click the location now, and so he has double next turn?
Probably.
Because this is where, when you
He's
start playing
setting
with
up
two of
lethal,
these,
right?
it starts getting tricky, right? Because also you got to think about
Yeah.
board space as well. If that's
He's
going to
setting
mess
up
with
lethal. If he finds an owl, he basically has it.
anything. Yeah.
I'm just looking, has he got it now? Like, probably not with his time available,
so.
but yeah. He's set it up, he's counted what he thinks he's got, I think.
Oh, there's the owl.
Okay. Reminder that Insane, I'm just going to double, triple check this, but he doesn't play Go With The Flow.
Right.
So, with the locations being closed for spell damage, it's a little bit weird.
Yeah, for me, it felt like, well, Insane did a bit more than I thought he was going to do that turn, honestly. Now, I'm not saying that's wrong, because he's got a much better grasp on this particular game of Hearthstone than I have.
Yeah.
Because it's his plan, obviously, but everything kind of being like sort of closed for business next turn seems a little bit interesting. Does have the one location opening, of course, though, which does change a lot with the owl.
But no spell damage. There's no Go With The Flow. That's I think I'd save the spell. When you said about the location, I thought at first you meant don't click the spell damage locations. Because I think I might have just saved the spell damage for next turn and assumed I got there with all that damage in hand.
He does have owl, though, right?
He does, but it's not paired with anything.
Gabby just locking in damage. Doesn't really have anything overly fancy to do, right? It's just send it and just hope it works.
Well, it's all in the Vista as well for next turn.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Just-
Yeah,
just
yeah,
doing it
just
super
blast
sent.
it all and say go, right? I mean, this seems like a decent amount of damage.
Can you describe lots of damage or just a medium amount of damage, though? So I can only see sort of some damage because of all the closed locations.
It's true. Is this just ever like triple
Yes.
armor?
It's some armor, I think.
Yeah, just triple armor and say okay.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see this. Because now with no spell damage, like Vista's going off this turn for Gabby, right? But with no spell damage to back this up, I mean, there's not a lot in Gabby's hand, right, to follow up with this, even if everything goes perfect.
So there's 8 cards in Insane's deck, and he gets to draw 6 of them with the Amadristles and 1 off the top. He should have lethal next turn.
And has double spell damage and the owl,
Yeah.
right?
So
Which
double
is a
spell
lot.
damage for the owl, for the file to get something big down, which is probably Incendious, and so on. And he's going to draw all but 1 card in his deck.
And Gabby has 100 mana right now.
He does have 100 metric mana.
That is a lot of mana. It's more than 10.
It's a 3 mana Incendious because of the files he put into the Mr. Vista. He appears to have drawn the right number of cards from the sleep that he put in there, which is unusual. Not that I'm bitter.
Witness true.
Oh, sweet. This is a lot. This is a lot.
How enigmatic.
Okay.
There's 20 points of those in there.
quite good enough.
Right.
Now all this is happening.
Insane dodge there. There was a chance he burned cards there for sure. If that had picked draw a card.
Oh, there's some spell damage as well. Oof, that coming out before a lot of these damage spells hurts as well, right?
Like that could have overdrawn. The file could have hit the
Yeah,
2-3.
that's 8,000 damage there, isn't it? May as well be. And insane with the relief yet again. Another extremely close matchup. The stress for both the players, no doubt, through the roof. But it's going to be insane that takes the victory and moves on to make that top 8 on Sunday. What a series, Lorinda, because we saw basically the best of these decks every single game.
Yeah, I think Insane could probably tidy up just a tiny bit on those. There were things there that looked a little bit awkward, like the decisions with how much spell damage to have and stuff, putting card draw into your Mr. Vista, that sort of thing. But he got over the line because he had double location, but having location is so good. But obviously he's one of the best in the world. You don't finish rank 1 on ladder if you are not. So he'll go through to Sunday, and it's a shame to see Gabby go, but he'll be back. He gets rank 1s for fun. Insane has to work for his. So we'll see Gabby again later in the day, I'm pretty sure.
For sure. I mean, you know, we've been casting Gabby for a while now. I'm not on about today, but years, or at least a few years worth of. Gabby's not that old, but yeah, Gabby, incredible player. I have no doubt he'll be in the next MT. Right? It's just another day at the office for him, I guess, to just qualify. So we'll no doubt be seeing Gabby soon, regardless. But again, huge congratulations to Insane. Let's check out how the Group A bracket has ended up. As I said, this is going to be the end of Group A, but we've got Group B coming up shortly. But yeah, Insane got off to a bit of a rough start, taking a loss versus Gyu, who went on to actually win the group with impressive performance overall, with a great lineup. But then Insane managed to fight back versus Mutaba, and then we just saw Gabby fall as well. So Insane and Gyu making it out of Group A. Fantastic play from both the players, but I do think, and no doubt we'll harp on about this, but I think Gyu is the one to watch here so far. Obviously, we've only done one group, but Gyu's been very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think all 4 of us wish we picked Gyu for the casters.
But none of us are allowed because I'm not letting Subtle change.
We're locked in, yeah. We're not letting Subtle change, so we can't change. That's how it works. And he doesn't have to win, but already it's looking like he's just nailed the lineup. And we see it so many times over the years. The person who nails the lineup does incredibly well, if not wins.
Yeah, and I think it's not even just that. We've talked a lot about the lineup, but from when I cast him earlier today, the play was just so solid. You know, just extremely rock steady play. Really holding back when needing to, pushing when needed to. So super impressive overall. But again, another shout out to Insane, and also just a shout out to the new expansion we have coming up very, very soon. I cannot wait. Obviously, sort of based on one of the all-time, I think, favorite expansions from past Hearthstone, which was Ungoro. This is the Lost City of Ungoro, and we do have the pre-orders that are up now. You can check out if you go into Hearthstone, go into the shop, go into the Battle.net launcher and such. So yeah, make sure to check that out if you are interested. I have no doubts that the dev team is going to knock it out of the park with basically a classic setting with new and fancy cards, but also bringing back some classics like quests. Lorinda, we have cast so many quest games in our past. I'm looking forward to getting back to it.
Yeah, I think people largely enjoy quests, especially when quests, after the first iteration of quests, I think the devs worked out exactly what we want from quests. So looking forward to seeing those back. But yeah, have a look through the shop, see if you see a pack that is the kindred spirit for you.
Hey, nice work. I get it. I understood that reference. But yeah, make sure to check out Lost City of Ungoro. There'll be plenty more information as new cards are being revealed over the course of the next week or so, regardless. But yeah, really looking forward to expansion and looking forward to diving into that. But yeah, as we get back into this, just a reminder, we do have Group B coming right up. And then tomorrow, we're going to be going through Group C and D, basically same again as today. And then we'll do have that top 8 on Sunday. So really, really can't wait to see some more Hearthstone play. But we've got plenty more matches coming up today. So any before we jump into a break, any big highlights for Group B? Anyone to keep your eye on, Linda?
quick key fetches Group B, having not got it on screen. All this stuff I've
The
got on
thing
my
is, I'll
screen.
tell you now, Lorinda will know Group B, but it's that moment where you doubt yourself. It's like, I don't
Exactly,
want to say the wrong
exactly.
player.
I mean, the world champion from 2023 is in Group B. So PocketTrain, he's been very, very active. He's one of the players who's been sort of watching all the other pros. One of the people who makes sure that stuff gets out on his, social media as well. Very, very invested once again. And an invested PocketTrain is very, very hard to beat, as we found out 2 years ago. So, yeah, Group B, the former world champ.
Yeah, 100%. I can't wait to get into it. And as I said, there is more groups coming up tomorrow as well. And yeah, I hope everyone's been having a good time with some Hearthstone esports. It's been a bit of a while before we've been back this year, but we are back with a vengeance right now. We are going to go to a break while we set up the beginning of Group B. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm blaming Derek for that one. I went on go! I was on go! Hi, I'm PocketTrain. I'm the 2023 Hearthstone World Champion, and this is how you play Starship Warlock. Starship Warlock, at its core, is a control deck. It can also play quite an aggressive game plan. It's good at tempo swings with Starship launches and with Summon a Dark Marrow with the Ultralisk Cavern location. That's my favorite part of the deck, really, not just sitting back and controlling. I like the big swing turn aspect. And what the deck does best is farming other control decks that don't have a guaranteed win condition in their deck, like Wheel of Death. So if they're just sitting there with nothing but removal, then you've got a pretty surefire win against them. The early game turns are just about surviving to getting Ancient of Yore down on turn 5. That's the key part of the deck. Ideally, you want to stall a couple of turns and then Eternal Layover plus AoE to clear the board on turn 7 or turn 6 if you've coined out Yore on 4. Using that, you should be able to bridge towards a late game scenario just naturally drawing your deck. You don't have to life tap much, your Yours will do that for you, and they'll keep you alive with the armor. And then in the late game, your two main win conditions are Wheel of Death and Exodar. Like, Exodar for armor complements the Wheel of Death quite well, because it's quite hard for your opponent to kill you. But my main way of ending the games, my favorite way, is to get stuff like Curse Campaign down on Arcanite Defense Crystal and then lay over them when the Dormants wake up, and then you've suddenly got a massive Starship, Ceaseless Expanse, plus Exodar for damage, and just OTK your opponent so they don't get to scam you after you play Wheel. So for the mulligan, is very, very simple, really. You're always keeping Ultralisk Cavern, you're always keeping Nidus Worm in order to draw your Ultralisk Cavern, and you're always keeping Ancient of Yore. There are very few deviations from this. Like, there are a couple of matchups, like an aggressive deck that will have a bunch of small minions on board. You want a table flip for that. And then there are some decks that build big boards, but like in the mid game, that you won't want to hold Eternal Layover for, but only keep Layover if you've already got the other key cards, like Ancient of Yore and Ultralisk Cavern. Because if you just play that on its own, then you will probably run out of gas, and then the opponent's second or third board will just kill you. The key combos in the deck you're looking out for are mostly revolving around the card Eternal Layover. So it interacts really well with Ancient of Yore once it wakes up from its dormant. It resets the dormant, and then you can gain 10 and draw 2 cards over 2 turns again. It also is really good with Ultralisk Cavern. It sets the opponent's board 1 health, and then you can clear cleanly. And it's also really strong with Starship pieces, because it ends up just effectively putting them in the Starship twice. Layover is also a really, really premium removal piece, so you don't want to waste it usually when your opponent doesn't have a huge board, and in which case, your best friend is Curse Campaign. That's the best way to make use of duplicating Starships and Ancient of Yore if your opponent doesn't have a huge board you want to clear. You can take a slow turn with, like, Curse Campaign on Ancient of Yore, and that interacts really well with Conflagrate, because you can instantly kill it, and then your Yore train goes again. It's really hard to die when you're gaining 5 every turn, like twice even. If you do take a slow turn, and then your opponent builds a board, but you don't have Dormant minions waking up that turn, you can stall for 1 turn with Bob, and then your Dormant minions will wake up the turn after, and then you can trigger the Layover for maximum value on your Starship pieces and your Ancient of Yore. If all of that goes smoothly in the early game, then my personal favorite combo in the deck is having a huge Starship, ignoring Wheel of Death completely, and going Ceaseless Expanse to full clear the board, and then Exodar for damage and OTK the opponent from like 30 plus. The best way you can play Wheel of Death isn't usually on curve, even against most control-y decks, because most decks can still build a board, and then if you don't have the removal to back up the wheel, then you can just fall flat on your face quite often. So the best way to lock out the game after Wheel of Death is to make sure you already have cards like Exodar and Ceaseless Expanse in hand loaded up to stall for those 4 extra turns you need to end the game. Cards like Bob as well are very premium here, because that's just 1 extra turn that you've frozen your opponent out. The Exodar for armor, turn after wheel, is usually the best thing you're looking for. Maybe comboed with a Curse Campaign on your Starship, so that it does wake up before the wheel ticks down. And then you can trigger the Spellblast again to clear a full board. And then it's very unlikely your opponent will be able to clear all your armor, even if you don't have the extra removal afterwards. If that's the case, then usually a Ceaseless Expanse or maybe another Layover or a Bob will be able to bridge the gap to the final turn without your opponent being able to kill you. The number one mistake I see people making with the deck is using Eternal Layover just on Ancient of Yore because it's woken up, and then they've used their Layover, then the opponent makes a board, and then suddenly they don't have any removal yet. And the other one is just jamming Wheel on turn 8 against like the Starship Death Knight, or in the mirror even, because then that leaves you very susceptible to them just making board, plus the fatigue ticks. If you don't have the correct removal in hand after the wheel turn, then most decks will just get there over a couple turns against you. Wheel timing and Layover, using it to actually clear boards, are the most important things that people get wrong, I think.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour. We are roughly halfway through the day. My name is Sotul, joined this time by Edelweiss, and we have another fantastic series laid out in front of us, featuring, in part, that handsome, wise, and noble person, let's not forget humble, that we just saw on the screen there, explaining a deck that he didn't bring to the tournament, but hey, what are you going to do?
Yeah, 2 people have brought Warlock. 1 is that Starship deck he was explaining, and 1 brought by Maxi, who is youngest player in this event, I believe, is playing the...
That's wild, actually, that Gabby is no longer the young player in Hearthstone tournaments. He's been superseded, but yeah, you make a good point.
Yeah, the youngest player bringing arguably the hardest deck, which is the Mill Warlock. So, maybe we'll see some of that tomorrow if it doesn't get banned out, but... yeah, Pocket, former world champion, definitely a favorite for this event.
Indeed. But as we are switching brackets, we've been dealing with Group A exclusively up until now, but we have a fresh group of players in front of us. Let's take a look at Group B. Again, as always, we're playing these initial matches off stream, but you will get to see every single player at some point at a bare minimum, so don't fret your pretty little heads about it. You can see that PocketTrain and Tobyka have come through those initial matches to face off in winners. But let's take a top-down look at the group. What do you make of this group overall, Edelweiss? Because of course, your champion is in this group as well.
Yeah, I clarified last time with Lorinda that this was more of a hopeful pick than an actual expectation. That is because Pizza has brought Aviana Druid, which is... for those of you who don't know, it relies on targeted minion draw to get out Aviana as quickly as possible, shuffle in 10 random legendaries that cost 1 into your deck, and then you use that targeted minion draw to pull those legendaries and try and make a big board very quickly. It's not the druid that most people have, as I think everyone has realized since we've seen only Alonius druid. But I think it is deck for the people, and so he got my vote.
Yeah, and it works a solid some of the time. We do have another different type of druid in this series, though. It can quite easily slip through the cracks if you're not really scouting the deck lists very carefully. But Toby's actually gone for a quite slimmed down version of the spell damage druid. He's actually cutting Alonius from the deck, with the goal just being to use 2 copies of Burn Down, a little bit akin to what Insane was doing in the previous series, to just outright throw damage at the opponent's face instead until they die. and just rely on Incendius for top end if needed. And it looks, with the way we're seeing from the graphic, that we are going to be kicking it off with that Druid against the Rogue from PocketTrain. But outside of that Druid from Toby, what do you see standing out in these lineups at all? Now the bans are in as well, Paladin and Death Knight.
Yeah, I mean, outside of that, it's really just sort of minor differences, right? It's still, Death Knights, Rogues, Paladins. This is sort of the lineup that's been going around. I believe Pocket has Shaladrasil in his Paladin, whereas Tobyka does not. Both of them are on the Incendious version of Rogue. Actually, I think only one of the Rogues in the event has a Menagerie Jug. But as has been noted, Incendious has not come down very often, and when it has for the Rogue, it has not won the game.
We're going to get into my agenda very soon, don't you worry. It'll come up. But yeah, I approached this tournament with a serious agenda against the card Incendious in Rogue, because, like, don't get me wrong, there are some matchup, like, for ladder play, yeah, probably it needs to be in there, because there are so many matches you just straight up concede if you don't have an Incendious in there. But as we have been seeing, like the Death Knight games where we've seen Incendious stick against Death Knight, we've seen Incendious get shadow stepped against Death Knight. None of it has seemed to have worked so far. And every other game you watch Rogue play, it ends by turn 6 one way or the other anyway. So what on earth is this 7-mana card doing in your deck? The biggest argument to me for Incendious existing in this deck is all of the other cards suck as well that you can possibly play in that spot, right? Menagerie Jug doesn't do that much. There's, what's the card? Something Espionage, where you just get 10 extra cards in your deck that cost 1, I think. Like, that's...
Yep.
That's big Aviana vibes as well. Like, sometimes it works, but most of the time it doesn't. So I think it just gets in here by default of there really isn't a better 30th card to play, but it's so surplus to requirements a lot of the time, because so many matchups just get won by that initial pop-up turn, and then you land Giants, and the game ends, and then you're still 2 or 3 turns away from the Incendious at that point. But we can now take a closer look at this Druid from Toby. Oh my goodness, sorry. I've just honestly got stun-locked by favorite card Mind Render Elusia being put up on... Okay, if I had the power, Toby would be immediately banned from this tournament, just purely for that. That is a crime against Hearthstone. Absolutely not.
Now, favorite deck Control Priest. So this is not the Mind Render Elusia of the aggro priest skip your opponent's turn variety.
Oh, it gets worse. Oh god. I'll never recover from this. Edel, please. Oh, Mind Render Elusia and Control Priest. Okay. All right, deep breath. It's very interesting then that the player with those tendencies, shall we say, has gone for a really trimmed down, very fast and aggressive version of the lineup, like making Druid even faster, having, the Turbo Cycle Rogue, not leaning towards anything like a Control Warrior or Starship Warlock, like some of the better slower decks in the meta, just really going for kind of the fast and aggressive stuff. But obviously it's a meta that he's been pretty well involved in, because he had a rank 1 finish in March, which did the majority of the work for qualifying him here. He actually took APAC number 1 seed in terms of points qualifying, beating out Gyu for that spot, by the way. And you've already heard me talk ad nauseum about how good a player Gyu is.
Absolutely.
And then because he had that rank 1 in March, he could kind of just chill in April, just picked up a casual 8th in April just to round out the points. And finished number 1 on points overall in APAC. So he's clearly been doing pretty well in the last couple of Hearthstone metas, and we will see how this Turbo Druid does against the Rogue from PocketTrain.
Yeah, and Pocket, took kind of a break last year after his World Championship win back in the exclusive grinder system. Now, having gotten a look at things for this year, decided to come back and right off the bat finds himself in this first championship. So we'll see if he still got it.
And you can see the fruits of his labor just over his right shoulder, our left shoulder.
Yep.
Of the Hearthstone World Championship trophy. Pocket did debate, because he's such a humble guy, Man of the people. He didn't necessarily want to be seen as, vulgar or braggadocious in any way by having the trophy on camera. Until I informed him that Yarla sat with the HGG trophy visible on his camera for the best part of 3 years. And Pocket said, well, if it's good enough for Yarla, it's good enough for me, and decided he was going to put the trophy on camera.
There you go. Fair enough. Ooh, burn down. Yeah, I guess less risky when you don't have Aulonius, but there's always the possibility that you hit one of your high-end cards and it's just going to get vaporized.
Yeah, so I tested this deck for quite some time in the Druid Mirror and a couple of other things, and I had that same thought so many times for like the first 2 or 3 games, where I'm like, well, if I cast Burn Down now, I'm not going to have enough time to use the owl, so it's such a big risk, and then it takes so long for your brain to adjust that there just isn't an owl in the deck, so there's actually very little risk of anything bad happening. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? You burn an Incendious. Oh no, that card's garbage anyway. Forget about it. It doesn't matter.
Although, notably, with this hand, would have been able to do Coin Innervate Incendious. And,
True, yeah, actually, you could have had Turbo Cindy. That is very fair.
And in the Rogue matchup specifically, that could be a lifesaver.
Yeah. Alright, go time for Pocket. See how much gas we've got here. It's a very nice looking hand with a Prep PP Imp and a Backstab Phoenix as well. Tons of gas.
Yep, and you can just see
I think
how...
just enough with the prep. Yeah, just enough with the prep to get the Phoenix down to 0 and then eat.
That was a fun trick. You can, prep, play your minions, and then do the spell you wanted. But you can see just how automatic this is for Pocket. They just have so many reps in on this deck that, we just get to watch. It's no use trying to keep up with everything as it's happening.
Of course, a very important emotional support Incendious over on the left-hand side of PocketTrain's hand as well.
Yep.
Just playing a vital role, as it always does. Would like to hit a couple of these asteroids immediately, I think, just to fully protect these giants. 2 locations in play, you are scared of Swipe Chalice. You're not terrified of it. It's not the end of the world if your board gets cleared. But just chipping away at maybe one of these minions at least would be pretty beneficial here, just to reduce the clear options.
Yep.
Oh.
Nope.
No. Okay.
Yeah, Dagger able to clean it up, but yeah, I mean, 5 mana here for Tobyka, up to 8 potentially, and it may just be starting with those Innervates and sleep, right? If you have to find the swipe. I don't...
Is he dead? Sorry.
No way.
Oh, please hold.
Wait. Oh no.
Because this is a very cheap sleep. Because it's double spell damage with Sparkling Fire.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a very good point.
So then this sleep costs 3. You can draw cards twice and refresh yourself back to 5. You then have another file to play, which makes the next card you play completely free as well.
Oh.
I think he's dead.
Yeah, I mean, it'll depend on some pickups here, right?
It would.
No,
yeah.
no, because you just get the guaranteed extra damage from the.
Yeah, Blood Mage 5/5, and I forgot the thing hadn't attacked. Yeah, he's just simply died.
Wow, and it really comes down to the Woodland Beasts coming down so early and getting that chip damage.
Yeah, disgusting. You saw Pocket wince as well. When he saw that the start was location Beetles, you saw the wince. Even though he had the hand with Spider and Draw and was able to pop off, like Pocket, trust me, Pocket works so hard on this kind of stuff. He would have tested this exact matchup against Tobyka specifically, and I'm sure he's experienced, okay, if the Druid gets to chip me for any amount of damage, I'm in trouble for those exact kind of situations. But boy, that is a huge win. Like this is perhaps center square on the Zottel bingo board, but in terms of like relative strength of wins in Conquest, with these lineups going up against each other, getting a win with your druid against the rogue, that's a very unexpected win in the way that the lineups interact with each other normally. Like if this was regular Owl Druid that Tobyka was playing. But I think you're starting to see one of the little benefits that he gets from having this like ridiculously fast version of the deck. Because yes, although the bulk of it was just double location beetles, standard druid stuff, it was the burn down that really like got all of those resources available for him to be able to shoot so quickly on turn 5. Disgusting stuff.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, the downside of that card is really mitigated when you just don't have Aulonius. Incendius is, not required, but sometimes nice. And yeah, of course, you then ban the Death Knight because you don't have Aulonius for additional damage against them. Off to a very good start.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like for you to feel the handicap of not having Owl in your deck, you almost have to come up against a double control lineup at a minimum, right? Which there aren't that many of in the tournament at all. So the one deck that can go high above 30, be it a warrior, be it a Death Knight, whatever it is, you can just ban that out and just try and get on with it with dealing 30 because I know this is a strategy that Lorinda very heavily favored. He played a lot of spell damage druid before Owl was even a common version of the deck, when it was a Cheer Drake deck, even before Burn Down was a thing with the Toby version. So Lorinda has this habit of just trying to kill with like Vista and swipes and just shooting all of his spells face. And yeah, just put a Burn Down in your deck and then it seems to work out pretty well.
Yeah, and looks like got another... Well, where do you land on this matchup? I think... Lorinda and I are both on Death Knight favored.
Yes, I think it is Death Knight favored. I think trying to phrase this in a way that doesn't throw new Blizzard employee Derek Brown under the bus, but he kind of popped up just like on a surface level. If you just have a vague understanding of what these two decks do, you should probably think it's impossible for Rogue to win, right? Because, well, Giants don't work because they have clear, damage doesn't work because the Death Knight just goes to 50. The part that's hard to process sometimes is just how quickly the Rogue stuff happens, which becomes a real limiting factor to how much health and how much clear the Death Knight can amass. I do agree, Death Knight favored, but I would really put a very small percentage number on it as how much it's favored by. But so far on this tournament, I think Death Knight still 100% win rate in this matchup, right? Like what we saw in Group A.
I believe that's true, yes. The way you expect it to be favored, of course, is, Death Knight, they gain a lot of life, they have the clears. If they can avoid taking any Giants damage, then they're pretty safe, which, as we can see, Pyro Poison shores that up. But the other thing is, sometimes this Death Knight just gets on board like this, and Rogue doesn't actually have good ways to deal with this sort of start from the Death Knight.
Yep, and the problem is, so yes and no, right? Like, yes, this Rogue is actually really, really good at clearing boards, because you can do the kind of turn that you're seeing here from PocketTrain, where you just get a million asteroids in your deck and then draw enough cards until it clears up the board. But crucially for the Death Knight, that's suddenly 10 or 12 damage that hasn't gone face, that's been soaked into the minions and relieving pressure from the Rogue side. And as soon as that damage has been sunk in, well, then suddenly Pocket has to reset and try and play the long game with Incendius instead. And if you're resetting and playing the long game, that means a few extra turns where Toby can start getting crystals down, can start playing lifesteal cards, can start playing Vampiric Blood. And every additional turn you have to wait just kind of gets offset by more and more health from...
No, and Pocket just drew dead. No additional draw spells, no Phoenixes. So no ability to sort of keep the draw going here and get out a Giant. Does go for Prep O Manager, I believe, for the opportunity to coin out Incendius next turn?
Very possibly, don't mind it. Coin out Incendius next turn, you might be able to bait a Poison Breath, like Hero Power Poison Breath, to clear off the Incendius. That might be the only option to do so. And then your Turbo turn with the Giants the turn afterwards might just stick.
Yeah,
it's a loose plan, but...
If you get sort of the right order of eruptions, then... Oh, wow. And Tobyka just not concerned with the 1-3 draw, just going face.
Wow. PocketTrain just looks up. Oh, my spider's alive. Fascinating. A couple of asteroids here, and we could actually see Coin Incendia's giant. Yep, there we go. All right. Suddenly things looking ever so slightly more exciting. Because now this does require a fully fledged board.
You know, I guess on Tobyka's part, it's sort of a nod to the fact that he's already got Pyro Poison and Corpse Explosion for whatever kind of clear he needs. He knows he wants to get the Arcanite down so that it's, you know, in that starship building, which, you know, he may be able to activate for the extra armor later, give it Reborn, something like Orbital Moon. But now he gets more value out of the clear. And as we've seen before, getting that face damage in as the Death Knight lets you just sort of limit their options.
It does.
My rule is eternal.
Can't once? Well, there's options for clears and Corpse Explosion, but it's a little bit awkward. Probably is just going to be the Pyro clear this turn. Yep.
Like to play with fire?
Job done.
And I think feeling safe about this both because there's only one giant left and there's Nomelia Orbital Moon, which is basically a Reno and a clear all in one.
Yeah, particularly when they're actually sat next to each other, right? Like, good luck building a board that lives through that when it also gets the Reborn as well, alongside all of the healing from the lifesteal.
Hagatha?
Let's go! Yep. So Hagatha comes with the hero power. Each time you play a minion, add a random shaman spell to your hand, and you do have these 2 ever-burning phoenixes that you can theoretically just keep playing every turn for the rest of the game. Which, if you need some kind of supplementary plan B when your deck is empty and your plan A hasn't really worked, it's one of the better ones in the game, but I would argue you usually need to be in a slightly better position than the one that PocketTrain finds himself in to get dug out by the Hagatha.
I think that's fair, especially with, just Exodar for armor. Don't really need to push the damage. You can just tank it. Is that even? I don't think there's any zero-cost shaman spells, so no zap in standard.
Well, that is a rapid 2-0 for Toby. Things not going well for the former champ so far. 2 very fast victories for the well-known control priest player on the other side. But now it is just the rogue remaining for Toby going up against the full lineup for PocketTrain. And you'd expect that this rogue, which I'm just double checking, is the cycle rogue from Toby as well, has the druid matchup on its side already, has a mirror which is 50-50 at worst, and then of course the paladin as well, which we have seen be banned in some of these series, and you see PocketTrain has gone with the ban of the paladin. Tobyka of course having to respect the Death Knight a little bit more, which leaves that paladin up, which is perhaps something that could come back to bite him if it does come down to that in a game 5, but 2 really solid attempts to be able to get this rogue through from this point against the druid in the mirror match.
Yeah, and it's one of those decks where you can you get the right draw and you have the skill to execute it, and there's not a whole lot the opponent can do. And then there's times where, just now, like Pocket had, he did everything he could, he just didn't draw the cards in quite the right order, and so he didn't draw through the whole deck at once. So, when you expect people to be executing these decks at the highest level, you would think that a deck like that you can get through one more game. Yeah,
we've seen a few of those spots with the rogue already in this tournament. I think the way that you have to look at it sometimes is, right, like choosing when to go in with the Web Weaver. It's very easy to go, oh, they went in too early because they ran out of gas and the Giants didn't hit 0 or they didn't clear the board or whatever. If you look at it like throwing out a Dirty Rat, right? Like, as long as you choose the right time to throw out a Dirty Rat, well, sometimes you aren't going to hit the minion that you're supposed to, but that doesn't make the play that you did wrong, right? Like, the odds were in your favor to do what you wanted to do. Sometimes you just don't hit the Phoenix. Sometimes you don't hit the Shadow Steps, you know, and you end up looking stupid because your rogue hand gassed out and it looks like you've gone in way too early. But you just have to know through experience, because it's not really a calculable thing, you know, what a hand feels like in terms of how many cards you're going to get through in your deck on average from that point. So it's a tough one to navigate for sure.
Yeah, and the hand was looking a little tough to start with. You know, Web Weaver and Incendious card you really don't want, and a card you do want.
Oh, no!
Whew. Speaking of cards you don't want.
You know, take that left one out your deck for a start. Jeez, come on. Yep. That is the face of a man that is feeling the agency in this series.
Meanwhile, Tobyka, unlikely to draw an unwanted minion from Dig for Treasure because all of them are in hand already.
True, yeah. To be fair, I mean, you can't actually complain about a hand that has a Twisted Web Weaver in it as rogue, but if you could, this might be the hand that you can complain about.
Yeah, most important thing here was to hit something to use Eat the Imp on, and Space Rock is perfectly fine for that.
Yep, for sure.
Ooh. Interesting.
Like, right here, it looks bizarre. But there is a small world where you could consider going Web Weaver here with Eat the Imp.
Yeah, I think with a prep, you do it, right? But without, it's exactly. A little sketchier. So I like this. You can save the Imp for something else, get a minion in play, and Dubious Purchase doesn't have a lot of value in the matchup.
So the hands that you would need to see from the 3 cards from Eat the Imp would be prep something, a Phoenix, or 1-mana minion Shadow Step, which is that's not very likely of 3 cards, so probably not worth going in from that point.
Honestly, part of the trouble of having these 3 expensive minions in hand is just because it's less stuff that you can try and dump, right? They're trying to make hand space to use this Dubious Purchase, to use the Imp. The Elemental is not actually going to draw the Living Flame because that's the second Eat the Imp, so I think that's the best target.
This hand you kind of stare at for a while because the really tough part about this is if you get Asteroids in your deck and then play Eat the Imp, suddenly you're in a world where if you draw well you can actually get the Giants down this turn because the Meteors count as extra draws when you draw them, but it's just not really a viable turn in terms of hand size and even really the odds of that happening because you've only got 3 Asteroids going in the deck at that point anyway.
Everything is a melting point.
Alright, let's go. Let's do this. Incendious carry. We've been waiting our entire tournament for this moment.
Well, this is the best case scenario for the Dubious Purchase that Tobyka has been holding on to.
Yeah, very true. Gotta get some cards out of hand, though. Okay, that helps.
Yeah, both preps still in the deck.
This is... Whoa! Okay!
Wow!
Alright, we're gaming.
Dueling
We have officially reached
Incendii.
gaming.
Now, this is interesting. So that Living Flame will guaranteed draw an Eruption.
Yes, that is true. Good catch.
but also Pocket being the first one to play it means his are going to get to upgrade again. Oof. I don't know. I feel like there was decent chance to get down the Giants that turn, along with the dubious purchase clearing. Maybe this is a nod to like, well, Incendious, I only really care about it shuffling in and not staying around for more than one turn. So if you are sort of hoping that the removal will get used on it, which looks like Pocket is saying, okay, we can just both leave them there. Maybe you're hoping that removal gets used so that it's not there for the Giants.
I really like not clearing it. Firstly, just because it's a huge waste of damage that you can use on burn otherwise, most importantly, which is going to be really important next turn when Pocket has to try and kill Toby if he's still alive. But secondly, it's currently -1 board space, which is actually a very big deal going into these kinds of turns for Tobyka.
Another thing is there aren't a lot of great things to prep left in the deck, right? There's EPM, there's O Manager, so yeah, getting rewarded a bit, waiting and being able to draw into prep to use the dubious purchase.
It's okay. It's double elimination, Pocket. You're fine. You're absolutely fine.
Too soon.
Asteroids finally coming out.
We're out of mana, though. Oh, that's a big deal.
Curious. I mean, I think at this point you... Huh. I almost wondered about just saving the, Rock's turn for the same turn you play Blood Mage Thalnos, because with a Web Weaver in hand, you can just make sure all of that happens at once.
Yeah, sure. What is the remainder of the deck, by the way? Because we had a second giant to play. Are these all 7 like asteroids and eruptions, or no? Is there a real card in him?
I'm not sure there is. There might be a prep in there?
Sure.
Nothing to go with the flow on, otherwise
Time waits for no one.
there was maybe some lethal potential there.
Yeah, I needed some card draw to hit more eruptions at a bare minimum. I guess we will now at least get the answer to whether there's a real card in this deck or not.
Is it just all the burn?
2. Okay, there must be.
Yeah, okay. You played the Thalnos. Yeah, there's the
a prep. Yeah, okay. Because yeah, otherwise, if it was all just meteors and eruptions, then that was just a roped missed lethal on the previous turn by not getting the second giant down.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, there wasn't enough in there. It wasn't going to be lethal, which means stopping was the correct decision, just to make sure you could maximize damage on the following turn instead. So yeah, nicely done from Tobyka, defeating the former champ 3-0 in double quick fashion.
Yeah.
Absolute destruction.
Lots of quick series today. I mean, I guess we've had a bit of an even split between going the full 3-2 and then some 3-0s. But it looked like off broadcast this group was 3-1-3-1.
Yeah, it's been a quick group so far, and I believe they started those games quite a long time ago because, it makes sense. They have to. You have to plan for the fact that the series could go 2 hours, right? So Pocket and Toby have been sat around waiting for that one for quite some time, only to end in double quick fashion with a crushing 3-0. Obviously, small sample size, but Toby with 2 quick series so far with this very, very fast and slimmed down version of the lineup. Is it Is it opening any doors for you? Are you becoming a believer in these slightly altered deck lists?
So the Druid is interesting. I think it specifically alters this sort of mirror, right, where you decide to ban the Death Knight because you've worsened that matchup, and be able to have some quick wins against something like a rogue. Does kind of go worse into our guy Gyu, right, who has the warrior and the Death Knight.
Yes.
So
and that's a question that needs raising, right? Because Gyu is going to like feast on all of these standard lineups that he's been seeing so far, but it's like the slightly off meta ones that he runs into that we've got to ask the questions about, like the mage warlock lineups that are around that Definition has, like that kind of thing. But if Tobyka is one of the off the wall lineups, and I think Gyu is even better against this kind of lineup potentially. So still looking pretty good. But let's take a look at how that has affected the Group B bracket. You might still remember it from last time because it wasn't that long ago. We had it on the screen before the series, but we have had a little bit of a shake-up with PocketTrain going down to the lower bracket to take on the winner of Kwanwoo and Pizza, which we will be up against next, which gives us the potential of PocketTrain versus Aviana. Can PocketTrain possibly overcome the might of Aviana Druid otherwise?
You know, sometimes the stars just align and you get exactly the legendaries you need. There's another unexpected deck here that I don't know if this was thinking that there would be more Demon Hunter or something, but Kwanwoo has Murmur Shaman. So regardless of who between these two players makes it on, we will get to see some very unique decks compared to what we've been seeing. Also that mage that you mentioned.
Yeah, Kwanwoo would also give us the debut of Colossus Mage for the tournament, which has, like, I'm going to say it been a surprisingly popular pick, by which I mean more than 0 players have brought it. I think there's 3, maybe 4 of them in the tournament so far, but certainly we have a potential. We have a very interesting series coming up right now is the big deal, let alone who's going to be taking on PocketTrain, because we're going to be seeing the Aviana Druid Aggro Priest lineup going up against the Nebula Shaman Colossus Mage lineup as well. So stay tuned for that one. Great performance from Tobyka. Hard luck for PocketTrain, who probably spent longer explaining how to play a deck he didn't bring than he actually spent playing Hearthstone on the stream today. But he will live to fight another day. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with some more Hearthstone right after this.
I think aside from that, I'll ask you to record an intro line and an outro.
Can I mention that I won the thing?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, my name is Pizza. I'm a streamer, and I've recently won the NA playoffs to qualify for the Spring Championship Masters Tour, and I did so with this Control Warrior deck. So Taunt Warrior is a slow controlling deck. It does very well to maximize removal from the board, and then it builds itself towards building these big taunts, such as Ziliax, Tortolin, Ham, and recurs them over and over again with cards like Hydration Station. With Taunt Warrior, the game plan is essentially in the early game to make sure that you can support your board by not getting run over too early. It builds into the mid game with cards like Hostile Invader, cards like Brawl, and even Chemical Spell to get an early large taunt into play. As you make it into the later stages of the game, the taunts that you've played earlier will be recurred with Hydration Station, and if you should run out of cards, Marin the Manager can refill your deck with some treasures. For the mulligan with Control Warrior, you've got quite a few options. If you should play against aggro, you want to make sure that you maximize a lot of early game removal. Cards like Bash are very good. Hostile Invader is exceptionally well against decks like Rogue because you can couple it with Safety Goggles so that you can clear their board entirely. For more mid-range or slower archetypes like Control, make sure that you're building yourself towards more card advantage. Cards like Xavius can allow you to be a little bit more flexible in the mid game so that you can start finding your taunts, and Chemical Spill can cheat out an early large taunt. Some key combinations to look out for with Control Warrior are Hostile Invader and Safety Goggles. If you don't have any armor, safety goggles will always act as an enabler for the spell burst on hostile invader and allow you to have some easy board clears. Shield slam and shield block is a time-tested combination that's worked for Control Warrior since the very beginning of Hearthstone, and in the later stages of the game, chemical spells still accessible to cheat out cards like Tortolan and Ziliax, so that you can have a large minion much sooner than they're expected. With Marin, most of the time, you're just going to use Wondrous Wand so that you can gain access to cards that are in your deck. You can also use Zerog's Crown if you need something more immediate to focus on the board, and as you get into the later stages of the game, you can use Tolan's Goblet, you can fill your hand, and then you can play Golden Kobold and turn all those cards into legendaries. With Dirty Rat, it's all about timing. If you play Dirty Rat in the early game, you run the risk of having to deal with a big minion. So make sure that you have at least some kind of spot removal, whether it's Shield Slam or Brawl. As you get into the later stages of the game, you can start to like pinpoint when you're going to time your Dirty Rats, because there are a lot of like premium battle cries that you're going to have to focus on. Make sure that you have removal so that you don't get run over by a large minion. One of the biggest mistakes with Control Warrior, and Control Warrior in general that I see people making, is being too quick to act. You really need to push yourself to take risks and use cards in combination. Safety Goggles doesn't need to be played on turn 2, because you can play it with Hostile Invader to get more value. You can bait your opponent into thinking that they're going to kill you, and then gain a bunch of armor, and then suddenly they run out of cards and they don't have any value left. With Control, it's all about building towards this big stabilization point and running your opponent out of cards, and that's when you strike. On the latter, you're going to be especially happy to run into Rogues, Death Knights, Paladins, and Demon Hunters. They all focus pretty much on the board, and you've got tons of removal to make sure that you can stabilize things and build towards your large taunts. If you're seeing a lot of Warlock, you might want to avoid it because it's very difficult to outrace a Wheel of Death. If you're light on Dust, and don't have legendaries like Tortolan or Ziliax, there's also a Terran version of Control Warrior that utilizes Yamato Cannon and Starships so that it can build towards Gem.
Welcome back again. That was quick. Where did Edelweiss go? What's happening here? I don't know. But that matchup took like 20 minutes or something. Sottle, what happened? I had something to eat. And then the game finished.
Yeah, Toby played cards in the direction of PocketTrain's face and won 3-0. It was devastating, to say the least.
I do remember yesterday
really
you burned me down a few times with that deck, like in practice as well. So
yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, we did test it. It does happen. Like I know you didn't see it, but like I did not pull out anything as ridiculous as what happened in that series. Like, it was disgusting. It was like the kill had to specifically involve 2 spell damage on board, file, and sleep, all of which had come from burn down on the previous turn. And then you had to have second file plus 2 more burn spells after that. And this was all by like turn 5, which it was a disgusting game. And it hurt even more from the PocketTrain side because it was in the Rogue matchup. So it broke serve. You know, it won a matchup that it wasn't supposed to win in the series, which just kind of created a downhill spiral from there. But hey, that's a recap. Hey, maybe some of you need the recap because you all made the mistake of going to the bathroom and missing the entire series as well. But we have advanced into the second matchup, broadcast matchup of Group B, which is going to be Kwanwoo versus Pizza, which, as I was talking to Edelweiss just before the break, Neil, there are some decks in this series.
There are some decks. I cursed when I saw the deck list at Pizza. Indirectly, I didn't message him and curse him, I just cursed because Aviana Druid, I've done my research, there are 160 legendary minions in Standard at the moment. I know 3 of them. So that's going to be great.
Are you sure? That's high. Can you, full name of 3 legendary minions in Hearthstone, please.
Full name? Oh no, there's one that starts with X, but it's got 2 words before it. And then there's Shooty Girl, except she's not a legendary. What else is there? Oh yeah, there's worst case scenarios. That's always a good one.
Yeah, okay, sure.
I think that's 5 or 6, isn't it? Right.
That'll do, yeah.
So Pizza's playing Aviana Druid, which plays Aviana on turn 3 or 4 on a regular basis. And then the thing I find with that deck, like jokes aside, is it then has 1 or 2 turns where it has to actually draw those minions. I think that's where that deck's at its weakest, is those 2 or 3 turns where it's playing the limited card draw spells it has available to draw its 1-drop. So if it misses them, it's sat there with a 5/5 and nothing to do.
Yeah, and I think the most punishing is when you have to use some of those minion shooter effects to find the Aviana in the first place, right? And then suddenly you're down that card to use after the Aviana. That can be really punishing. But Aviana aside, like I'm sure chat are extremely eager to get their hands on some Aviana action. But the rest of the lineup outside of that, Pizza's most standard deck, I suppose, is the Paladin. That's been brought by the most other people in the tournament. Then you can also see this aggro priest, the jug priest, and then the final deck being pirate rogue as well, which is there's I think 15 rogues in the tournament in total. It is a majority to the cycle rogue, but pirate rogue is a relatively common bring as well. You can see, Neil, I don't think two people have ever been less aligned on taste in Hearthstone than the Aviana Druid player who says their favorite card is Carnivorous Cube.
Oh no! Oh, I hadn't noticed that at all. Oh wow, yeah. I'll talk about Pizza a little bit more actually. I think that Pizza was he's been streamed for a very, very long time, but I think competitively he became quite powerful 2017, 2018. He was doing the reps, doing the dream hacks.
Sorry. Fun fact, Hearthstone purchase history is 7 pages long. Oh, that is devastating. You never look. Come on, that is mistake number 1. Don't look at the purchase history.
Just going to finish the pizza thing. So he,
yeah.
2018, and then he was just sort of getting the tournament reps in, which I think a lot of people needed to do. Transitioning from ladder into tournament play is a different animal. And then Grandmasters started, and Pizza went back to streaming. So he's had like a 4 or 5 year gap in wanting to do competitive stuff. I think he was quite happy to go, okay, well, I'm probably not going to get into Grandmasters at this time in my career. I'll just go and stream. And then when this year opened up and suddenly you don't have to finish top 3 in ladder to have a chance at going to the World Championships anymore, and you can actually, play qualifying tournaments again and Open Cups. I think Pizza got that spark back again. So it's good to see him competing again.
And he is a very, very good player. Like I'm cards on the table. I'm not a fan of this lineup at all. But there was a time, like I've watched a good amount of Pizza's stream because he streams in a time slot where there's not an awful lot else on if I'm awake at that time, which is like weird hours Americas, which like middle of the morning for me if I'm still awake and watching Hearthstone streams. I've watched a good amount of his stream. There was a time where Plague Death Knight was a thing, right? And there was a tournament, World Championships a couple of years ago, where people brought Plague Death Knight to that tournament, and it legitimately made me angry that people were that wrong. Like, I've very rarely been angry at people's choices, but it was just such a bad deck, and so many people brought it to Worlds. Pizza, I would watch play Plague Death Knight and sit there and think, I'm wrong. This deck is actually good. Like, I need to learn how to play this deck as well as Pizza knows how to play this deck. And then I'll actually figure out what people see in it. And it turns out, no, Pizza was just some kind of Plague DK genius, and it was not a result that was repeatable by any other human on the planet. So Pizza absolutely knows what he's doing when it comes to Hearthstone. As you mentioned, it's just been more of a content focus for him in the last few years. But he can absolutely hang with the best when it comes to tournament play.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I know very little about Kwanwoo. I don't mind saying that as well. So curious to see how that goes. This matchup, very briefly, this matchup was kind of good for the priest until Druid started adding owls and good cards and chalices and things, and then this matchup became pretty awful for the priest overnight. Like a week ago, I think this matchup was priest favoured.
I'm not sure I'd ever have called it priest favoured. I do think the Druid list has got better, and it is now fairly comfortably Druid favoured. So I had this discussion, I think it was in your chat actually, and I was talking with Banterface about how it's hard to get data on a matchup like this, because generally, when an aggro player plays against a Druid player on ladder, people who are at higher ranks and are theoretically of a higher skill level gravitate a lot more towards decks like Druid than they do to decks like Priest. So when you look at the reported stats and it's like, okay, well, it's getting pretty close to 50-50, the intention then usually is to go, okay, well, if we scale that up to like top 100 level and then scale that up further to tournament level, that probably means Druid is actually favored with like close to optimal play.
Yeah.
But that never really factors in that, well, hang on, what if the really good player is also playing Priest on the other side? Can they not find some skill edge going the other way? So I think it is still up for debate, but yeah, with the refined Druid list, I would very happily take the Druid in almost every situation.
Yeah, this is like free Chalice and also three people working out how to beat Priest. It's not that hard to beat. It's one of the decks that, like you're talking about the scaling, you're talking about players from gold, silver, whatever, have much higher win rates in general with sort of aggro decks, the old school Paladin decks as well, Hunter, this sort of Priest deck, Jug decks, than they do at higher levels where people learn how to deal with minions hitting them in the head. They learn to keep their Chalice in their opening hand, even though it's not a card you'd ever keep in Druid against anything. And so on, and your aggro deck suddenly falls apart. That being said, some imbues going on. Really bad start for Peter. He didn't have a 1-drop at the start as well. But
this turn is look very one-off. I think you have to use the Innovate to get the full clear here, but Kwanwoo might just well go for that. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta Vate out. Oh no, you don't. Sorry, I miscounted. My bad.
And next turn, he's just got Oracle do things.
Yeah, I was curious, because that was the other option. You could have Oracle Vate file swiped this turn, which wasn't a full clear, but obviously accelerates your game plan by 1 turn, because you get the Oracle down. Which I think left 2 minions up in total, possibly 1. I've already deleted that board state from my brain. But you have an Oracle in play that they have to worry about a little bit, but I do think that was probably the better play overall.
Just want to apologise as well. Quite previously Karma, of course. I slipped my mind for a moment. Loads of rank 1s and rank 2s on ladder.
Yeah, it was on their player card. Their greatest achievement was just a massive pile of rank 1 finishes.
I was busy looking at the thing you drew my attention to. There was nothing to do with the finishers. Kenny.
Oh, how dare I expect you to be able to process more than one thing?
Have you met me? Yes. Okay, good. I can't process one thing, let alone more than.
No, it's true.
Right, still on 21.
Rising Waves found from Kwanwoo, by the way, which is not common. But 2 copies of Rising Waves in here. The 1-mana Arcanite draw spell has been cut from the deck in favour of 2 Rising Waves, which, kind of makes Pizza's line up a little bit more food and drink for Kwanwoo. He's hit the right person.
Yeah, double Rising Waves when you remove your card draw. It's got to be such a bad card in the mirror. But yeah, in this matchup, yeah, take that. How does Pizza even try and find a plan here to win with? Got to decide what you want to do with
hero
your
power,
imbues.
I would imagine.
Right,
Yeah,
but when are you going to do them? You're going to try and get like infinite 4 damage, or are you going to try and get a big thing that you can play that might dominate the board? How would you like to go about that? It's quite difficult to orchestrate.
It is. I think for as long as you have stuff to play, you're fine just taking the cheap stuff and trying to tempo. You did see... So because you saw Swipe and tons of Chalices, these small aggro boards should be quite tricky to remove a lot of the time. But I'd say, one more turn after this, and then we'll probably see a little bit of Pizza just hitting the button for big money instead with lots of mana remaining and just trying to hit some more impactful cards.
Spell damage, is that a double Chalice? I know you're good at counting the cups. It looks like a double Chalice remaining.
That's 2 remaining.
Oh, the Rising Waves basically clears on its own anyway because nothing has 1 or 2 health.
He's got spell damage in play though, so Rising Waves does 3 on the first proc and kills 2 minions.
Now he does 4.
Yes. That is accurate.
Yeah, doing all the other stuff, like actually getting cards off his Oracle and not actually having to use the Rising Waves here. Which I'm not sure about, actually, now I look at it. I guess he also protected
What
his
were you
own
sure about,
spell
sorry?
damage. No, I might have Rising Waves there, but I then wouldn't have my spell damage on the board anymore, so, yeah.
Yeah, you're just blowing up your own board at that point.
So, if you win this matchup by keeping double Rising Waves in your hand, is there a case for not having it in your deck at all, maybe? Well, re-roll. Yeah. You've got to try and stick something, but it feels very futile.
It does. That's probably one of the worst draws you could see, followed by Sleep, really, and Amir Drasil, which just all cascaded on top of each other.
Yeah.
Basically, I think your only hope here from Pizza is, okay, my opponent has cut card draw from their deck, so there is a chance, if I just stay alive, they might just run out of stuff if they brick 1, 2, 3 draws in a row. But Kwanwoo immediately just hits card draw and was offered 2 more sources of card draw off the card draw. So that is not going to happen anymore.
Jug. That's the play, isn't it? Shadow Ascendant Jug, and yeah. If you're going to have a play, that's the play. There's so much on the other side, though. There's so much spell damage, I just started counting whether the 1 Living Roots was lethal. Like.
Trade, click, waves. Drop Incendiary. Yep.
Sure.
Yep, specific trades so that everything stays above 4. You have to remove your own minions because they would die to the Rising Waves and interrupt the chain. Then you can just clear with 1 Rising Waves, drop the Incendious. The other option was just to push that damage face and play double Rising Waves, which also cleared, which just pushed a little bit more damage immediately, but this seems more solid overall.
Oh, take cards that deal your opponent's face and hope they do 29.
No,
I don't even know what you're supposed to do here.
Possible. Yeah.
Cards that spend a lot of mana are like 7s and above, aren't they, largely? Like Ancient of Law and that sort of thing. Uh-huh. Okay. Every time I get offered Zarimi, I think, how many dragons have I played? And remember, the answer is 0. Every time. Like, there must be a dragon in this deck somewhere, surely.
I'm trying to work out if the removal option from Zephyrus ever offers any significant healing, but I think it's like Siphon Soul Holy Nova is the best thing in the pool for healing, which is not going to be sufficient.
Yeah. Wait. How is this not just lethal with double Living Roots? It's definitely lethal with swipe double Living Roots.
I mean, it is, but you've got to play your cards, you know. Like, it's way more fun to draw eruptions. What's wrong with it?
On the list. It's just absolutely on the list. Right. Yeah,
it is
there's
worth
a bit of a low
noting.
energy ending to that because that was over for some time, right? But 1-0.
It was over for quite some time. It was. It's worth noting as well that I believe Pizza's off-stream series, he won a game and then queued Priest 3 times and lost 3 times to lose the series 3-1s, which makes him 0-4 with Priest in the tournament so far, which is never a good feeling when one of your decks gets to that point, because as you will know from extended losing streaks on ladder, when you get to that point, you start second guessing everything about your deck, right? You start making stupid mulligans, you start making really outside of the box plays, because you're like, well, what I think is right isn't working, so let's try and do something different. And it can really like detrimentally affect the way you play. I think there's a word for it. It might be known as tilt in the industry.
I was going to say that is the word tilt, but it's not the way that people usually use the word tilt. This is the original meaning of tilt, where your brain, it's not like picking up an ashtray and throwing it out of a window or something. It's just literally your brain.
Why is it an ashtray?
I don't know. It's the only object I couldn't see in this room at the moment.
Okay.
So, but yeah, the original meaning was literally what you described, is you start doing stupid things, not out of anger or out of, badness. It's just because you start doubting everything about yourself. But the more modern meaning is, you just get angry and break things. I'm good at both.
And you managed to do both, which is quite impressive, Pizza, of course, now does have to move on. Again, I don't think Priest was a good bring to this tournament. I'm not going to pretend that I do. But there are good matchups, or at least playable matchups for this in his tournament. I'm not going to say, well, yeah, of course it goes 0-4. It can never win a game of Hearthstone. 0-4 is absolutely not the level it should be at. But we do get to see the debut of a brand new deck for the tournament so far, which is this Colossus Mage. This is a more consistent version from Kwanwoo than the one that I played the most in testing, which was Definition's version, which has a lot more tech cards and one-offs overall. Kwanwoo has mostly just 2 ofs of the good cards, 1 ofs of the legendaries, and then has a single copy of Smoldering Grove, which is the draw card that upgrades every turn, but discards after the 3rd upgrade, so you don't get to use it at all, which I think is a pretty cool card design overall of the, the kind of risk-reward of, ooh, do I wait 1 more turn, but then I absolutely have to play it next turn no matter what. Or I'm going to lose it, which I think is a pretty cool dynamic and something that the opponent can play around with pressuring as well, which is quite fun.
Pizza kept a very specific hand here. Normally with this deck, you just throw everything away unless it's got the number 1 in the top left corner. But he has got the make your hero power 0, imbue everything hand. So he kept the 3 hero power related cards. So 0 amount of hero power into just get a good 1-drop is a thing that escalates very, very fast into a massive board.
Youthful Brewmaster in 2025.
Just playing it, by the way. Remember we talked earlier about how higher level players use their cards differently against priests to lower level players. There's definitely a part of ladder where people just don't do that on turn 2 here. My job is to kill your first 3 minions, and you probably can't kill me, so I'm going to play a minion to kill your minions.
Yeah, which, by the way, Resonance Coil, Seabreeze Chalice is about as good a hand as you can get for this mage as an anti-aggro process. Like, you would prefer that they were photon cannons, because photon cannons kind of kill everything anyway against Priest, but triple removal opening hand, you are absolutely not going to turn your nose up. So for those who haven't played the Priest, I guess I just need to explain. The Imbue basically gets you a... When you've got the 3 hero power going on, you just get a free 1-drop every single turn. And then when you've run out of cards in hand, you just start getting bigger things every single turn. It's really good fun until it's not.
Relax your mind.
So 3 imbues, 2 imbues, 3rd one coming soon. Pizza or it, John.
It's just, I mean, it is Flame Strike. I'm debating with myself whether that was a good outcome or not. I think the answer is it doesn't particularly matter because the rest of the hand is so high quality.
Yeah, I think
but it was a very expensive pick overall. But obviously, Flame Strike being able to come down next turn is still utterly disgusting. As is a 0 mana shield battery, by the way. That effectively cheats so much mana because the glyph has made that 0, and then shield battery discounts the next spell, i.e. a resonance coil, by 2 mana as well.
Right, yeah.
So we are rapidly approaching rogue levels of mana cheat.
I think the pizza eye roll tells you how good the Flame Strike pick was, by the way. He had actually managed to establish some sort of board that was going to be a bit annoying there, and then it's just, yeah.
Yeah. It's just one of those things where, like, yeah, Flame Strike looks disgusting there, but versus any other cheap removal spell that you could have hit, which, this turn you could have then gone, like, Tide Pool, Shield, Battery, Resonance Coil, and the other theoretical cheap removal spell that you found on the previous turn.
Decision for pizza here, by the way. He can play not the thing that lets your hero power be 3. Pump the hero power up for next turn and, start trying to drop some big stuff. Or you can have one more mini board like this. He's just seen a Flame Strike used to clear 4 minions, so he's just gone for one more mini board.
And it's a pretty good hit, honestly. A lot of extra resources. Pretty big deal.
Yep. Yeah, the alternative was to sort of basically wait a turn on this and have a higher imbue count and some bigger things. But this looks like a annoying enough board.
It does.
Peter has access to some direct damage, sort of 8 to 12 range, usually.
Yeah. Okay. Can play that now with shield battery. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine.
You described how disgusting it is, and it's pretty disgusting.
Finds the Warp Gate now as well, which in this version of the deck, in like the modern version of Colossus Mage, Warp Gate is kind of the only meaningful discount for Colossus. There's not a great deal, there's no Artanis being played, there's not a ton of other Protoss discount stuff going on. It is just click Warp Gate as many times as you can and get the Colossus down really, really cheap, really, really quickly. But it does mean sometimes that you just don't find that card and your Colossus just stays 12 for the entire game.
What about click Zephyrs 3 times in 2 turns? It's going to be entertaining.
Yeah?
Or
yeah?
Bit of Wind Fury Bloodlust in your hand? And then, you look away and hope they don't see you. Leave a minion up. He's got another one on top of the deck, so,
Getting the Warp Gate down, yeah. It is roughly, I think, about a 75% split. 75-80% of the cards do just damage, whereas 20% are situational on having minions in play, like Wind Fury and Bloodlust.
Right.
There is Savage Roar that you can get as well in that bucket, but otherwise it's Abyss and Fireball and Frostbolt, Grom, Alakir, King Crush, Pyroblast, all that kind of stuff. You can get Doomhammer Rockbiter as a combo, which if you're playing Zephyrus enough times, you can get them both, yeah.
Nice. When you say things, I always think, I wonder which dev did that bucket, because that's deliberate and they're being mean. And the answer is always Celestial, I think, actually. To that specific question.
Yeah. If the question is who designed this card that's based on some obscure Zuma meme, then the answer is Leo.
Okay, cool. You are renowned for being a Zuma and picking up on Zuma memes, right?
Yeah. I'm really good at brain rot. Don't worry.
Wow. Just insulted 0.3% of our audience.
No, it's affectionate. Trust me. No. They're well aware. that everything they consume is brain rot. They've come to terms with it. Yeah.
Whereas me, who doesn't consume brain rot with a perfectly functioning brain.
Yes. No, you don't consume brain rot. You just personify it. It's very different.
If that had been Rockbiter and Weapon, I was going to cry. I am feeling a bit sorry for Pizza here. This has not been a fun time, has it?
It is painful, yeah. We're trying to bring some levity to the situation, but this is a truly painful experience for Pizza so far.
Do you
like
ever
being chronically off board, and as I said, what is it? About 25% ratio of needing minions to attack damage, and he's hit 2 Wind Furies and a Bloodlust.
Thankfully, from Pete's perspective, I think this one is over. I know he doesn't want to lose, but you know, that was an uphill struggle. Do you ever look at your imbued increased hero power and you press it, and it offers you 2 things you just don't want, and you say, "But it says offer me 2 playable cards. These aren't playable. You're lying." Because that was Pete's experience in that game.
Very broad definition of the word playable, for sure. But yeah, so that's now 0-5, I believe, for Priest in the tournament for Pizza. But I suppose the good news, if you want to look at it this way, is that there is the Shaman to come from Kwanwoo, which is certainly the big question mark deck on the other side for Kwanwoo. Well, I would have said the Mage was as well, which, by the way, we didn't really give any credit for it. You can back me up. How many games of Mage did I play yesterday testing these deck lists? How many times did I play a Colossus that dealt 9 twice?
I think you played Colossus that dealt 2 several times. Because it was the only way you could stay alive. Also, in this spot here, I know, like, he's taking it seriously, he wants to win the tournament, but if Pizza does not queue Aviana Druid here, I think there's going to be questions from chat.
That's a good point. It's a good point.
He's got to play all 3 decks anyway.
Maybe it's the long game, though. Maybe it's Rage Bait, because if he now doesn't queue Aviana Druid, loses, and chat don't get to see Aviana Druid, they then have to go to Pizza's stream to complain to Pizza about why didn't you say Aviana Druid, and he'll be there on his own stream jamming Aviana Druid. So then when they come to complain, they'll stay because they'll be getting what they came for. It's all a long game. Content brain. That's what you need now. You need to have this together.
I've got a
You're a
discontent
streamer.
brain.
You should know these things.
Yeah, twice a year.
Yeah.
Just before every Masters tour. Actually, I'm doing quite well. But anyway, he's got to play it.
Hey!
Yeah, he understood.
Yeah, understood the assignment.
I mean, don't get me wrong, this is like my own personal hell right now, but oh yeah, he had to do this. Good for him. Right, I've got my legendary page open. I've never seen any of these cards before in my life. Are these Hearthstone cards? Okay.
It's a tree.
Turn 2 tree.
It is a turn 2 tree.
That sounds like counting in some language.
It does, yeah.
Oh no, I'm locking in on a legendary or 2. Getting excited. I'm not sure how Shaman copes with this, because doesn't it do the same thing as Druid, but really much slower? Like, makes expensive things.
Yeah, but more focused, right? Like,
obviously,
consistently gets outcomes that make sense and do things, whereas the variance of what your random legendaries can be is just so massive for Druid on the other side.
And Kwanwoo has drawn both the good spell and the good location at the start here. Yeah.
Yeah. Tree.
Ah. Like, we're both programmed to take tree here because obviously you do, but this deck has one purpose and you can fulfill that purpose really quickly. Yeah.
So yeah, you can Xavius this turn, take Aviana, play Trail Mix again on 3, and then Aviana. You can do that, but there's a tree. Okay. All right.
Certainly, I know that I've been told off many times for not doing this in in other Druid, but this is a different situation. Ooh. I feel like you take Murmur because it's the only chance you get to get it.
Murmur.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Trail Mix again on 3, which gives you 5. Or at least 5, I should say, to be able to play the Aviana, which is still it is still a turn slower if you go the tree method, which I suppose if this is all you care about, it is optimal to do it this way around.
And then you do get to go tree, draw a card immediately into your 1-drops. Like, you know, it's got some merit.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're drawing 1 card, not 2, by doing it this way around, but sure.
Yeah, it's just a lot less mana, a lot slower, is the big downside.
Oh my. He's just not going to be the first person to put a silly card on the board. This game doesn't have all the hallmarks of taking very long. I'll give it that.
Alright, needs to hit the good stuff immediately here, really.
Anything exciting? Try again.
Okay, we can rebuy with Arcanite if we want to. 10 out of 19, just over 33%.
Yeah, 10 out of 29, but I know what you meant.
What did I say? 19
Is it 10 out of 19 because it's 10 to 19 ratio? You got the
number.
number
I see.
right.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh no.
No, that's fine. That's a rebuy. We can do that. The odds got better. No, never mind.
Cycle the Wrath. We can't play it this turn now, but you know.
Yeah, I think so. Just need to max out on card draw now, right?
Oh. I did mention earlier what I thought of this deck in terms of, like, yeah, being serious at the moment and not just my fundamental dislike of legendary random generation. That this is a thing that happens remarkably often. You do the really consistent Aviana and then, how do I get my things that I need right now?
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Kwanwoo is setting up so much the next couple of turns.
Oh.
Yeah.
Need some card draw. Probably start with Horn.
Yeah.
Can still cycle the Wrath if we miss. Okay.
You know the tilt you were referring to earlier? This is where you start doubting everything you do. Like, do I take another card? How many cards do I need to draw to get a 1-drop here? Like, yeah. Okay. It has numbers on it. It's Velen. It does something to do with Draenei, I remember that much. Does all their abilities again, I want to say?
It's, yeah, all Battle Cries and Death Rattles of every Draenei.
Okay, I'll do. I think I'd got that close enough.
But most importantly, it's a 1-mana sensor.
Yeah. No, I did start by saying it has numbers on it. Yeah.
Yeah, what the numbers are is quite important, though. It does need to be specified.
It's a legendary. How bad could they be? Meanwhile, though,
someone hasn't spawned enough 3/3s from their starships.
My opponents seem to do that a lot, though. Oh, this is the Bob with 6 mana up is always completely silly. The triple Bob.
Yeah, got triple Ysera as well, just to full refresh the mana before even doing this. Yeah. So because of that, you just get to, yeah, exactly. You don't need to use the Bob to full refresh because you already used the Ysera to full refresh.
Oh.
So you just get to demolition renovate the tree. Oh no! Oh, it's so disgusting. Please stop. Never before has the phrase "he's already dead" been more appropriate than right now.
I was hoping to explain the one thing I know about the Shaman deck, which is you get Ursul and play Nebula in it, but unlucky.
You don't do any of that stuff.
From the Milan. You just do this instead, and then they die. Also, the state of how quickly he's made all his actions this turn. I feel like he might have played this deck once or twice.
Yeah, I suspect so.
Because this was a lot of stuff.
Oh, I even got the Alakir attacks in. Strictly optimal. Get absolutely wrecked.
How do you feel about the Wish Upon a Star in that deck, by the way? I've always felt that it's a little bit like either you've got a massive board and it doesn't matter, or it's a 7-drop and you'd really rather have hit something else.
No, I think it's good. I think it has George C. Leroy factor where you need a way to make every board you make threaten lethal, and you don't necessarily have that in the deck a lot of the time. So it forces your opponents to never ignore a board that you make, which makes your boards just a lot more devastating.
Yeah, it's weird because I used to sort of vouch for one Bloodlust quite a lot in Shaman back when people didn't always play Bloodlust, but for bigger minions somehow it feels less important to my little brain. Meanwhile, he's having a good go at getting rid of this mess.
Yeah. We're living. We're out here living. We've got an Exarch for next turn as well, which can do a ton of stuff when it costs 1.
And we've got a Pipsy. Who knows what might happen?
So, Exarch, discover a spell, it costs 1 less. If you play it this turn, discover another. So, obviously, playing it as a druid and for 1 really does maximize potential for that to do disgusting things.
Really does, actually. It's a good point.
And Kwanwoo is probably marginally disappointed that he's having to continue playing this game.
Yeah. So I'm just staring at this Pipsy, wondering what it's going to do. It could fetch nothing. It could fetch everything.
Forge Fiends, Meadow Strider. Okay.
We there? Why does one player have 15 mana? The other has 7, and the 7 is the druid.
Yep, that's what Shadowwalker Sarah does to a man.
Ah.
All right, come on. Let's see it, Hataru. Those are all very expensive.
Yeah, I know you're just checking the number. No time
there was the draw 2 minions one there, which I'm a little surprised wasn't taken. I'm not sure how many legendaries are left. But these are not it, are they?
No.
I concede.
Oh, didn't attack the Pipsy. Need to see enough for one day, though. And Kwanwoo makes short work of that lineup, to be honest. The Priest just couldn't get a foothold at all. 2 not particularly great starts for the Priest, to be fair. I know it's gone over 5. You can't argue that too hard, but didn't play a 1-drop on 1 in either game. And then the Druid didn't, 3 turns where he was trying to find a minion to play? Like, that's pretty unfortunate too. So, rough time for Pizza, and Kwanwoo gets to play PocketTrain in the decider.
Yeah, for sure. 2 very quick 3-0s, kind of different stories, I would say. Like, one kind of read as a lineup overperforming, and one kind of read as a lineup underperforming. But you know, Pizza's brought the lineup that he wanted to bring. Not going to give him too much criticism for that. Like I said, he's a fantastic player. I've watched his stream a bunch. You know, I've watched him play decks that I would never choose to play myself, but been able to appreciate that he's playing them incredibly well, and you know, finding edges and so on with the decks, and perhaps overperforming the power level of the decks that he's playing with, which is a testament to the player. And there was a real chance that he could have done the same thing in this tournament, but sadly was not to be.
Yeah, there's a story about how he ended up with these decks as well. He was playing a lot of Armor Demon Hunter, and had the revelation that actually I need to bring, in the way he saw the meta going, I need to bring decks that can get under these things and just murder people really quickly. And he got 3 decks, which are the other 3 that aren't the Aviana, and was just scrambling for 4th, and he just, like, the Aviana was just, well, this would kill people, quick, I'll play this. That was the short version of how he ended up here. So,
yeah, I mean, the really tragic part is we saw from his deck guide that aired in the break leading into this series that he's played a whole bunch of the Warrior, which is probably going to end up being the deck of the tournament, right? So it's one of those things where you can go one layer too deep in lineup building, right? Where you get to the point where, like, okay, like Armor, I really like Armor, Demon Hunter, I really like Control Warrior. These are the decks that I think are really good, so I'm going to go one layer deeper than that and bring decks that I think beat those decks. Whereas actually, if he'd have stopped at some sort of double control lineup, he might have actually been in a really, really good position in the tournament. So again, just goes to show how important lineup construction is for a big event like this. But congratulations to Kwanwoo, who has the unusual lineup of his own. What I am now really looking forward to, if you will allow me to lay the hook for the next series, is we now get to see, perhaps for the first time, a genuinely wacky lineup, Shaman Mage, going up against good decks, which is another wrinkle to the tournament that we haven't seen yet. Like, we've seen the good decks lineup go up against the good decks lineup. We've seen the good decks lineup being countered by the counter the good decks lineup that Yu has brought, and we've seen wacky lineups play against each other. But we haven't yet seen wacky decks lineup go up against good decks lineup, which is perhaps what we are now seeing with Kwanwoo versus PocketTrain, which I think will be very, very exciting indeed.
We might get to see Death Knight have a tough time, I think, here.
Yeah, very possibly. Yes.
So, anyway, let's get Sottle and me out of here. Sottle's done a really long, hard double shift here, and I'd like to see some Raven advice. So let's get out there. Let's see this final match of the day. See you soon.
See you tomorrow.
everyone, and welcome back. We are ready to get into our final match of the day, and it feels like the day's just gone by in the blink of an eye. We've had some slower matchups, but really, yeah, the day's been pretty fast-paced, right, Elvis? There's been some, I feel like the players are so honed in on, you know, the exact win conditions of these decks that they just get us so fast. How's the day been so far for you?
Yeah, a blinding pace, really. I feel like there are times where we are maybe just finished with Group A at this point in the day, but you know, sad to see Pizza go. I really was hoping that. I'm glad he at least played the Aviana deck at the end. It is unfortunate that he got hit with the Exodia hand in terms of the Murmur Shaman pop off there, but I'll tell you what, I played some of that Murmur Shaman, and I think there was a demonstration of familiarity and skill with that deck that suggests to me perhaps there's a little more to that deck than we sort of expected. It sort of seemed like, okay, well, Murmur or die. Maybe, you know, I would not have expected Triangulate on bird watching, although it makes some sense to me, right, since you do have very specific minions you want to discover. And I'm curious to see like how that pans out up against Pocket now, who has sort of the more standard lineup.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's always nice to see, you know, whether it is, you know, works super well or not. It's always nice to be reminded that, you know, just there's more than just the top 4 meta decks we see on you know, websites and with like data, let's say, and there is a level of even if the decks maybe isn't the best deck on paper, if you have a job for it to do and you're very comfortable with the deck, which a lot of these players who bring these types of lineups or these types of decks do it not only because they think there's some kind of edge there, but probably because they enjoy it, right? Like this probably isn't a deck you go, well, let's just see how this works. I hate the deck, but we'll see if it does well. Like, this is something that the players enjoy playing, have clearly put a lot of time into, and we can see, yeah, it may not pay off all the time, but when it does, it's pretty impressive because, again, it shows that level of thinking that is a step sort of to the side of just saying, oh, let me look at the data. These are the top X decks. I'll just pick 4 of those, or pick, you know, maybe, you know, 3 of the top 4 decks in the lineup and then some kind of funny one. So yeah, it's been really cool to see the players that bring different lineups. I think there was a certain expectation going into this weekend that, again, just, oh, it'll just be all 4 top decks or whatever, and it's just going to be mirrors constantly. And I think we've got a pretty good mix over the course of this. But as you mentioned, this is the last match of the day and the last elimination match of Group B as well. Unfortunately, again, we are going to be saying goodbye to a player, but we are going to be making a player make it to that top cut on Sunday as well. So as you said with a Pizza, it's a shame seeing Pizza go, but I think when we get tournaments this stacked, I was saying earlier today of like, yeah, it's just kind of sad to see any player get knocked out because they're all so good and they can all easily have made that top cut.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there are players like Pizza, more content focused, you know, regular streamer in that sense, who I think can become crowd favorites, right? Both in terms of deck selection and sort of familiarity because they are streaming regularly. Pocket, of course, also streams quite a bit, and I'm sure has a lot of fans in the chat right now. But yeah, that Shaman is definitely a wild card, and the Mage is a wild card. So it's nice to have sort of a breakup of the 4 expected decks here. No Paladin for Kwanwoo, of course. I wonder. I guess he's probably pretty happy to have, you know, gotten that quick win, not just for the win, but also because it can be tough going back to back from one match to the next. So, sort of, the faster you can get through that, the more endurance you have for that second match upcoming.
Yeah, 100%. And just taking a look at less at the lineups or decks specifically, but looking at the bans, are these the expected bans going into this? The Rogue going away from Pocket because Kwanwoo's obviously running a bit of a anti-slower deck kind of lineup, and then the DK being banned away from Pocket is kind of a little bit more expected with the lineups that we've been seeing from like the basic good deck lineup. But is the Rogue the right ban here for Kwanwoo? Do you think?
I think it's probably between like the Rogue and the Paladin. I would expect those are the ones that can really do their pop-offs very, very quickly, and when that happens, especially with the resistance aura in the Paladin, like it's you gotta pick one of them to go with, and some people have gone with Paladin today, some people have gone with Rogue, but both are capable of having those really early pop-offs that are just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, and it looks like Pocket's going to be playing the DK first. Obviously a deck I think most people that are just playing Hearthstone in general are probably very familiar with. Never mind, obviously, that the pro players and the players at a really high level. Super strong deck, really consistent. However, this is something that no doubt Kwanwoo's very prepared for. And I think Pocket may just be queuing this DK to just see if it can get over the line quick, and then see what else happens in the rest of the series later. Meanwhile, it looks like Kwanwoo is going to be on the Druid, probably one of the more sort of, I'll say, normal decks that's available in this lineup. So we'll get a bit more of a straightforward matchup first, but the Druid is quite happy to go against this Death Knight, right? It is one of the strengths of the Druid in the current meta, that it can reach for very high damage outputs and deal with the sort of how tanky the Death Knight can actually be.
Yeah, it really is going to come down to those dirty rats for the Death Knight a lot of the time. There's some ability to apply early pressure with sort of the starship pieces, and sometimes the leeches can sort of get out of control, but largely it's like, okay, can the Druid get Incendius played and then get those eruptions drawn with Alonia's spell damage? And if you're able to sort of make those things align, it's really hard for the Death Knight to gain any amount of life that will keep them out of range.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of the slower decks in these kinds of matchups are more about, like, it's like still technically control, I guess, but it feels less control and more like denial, right? Of just saying, I'm going to remove your good thing. We've talked a lot about it earlier today with like Q's Warrior, for example, even though we didn't really get to see it play much. But like, because you have these options of like rats and some other tools in other decks to be able to just deny these key tools. And a lot of these decks are running very few minions, right? So it's not like you're going for long shot hits of like, they've got 7 cards in hand, 5 of them are minions. That's pretty rare with a lot of these decks right now. So these hits from rats, for example, can be very, very strong. And then there's also what we've seen a few times today is just Death Knight going Starship Go, like as early as turn 6, right? And just saying, we're just going to go aggro. And that can throw things off a little bit. It's not super common that a deck that can play extreme late game has like turn 6 game-ending aggro options as well, right? It's not something we've seen historically in Hearthstone too often. But it looks like the players are getting ready and into game number 1. We've got PocketTrain on the top, of course, on the Death Knight. And then we've got Kwanwoo on the Druid.
Yeah, Pocket has, cards that you want, but not necessarily cards you want in the opener. Usually, I think particularly in this matchup, you're hoping to hit the ground running with starship pieces, so there's one. But Vampiric Blood, not going to have enough corpses for a little bit to keep that functional. Really not worth playing unless you have 3 corpses. Double New Heights.
Okay.
Well, that's a start.
Yeah, not too bad at all. And we even see just already Pocket saying, I'm going to push.
Yeah, and I think you and Subtle were mentioning sort of non-standard plays that people make. This is definitely a non-standard play. Pyromancer, yeah, you want to use it for the poison clear, but there's not a whole lot to clear against this Druid that's sort of worth mentioning. So using it as an activator for Orbital here to double up on this Starship piece, which is kind of the the most important one to double up on, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's the most aggressive, right? For sure.
Yeah.
And I think you're completely right. Unless you see beetles, there's not really much you're bothered about doing the AoE pyro stuff, right? Because nothing else is really going to come down as a threat that you won't be able to deal with. It does get your down as well, so we're going to start drawing those cards. We see another guiding in hand as well. So it'll just be what Pocket needs, just kind of one more turn until he can go full aggro, because currently he only has a 2-cost spell.
Yeah, I mean, he can play its Vampiric Blood if he needs to. Insidious coming down very early for Kwanwoo, but I think Pocket was hoping for a little bit more time to try and find the Soulbound Spire, because with 3 Guiding Figures in the Soulbound Spire, that is an instant massive board.
Yeah, and look at these leeches chipping away as well. Good armor, and is just gonna do anything to just survive until this turn coming up now. So does still have a 2-cost spell available, so can sort of just press the starship and go if needed.
True arcane magic.
Kwanwoo almost maybe hoping not to draw eruptions here. It looked good clearing those leeches, but I think with the Incendious sticking, you'd much rather get a lot more upgrades on them.
Yeah, you just want, it's a tricky one. Sometimes you need the clear, but priority number 1 is actually just the pop-off damage, right? Like, you just want maximum damage output possible, and obviously the more you draw early, the less there are in the deck for later on when you can really stack the damage. Now, is Pocket going to be a little bit greedy here? It looks like it. Can still drop down more pieces.
Yeah, could draw an extra card with Guiding Figure, but it looks like he's maybe just going for the poison.
It's tricky as well, because with how powerful the opening's been from Kwanwoo, it's difficult because the press button go early, even if it's like, was this turn, you're still a little bit afraid of like the things being cleared off anyway, right? There's another eruption. AoE.
Yeah.
And another eruption. Okay.
And I think
again, good and bad.
Right. Yeah. Good in the sense that it clears the board, but now there's only 2 eruptions remaining. Everyone drawn means Pocket less and less cares about the Incendious sticking. And with 3 Guiding Figures in the Starship, Arcanite Defense Crystal represents
and the Spire as well.
A lot of armor. This is everything that PocketTrain is looking for, and he's got Exodar to back it up for double armor.
Yeah, this is what really was causing the delay of doing the aggro push I was talking about earlier, because he didn't actually have a Spire locked in, right? That is the first one.
Yep.
So this is what Pocket was waiting for.
Those rising waves, not really what Kwanwoo wants in this matchup.
Also, no Amidrasil has been a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, Tree is definitely one of the things that can let the Druid sort of win well before Death Knight can really get anything rolling, just from the mana refresh.
It just opens up all your options as well. If that's down early, you can start setting up like that, for 4 turns before you actually doing the thing, right? Also, along those lines, because you know what you're able to do in terms of not only card draw, but just mana generation and refill. There's going to be the Dirty Rat. There is Aulonius.
Yeah.
And there's easy play here.
And I think with Aulonius gone, there's really just not enough damage in the deck.
Yeah. And honestly, especially with this Dirty Rat having the untargetable, it's like a weirdly threatening board, even though it doesn't look like it. And if this pulls out like a swipe, again, there's just 1 dollhouse down, the owl's gone, of course, so it's like there's not even a lot of spell damage available to make the swipes, easily clear the board.
Yeah, I mean, the most spell damage you could get would be activate the location into discover, right? And discover 2 copies of the other dollhouse.
Sure, yeah.
Right, this one, bottomless toy chest. I mean, there it is. Double dollhouse.
It's tough, right? Though, like, one swipe gone. There is the files, though.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, just Chalice try and clear up.
It's tricky, though. After seeing all this, though, now Pocket can just go Starship, right? Or at least maybe can feel he can.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, you can Starship for just an insane amount of armor.
So out of interest, what's the damage on this thing at this point? 15. Okay. You've always got to look. I always look at the damage and go,
Yeah, and normally you want to have a spell that you can use to activate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why getting the Soulbound guides in there is so powerful. But Pocket's in just such a good position that gaining 26 armor and knowing that there's another 4 in there, and anything that gets spent to clear this to keep from activating the spell burst is just less damage that Kwanwoo has for his face.
And also right now, outside of that Discover being exactly double Dollhouse, where's the spell damage coming from, right? For helping with that clear, because the other locations are on cooldown anyway, so yeah, this was the turn to make it happen. It does live, and obviously here comes the fun, right? Of just, let's see what was in those boxes. It's like playing a priest.
I concede.
Yeah, and there's the concede. Not much you can do. PocketTrain getting off to a very good game 1. I imagine there's always just a little bit of fear, or at least I feel it against Druid, because I know, okay, right, they got Dollhouse on 1, then Tree, and now I'm dead. But I think everything just went pretty well. Obviously, Pocket played well, but I just think the build-up was really solid, and then the Dirty Rat taking Aulonius out was just exactly what he's aiming for.
Yeah, I think there's still a world where Kwanwoo can pull through without that Dirty Rat coming down. But once the Aulonius is gone, it's just really tough to get enough spell damage to get through all that armor. I mean, getting so many Starship pieces in there means Exodar is a lot of life.
Yeah, and the pivot to not only just saying, okay, well, maybe if they gain a lot of life, but I have time to maybe piece something together, doesn't work because they're gaining life whilst putting massive minions on board, right? So they hit you with the double whammy, which is why Death Knight's extremely strong right now. But PocketTrain gets the Death Knight over the line, and now just has Paladin and Druid, and it's hard to judge because I'll be honest, I'm not an expert in all the Shaman and Mage matchups because I've not really jammed tons of the Shaman deck. But it feels like Pocket with the Death Knight over the line is in a pretty nice place right now because the Druid feels pretty good, at least to me. And then the Paladin, as you mentioned earlier, if the Rogue wasn't getting banned, it would have been the Paladin, I think, that would have got banned. So, again, not the best matchups for this lineup from Kwanwoo. So, a little bit difficult. It's only 1-0, though, so there's still a lot that can happen. But definitely feels like an uphill climb now the DK's out the way.
Yeah, I think the DK was really sort of the target for Kwanwoo. There's double Hex in the Shaman that you can use for the Starships and things. So very much at a disadvantage here. Paladin is kind of what I would expect to be, the quick win that you would go for as Pocket. It's always interesting that sort of the philosophical choice in terms of queue order people go for, right? Pocket going with the bad matchup first, and if he's got it out of the way, well, then he feels pretty in the clear. Some people like to do it in reverse.
Yeah, I'm a bad matchup first gamer. I would do it exactly how Pocket did it. I was a big fan of Bly's during Grandmasters because he would always queue the worst matchup first and jam it until he either lost the match or got it over the line and then play the rest. So big fan of that from me. But as we see this, we're going to see, of course, the Paladin versus the Shaman. For people who aren't overly familiar, what's the game plan here? I know there's, as you mentioned, the hexes and the removal for the DK, but what's the overall game plan? Like, what does Kwanwoo need to do to be able to win this matchup?
Yeah, well, so primarily, you want to set up Murmur, ideally with the Hunter location, the Parrot Sanctuary, so that you can Murmur, activate Parrot Sanctuary, and anything that was reduced to 1, because it reduces your battle cries to 1, now goes to 0. Well, if you can use that on Ysera, then you get 3 full mana crystals, so even once you run out of Sanctuary charges, you can keep going. And we saw how extreme that can go in the case of that game against Pizza, where it was Shutter Block on the Ysera to get 9 full mana crystals, and then using the Shutter Block on Bob for, give me a triple on Malorn and Hagatha, and just doing all kinds of
You just break
crazy
the
things.
game at that point. Yeah, that's what it feels like, doesn't it? It's just like, is this legal? What's going on? So yeah, it's definitely a big ask here though from Kwanwoo, as PocketTrain, of course, is on the Paladin. He's going to start piling on the pressure with the double light bots available, and this is there as well. And even weapon, there's 2 weapons in there, but even the hammer feels pretty good, because one thing that's always scary with Paladin is when you just run out of juice, right? This is, of course, a really strong push from PocketTrain, but we've seen Paladin struggle when it just runs out of resources without quite having enough to get over the line.
Yeah, and there was opportunity to play Metal Detector there, but I think, Pocket with the very, very cheap 8/8s here, it's just like, nope.
Just say go. Yeah, 100%.
Because they're not great clears for the Shaman. You've got Frosty Decor as sort of your mid-game stall. We see Kwanwoo has held onto the coin this whole game because it is deeply necessary, that coin. But no Murmur in hand. Murmur is kind of the tough. It's the minion you need the most, and it's the minion you have the fewest tools to get, because Fairy Tale Forest only draws battle cries, and you kind of need to use birdwatching at like the right moment to get it. So it's gonna come down to like a tough deck.
Yeah, and this is probably going to have to be an emergency Bob, right? And just freeze the board. Nothing overly fancy, as you were mentioning early, with what you can do here, but this just has to be a freeze. And even then, like I said, the weapon's not only drawing cards, but putting on pretty good damage pressure as well.
Yeah, I mean, that weapon representing half of Kwanwoo's life right now. So all you need is O Manager to go with the Metal Detector.
I didn't even see what card that was. Was that Glow Sticks? Oh no. Pocket just picked the spell up so fast. I was like, what are we drawing?
Resistance Aura, looking pretty good here.
Yep. It surprised me when I first started playing this deck. It surprised me how many matchups the 1-drops, because they're often 1-drops, actually are fantastic. Just minions appearing, because all you want in Paladin is a minion to stick, right? You just need something on board to build on, and it really surprised me how quickly I liked having all these little 1-drops dotting around. And even though it's filled the board, it's putting on like arguably free pressure, right?
Yeah. Well, because they're cast when drawn, right? You get to pull that extra card.
Yeah, and wow, just like that, Paladin getting it done versus the Shaman. And this is simply looking rough, honestly. These are obviously 2 pretty quick games. Kwanwoo not having the best things go on here, but also this is the risk you take, and we've talked about lineup building and how players approach tournaments. If you were gonna, let's say, kind of hard target something and that gets over the line, like, yeah, your match gets way worse. It becomes a real struggle. And now PocketTrain's got 3 goes with Druid to take 1 game against some decks that are quite slow. Yes, Pocket's obviously favored, it's 2-0, but just looking at what's left, this is going to be dramatically difficult for Kwanwoo.
Yeah, 3 opportunities to have a Mirdrasil in the opening hand. I think that's pretty good odds.
Yeah, I love that we've all just agreed that, like, even as casters, we're just like, yeah, tree. It is what it is, right? If you get the tree, it's a win. If you don't, we'll discuss it. But yeah, it really is gonna be an uphill climb, because I think Pocket's gonna have to draw terribly for 3 games in a row for Kwanwoo to even have a chance at this, because I just don't see how he digs himself out of it, honestly.
Yeah, gonna be really tough. I think it's one of those things where you need a combination of the perfect draws for yourself and then just kind of dead draws for the opponent, and not the player kind, because he's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just staring at the deck list here for Kwanwoo, just to see if like anything's gonna stick out in anything. But it's hard when it's all 3 decks, right? I'm gonna have to pull it out of the bag. But we are getting into game 3, and there's a world that in a blink of an eye, the last match of the day is going to be over. We have Kwanwoo going on the mage for this one. So again, it is just going to be this sort of spell-heavy mage here. Does have some of the stall tactics, but nothing that's really going to help out versus this druid, right? A lot of this mage is sort of anti-minion cards, as opposed to anything particularly to stop the druid.
Yeah, and the druid doesn't have tall minions, really, that a Sleet Skater, for instance, could help
Right.
for gaining a bunch of armor. Yeah, just Photon Cannon, you're not going to get the discounts out of it, and I think it comes
That's
down
an
to...
honorable attack. Yeah. Just
Yeah.
just aim it right in the face and go.
Yeah, you know that you're limited in terms of how many minions you get to hit in the druid. So, and I think Tide Pools, you're looking for the armor, right? Because it's
Or I'd respect Frostbolt Face. Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah,
Let's play
sure.
Face Hunter. I'm very in for this. Because
I mean,
this is it, right?
it's a
In
race.
a matchup like this, yeah, exactly. In a matchup like this, you cannot play what I would say is normally with this mage deck, right? You end up just going full aggro, because that's just, you cannot outlast the druid if the druid gets to just set up however they want, right? It's just not possible.
Yeah, I guess you're kind of happy to get a resonance coil target. Blink is nice, tutor, and mana discount.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I assume this is gonna be coin cannon, right? Because that ethereal cannot just be left to just sit there and laugh.
All right, Mista Vista. This is where we need to top deck Sleet Skater, right? It's the only good target.
Yeah, already just like, huh. So what now? As Kwanwoo on this mage.
Yeah, this makes sense to me.
Yeah, just get stuff done, right? I guess is the only option. No point leaving it alive.
One
His
next
Oaken
turn
summons.
is. Yep. Next turn is likely Puzzle Master.
Magic.
Although maybe not at this point.
It's so scary. You could just be dead. It's
Yeah.
so brutal, because there's just this is, and Khadgar. If this was my Khadgar, this would be an Arcane Intellect or something for me.
Oh,
okay, it's
perfect.
gonna Blizzard. Okay.
Works every time.
Oh yeah, 60% of the time it works every time. Again, I think
Toy chest.
the big benefit here, yeah, is Pocket's just not under any real pressure.
Oh no!
Right?
Oh no! Double Insidious.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of scary. Is just there's not really any massive pressure coming out. Like, there's just the fact that the Ethereal gets to live for that turn as well, just to help out with some spell damage. Not that anything crazy happened, but did get the double discover because of it. Kwanwoo's getting a lot of these spells played, but the worrying part at this point is even these minions just hitting face is a bit of a disaster, right? If there's not another blizzard or something, just the minions beating him up is a bit of a problem. Just get to ping and trade, so I'm not going to spend the mana on anything in hand. Just going to take the ping there.
I mean, I think,
and that's going to burn a card, right?
Yeah, it is. I think that demonstrates sort of the fear of leaving up a spell damage minion at this point in the game. Knowing Mr. Vista is going to recast all this stuff, recast ramp, draw a bunch of cards. It was just worth burning a card to remove a point of spell damage.
Truly putting no faith in card guard to kill it for you, right? Like, which is the correct answer. Just put no faith in that thing.
Oh, but spell damage did get cast on one of these.
Yep. There's Dollhouse as well.
Yeah, I mean...
Already I'm just like, lethal? Because it looks that close,
possibly.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, right? You can file...
Sleep. Then there's double swipe, right? And double living roots with the spell damage, which is +2 right now. Yeah, or this. That also works. Yep. Wow.
Yeah. And it's
fair enough. He puts the trophy back. It exists. It's now front and center as PocketTrain mentally recovers from the previous match he was involved in. Is going to take a 3-0 in honestly what I feel like is record time. I think I cast some of the slower matchups today, but this is truly gone in the blink of an eye. And our one of our previous world champions, showing why he got the title. The recovery's there. What a win, and Pocket must be extremely happy with himself because that is the way you want to do it, right? It's just boom, boom, boom. Right, I'll see you on Sunday.
And demonstrating Subtle's agenda further, right? There was double Incendious in that hand that did not get played because he just won.
Yeah, it's why I was saying just as we got in, obviously Pocket was favored being at 2-0, that's just how numbers work, but just that Druid specifically, there's so many avenues, so many routes to go where you can just, that's why I said, is this just lethal? Because it's like, there's some spell damage, there's some mana gain, and they have damage spells in hand. Yeah, it's probably lethal, that's just the way it is. Really unfortunate for Kwanwoo, I think, just didn't really get to play the game, honestly, in that whole match. But that's what happens if you if this plan struggles a little bit. But I do think it was awesome. We got to see the lineup. We got to see it win as well. So full respect there to Kwanwoo for bringing a really sick lineup and showing us something a little bit different. But PocketTrain is going to take the victory. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what Group B has ended up looking like after the day.
Yeah, so Tobyka and PocketTrain making it out of this group, and honestly, if you were to sort of just blind pick based on name recognition, those are probably the folks you would pick. I don't know, looking at lineups as well, and yeah, we got to see those different decks, but we're really filtering them out for for the top cut.
It's like the pre-show.
Yeah.
It's like...
Tomorrow will feature a few other non-standard decks of a different variety. We didn't get to see any of the Warlocks today, and we didn't get to see any of the...
We've got the Token Druid, or whatever you want to call it. That's
Starship
my pick
Druid.
as well. We've got Diz Demon on that Druid and on more Priest as well. So we'll see if Priest can do something tomorrow. That's possible as well. But yeah, let's take a look at Group C, the things we've got coming up tomorrow. We've got MMF, Sunni, Maxipon, and Diz Demon, who again is my prediction, who luckily for me is still in the mix because they've not played yet, so that's positive. And then we've got Group D, Fury Hunter, Definition, Ryan, and Gaboom as well. So again, another two fantastic groups. We'll be doing the same again as we did today, going through all those matches apart from the initials that will be played just before the broadcast starts. But what are the highlights for you just for Group C and D? Who's played? Who are you keeping an eye on tomorrow?
Lorinda's pick of Ryan is the only player to bring this Hunter, which is the bumbling bellhop and mythical rune bear sort of hand buff hunter, right? Where it's a mix of you've got RC Rampage for go wide stuff, and then also, using those buff cards on a minion that copies itself, so you get double the value. I know that I was playing some of that. It's a pretty fun deck. I don't know how it'll perform into.
I could tell your
these
opinion on
lineups.
the deck when you were reading some of the highlight cards, and every one sounded like a question of just like, this card's in the deck, I guess, and this is meant to be good. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. That will be pretty interesting to see if it can get it done. But yeah, like I said, just like that, I'm kind of shocked. I thought we'd have another few hours yet, but we have finished day 1 of the Masters Tour Spring Championship. We hope you've had a fantastic time. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, to go Group C and D, and then again, make sure to tune in on Sunday as well, where we will crown our champion. Thanks a lot for watching, everyone. We really appreciate it. Hope you have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow.
X-Delving condition for myself.
Yeah,
Because, yeah, he can wait around and stuff.